Oscar is my most important child. No one can change that. Dora declared word by word. The biological daughters in the living room were silent. Their hearts were broken, but no one dared to speak. Only Chun Wanning stared at her mother coldly, her voice trembling and resolute. So, what if I really want to drive him away? This sentence exploded the entire Chun family. Mother, are our 7 biological daughters combined not as important as her adopted son? What's so good about him? Chun Wanning's eyes were filled with tears, but every word she said was as sharp as a knife. She knew very well that this family had long since trampled on family affection. However, she never expected that her breakup would become the fuse that revealed the shocking secret of the entire family. When the adopted son's gentle mask was torn apart and her biological brother returned from the countryside, everyone's secrets, conspiracies, and blood betrayals surfaced one by one, and the real protagonist had already been planning behind the scenes. Perhaps everyone in the Chun family has already become a puppet on the chessboard. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 78, 7 daughters are not as important as Oscar. Dora's words just now were actually just blurted out when she lost control of her emotions. However, she has always been known for her strong and conceited personality. She has been spoiled since she was a child and never wants to admit her mistakes. This time, she is no exception. She suppressed the slight guilt in her heart and said coldly, "I didn't mean that, but you have no right to drive my son away." After that, she swept her sharp eyes over everyone in the living room. Also, let me say it one last time. Although Oscar is not my biological son, he is still my most important child. No one can change this fact. If I hear words like no blood relationship or adopted son coming out of your mouth again, I will never let you off easily. Her tone was cold and resolute. In my eyes, Oscar is my biological son, closer than my own. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole living room fell into silence. Daisy and her 2 sisters dared not say a word for a moment. They could only lower their heads and dared not breathe. Oscar, who was kneeling on the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly proud in his heart. His mother was still on his side. Chun Wanning was stunned. She thought her mother doted on Oscar only because he was young and knew how to please people. But at this moment, she realized that she might have underestimated Dora's attitude. In the mother's heart, perhaps all 7 of her daughters put together were far less important than this adopted son. Why was this so? She really couldn't figure it out. Mom, I'm going to ask you one last time. Chun Wanning clenched her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. If I have to kick Oscar out of the Chun family today, will you kick me out for him? Her voice was trembling, but full of determination. David looked at this scene with a frown on his face. He knew his daughter's character and knew that since she said such a thing, it meant that she was completely disappointed with her mother. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, calm down. The house is already in chaos. Isn't that enough? Don't make it more chaotic. However, Dora ignored David and became even angrier. Chun Wanning, you are getting more and more outrageous today. Oscar just told an insignificant lie. Why do you have to hold on to it? What on earth do you want to do? Insolent? I am insolent. Chun Wanning was stunned for a moment, not understanding what her mother was accusing her of. Her voice was low and mixed with anger. Why should I vent my anger on him? Dora sneered, her tone as sharp as a knife. Stop pretending. I'm your mother. Can't I see what you're thinking? You just want to use Oscar as a scapegoat because your scandal was exposed by the Cheen family and you're afraid that your family will blame you. Dora, David shouted angrily. Are you crazy? Is this what you should say as a mother? He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He hurriedly walked to Chun Wanning and tried to pull her away. Ning Ning, don't argue with your mother. Come to the study with Dad. Dad has something to tell you. However, Chun Wanning did not move. She stood there quietly, her eyes full of pain. So, Mom, in your eyes, everything is my fault, right? Her voice choked and tears rolled down her cheeks, but her eyes were still looking directly at Dora. Dora instinctively felt flustered. She had never seen her daughter so determined. But before she could say anything, Chun Wanning's eyes had already turned to Oscar. Oscar, let me ask you, after William came back, did he really bully you and steal your things? At this moment, Oscar felt something was wrong. Dora's brainless words had already put him in deep trouble. He suppressed his irritation and tried to answer in a calm tone. Sister, I know you won't believe anything I say. Why don't we check the surveillance video and the truth will be revealed? But Chun Wanning showed a sarcastic sneer. No need. You dare to take the initiative to mention the surveillance, which means it has been cleaned up long ago. It seems that I have underestimated you over the years and actually taught you a venomous snake. Chapter 79, Chun Wanning leaves the Chun family. Chun Wanning didn't hesitate at all, turned around and walked out the door, her steps firm and fast. Ning Ning, big sister, David and Daisy and their sisters quickly chased after her, anxiously trying to stop her. Ning Ning, it's so late, where are you going? It's not safe to go out. David stood in front of her, his tone full of worry. Dad, I'm sorry. I made you lose face. Chun Wanning said in a low voice, but a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Silly child, don't listen to your mother's angry words. She's just hard on the outside, but soft on the inside. She actually loves you very much. David urged eagerly, but he didn't notice the coldness in Chun Wanning's eyes. Dad, no need. I knew when I was a child that her heart was always with someone else and never belonged to me. At this point, tears rolled down her cheeks with determination and sadness. Now I have grown up and I don't need a mother anymore. Dora wanted to ask him to stay, but after hearing this, her anger instantly overwhelmed her guilt. David, don't stop her. She has grown up and doesn't need her mother anymore. Let her go, and it's better if she never comes back. Dora! David glared at her, his tone full of helplessness and anger. Are you crazy? Is this what you should say to your daughter? She's the one who is crazy. How dare she blame me for being partial? That's because she is incompetent. Do I, Dora, need such a useless daughter? Chun Wanning looked coldly at her parents who were arguing in front of her, as if everything had nothing to do with her. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Mom, I did see William being taken away with my own eyes. As soon as she said this, the whole room fell silent, and everyone looked at her in disbelief. I do deserve to die, but as a mother, don't you have any responsibility at all? Shut up. Dora was furious and raised her hand to slap Chun Wanning in the face. The crisp sound echoed in the living room, and everyone was stunned. David finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Dora hard. That's enough. How could you do that to your own daughter? He roared with disappointment. David, you dare to hit me? Dora covered her face in disbelief, her eyes almost spitting fire. You are crazy, actually protecting such a rebellious daughter. The room suddenly became chaotic. The sisters tried to stop the fight, but they were unable to stop the farce. Chun Wanning watched coldly, with a sneer on her face, as if she had already disdained to participate. Brother, what are you doing? Come and help. Someone shouted to. Oscar. Oscar stood up, hugged Dora in a fake way, and persuaded her, Mom, calm down. At this moment, there was a noise outside the door, and Yin Yun and Yin Way walked in, looking puzzled. Dad, Mom, isn't today our eldest sister's birthday party? Why is it like this? David snorted coldly, turned around, and left with an angry face. Ask your mother. She wants to break up this family. After saying that, he walked out the door without looking back. The sound of a car engine was heard, and he drove away. Yin Yun looked at everyone in confusion and pulled Daisy to ask. Daisy simply recounted what happened tonight, her tone full of helplessness. It's not Xiao Yi's fault alone. We were too harsh on him before, so he is so heartless. However, Yin Yun sneered. Humph, this ungrateful wolf, I will make him pay the price. At this moment, Yin Way had just walked into the living room when Dora suddenly grabbed her arm, and she almost fell down. Yin Way, where have you been for so many days? Are you trying to become as powerful as your elder sister? Chapter 80. We are not afraid of too many top talents, but we are afraid of them gathering together. Dora's piercing voice exploded in the living room, like a sharp blade cutting through the air. If it were before, Yin Way might have panicked and lost her mind, but at this moment, her eyes were as cold as ice. She had seen through all the hypocrisy and absurdity, and had let go of those unrealistic fantasies. Yin Way stared coldly at Dora's anger, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her lips. Oh, my dear mother, what? Did you notice that I ran away from home just now? The sarcasm in these words instantly pushed Dora's anger to a new peak. Yin Way, are you crazy? How dare you talk to me like that? Who gave you the courage? Was it that little bastard? William? Brother William? Yin Way chuckled, her tone full of playfulness. Mom, he crawled out of your belly. Dora was stunned by her words, and then she reacted. You actually called that little bastard brother? What kind of love potion did he give you? Yin Way shook her head lightly, with a hint of cold sneer in her eyes. Brother William didn't do anything. She slowly turned her gaze to Oscar. It's just that I finally saw through Oscar's ugly mask. From today on, my only brother is William. Oscar? He's worse than a dog. She paused, looking at Oscar's instantly pale face. The smile on her lips became more mocking. But don't be afraid. Your parents love you so much. Your life won't be as hard as Brother William's before. After that, Chun Yinwei smiled coldly, turned around and walked upstairs. Her back was cold and resolute. Dora was stunned for a moment, then pointed at her back and cursed. You bunch of rebellious girls. Do you all want to rebel? Just after she finished scolding, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She raised her hand to cover her heart and gasped in pain. Mom! Oscar exclaimed and ran over to support the shaky Dora. At the same time, in another high-end apartment, William stared at the surveillance screen with a sneer on his face. On the screen, the Chun family was in chaos, and Dora's screams and chaotic quarrels made him feel happy. Chun Wanning finally made her choice, he whispered, with a barely perceptible coldness in his tone. Meanwhile, on Weibo's hot search list, the topic Jinghao, Chun Wanning Jinghao, was firmly in the first place. The craze caused by the secretly taken photos instantly pushed Chun Wanning to the forefront of public opinion. Countless netizens insulted and ridiculed her under the photos, and the comments were full of malicious and disgusting language. Is this woman crazy? She actually did something like this. It's a disgrace to a woman. It's really disgusting. Is this kind of person qualified to be a CEO? I think she's the villain in the CEO novel. What's worse, more scandals of the Chun family were uncovered, making the entire family a laughingstock. It's really unbelievable that a family has produced so many top-notch people. At this moment, Chun Wanning was curled up on the sofa in her apartment, reading these comments with a blank look in her eyes. The bottle of red wine beside her was half empty, and it was obvious that she was a little drunk. In the hospital, after emergency treatment, Dora was transferred to the general ward and was temporarily out of danger. Outside the ward, Chun Yun looked at the screen of her mobile phone with a gloomy face and was busy dealing with public relations issues. We must control this public opinion. Otherwise, our whole family will be dragged down, she yelled into the phone. Oscar stood aside, with a bit of undisguised pride on his face, secretly delighted at the scolding on the internet. Sister, you have come to this day, he whispered, then walked to the empty smoking area and made a phone call. Hello, it's me. I need your help with something. Don't worry, it will be exciting this time. Chapter 81 Oscar's Gift to Chun Wanning. Under the night sky outside the imperial capital, in a hidden old house. The faint light from the screen sprinkled on Sun Hao's face. He looked focused with disturbing excitement in his eyes. In the messy room, filled with smoke, a video was playing on the computer screen. It was the image of a young woman, Chun Wanning. Sun Hao sat slumped in a chair, a cigarette between his lips, greedily staring at the woman on the screen, a meaningful smile on his lips. He casually threw the burnt cigarette but into a can, which was already full of remaining cigarette butts. Tisk Chun Wanning. She appears to be cool and pure on the surface, but actually quite bold behind the scenes, he murmured, his tone revealing a hint of teasing and malice. Under the light of the screen, his face became more gloomy. Just as he was indulging in his obscene fantasy, a rapid phone ring pierced the silence of the night. Damn it, who is so annoying? Sun Hao cursed and glanced at the caller ID, frowned, and then picked up the phone. A young and calm male voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Oscar. Young master, what's the matter that brings you to see me so late? Sun Hao's tone immediately became respectful and flattering. Brother Sun Hao, did you know that something happened to my elder sister? Oscar's voice was still calm, but it revealed a certain unquestionable majesty. Ah, something happened? How could this happen? Sun Hao subconsciously glanced at the screen to hide his inner strangeness. Brother Sun Hao, let me tell you the truth. I know you like my elder sister. Oscar changed the subject and went straight to the point. Sun Hao was stunned when he heard this, and his expression froze instantly. Young master, please stop joking. How dare I? Mr. Chun is so outstanding. I am just an ordinary person. Oscar chuckled. Don't pretend, brother Sun Hao. This time, I have a deal to make with you. As long as you obey, I promise that you can get my eldest sister and avoid trouble. Sun Hao was stunned and didn't speak for a long time. Many images appeared in his mind. Finally, he asked carefully, What do you mean? Oscar didn't answer, but just laughed softly and hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, a sinister arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, in the villa on the other side, a man stared coldly at the surveillance screen. He recorded the content of the call just now. This man was Jiang Fan. He sneered in a low voice. Oscar, you were so glorious in your last life, but I didn't expect that in this life, you would become so eager for quick success and instant benefits, and even do such a stupid thing. Jiang Fan's eyes were cold, and he clicked the mouse lightly to save the recording. He waited quietly, and a storm was brewing. On the other hand, Sun Hao was torn between his conscience and his desires, but he finally made a decision. He quickly changed his clothes and drove to Chun Wanning's apartment. After entering the password provided by Oscar, the door opened silently. In the dim light, the air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Chun Wanning was drunk on the sofa, her evening gown outlining her exquisite figure. Sun Hao's breathing became rapid, and the desire that had been suppressed for a long time completely erupted at this moment. He walked slowly closer, leaned over, and sniffed the mixed aroma in the air, which was the scent of alcohol and perfume. His eyes became hot and dangerous. Mr. Chin, Mr. Chin, he called softly, tentatively, and reached out to push her. Chun Wanning opened her eyes dazedly. The figure in front of her blurred in her sight. Under the influence of alcohol, she murmured and cried emotionally. Why? Why do you all treat me like this? I just love him too much. Is this wrong? Sun Hao couldn't hold back anymore as he listened. He tried to comfort her, but his words concealed his desires. Mr. Chun, don't cry. This is not your fault. Chun Wanning was drunk and misty, and even mistook Sun Hao for someone else. Qin Xian, I really like you. Sun Hao agreed. Yes, of course I like you, Ning Ning. He could no longer bear it, so he picked up Chun Wanning and walked towards the bedroom. However, he did not expect Chun Wanning to wake up suddenly, screaming and struggling. Sun Hao stood there in a daze, at a loss for what to do in the face of the sudden resistance. He instantly felt a great deal of panic in his heart. Oh no, Sun Hao was just having evil thoughts in the beginning, and was bewitched by Oscar, thinking that he would succeed tonight. However, he didn't expect such a mistake to happen, and he was frightened on the spot. Chapter 82 Oscar's revenge plan failed. On the streets of Beijing in the early morning, a black Maybach slowly drove into the rush hour crowd. William sat leisurely in the back seat, holding a tablet in his hand, and the screen was playing last night's video surveillance. In the video, Sun Hao fled Chun Wanning's apartment in a panic, and a few scratches could be vaguely seen on his face. William's mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, Oscar's little trick will only bring shame upon himself. He turned off the video, but his eyes were filled with a cold scrutiny. William had expected what happened last night. He knew Chun Wanning's personality and abilities, and knew that even if she was drunk, she would not be easily taken advantage of. Oscar, you set up this chess game so poorly. William shook his head, his eyes full of disdain for his opponent. This childish means of revenge was just the immaturity of Oscar, a 17-year-old boy, and his self-proclaimed perfect plan was already under William's control. Sun Hao, the chess piece chosen by Oscar, was full of loopholes. William knew that Sun Hao was just a cowardly little man. Even if he had many evil thoughts, he didn't have the courage to cross the line. Especially under Chun Wanning's resistance, he could only flee in panic without even thinking about the consequences. However, this dog-eat-dog drama is really getting more and more interesting. William leaned back in his chair, folded his hands, and spoke with a playful tone. He had long imagined that when Chun Wanning learned that the instigator of the incident was her beloved brother, what a wonderful storm it would be. The driver remained silent, but Tina, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but speak. Master, why are you staring at the tablet and laughing? Is there something interesting? She turned her head and looked at William curiously. Nothing, just watching a fool commit suicide step by step. William replied calmly, and then threw the tablet aside. His expression was normal, but it made people feel an indescribable sense of oppression. By the way, Master, isn't your school going to have final exams next week? Tina suddenly remembered something and cautiously asked, Do you want me to help you contact a famous teacher to give you some tutoring? William's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at her with a half-smile. Do you think I need a review plan? Tina panicked and quickly explained. No, don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that you'll have too many things to do and will delay your studies. Of course, you're so talented, you'll definitely do better than everyone else even if you don't review. William was too lazy to argue with her. He just smiled and waved his hand to signal her to shut up. But not long after, his phone rang again. Mr. Han and Mr. Zhao called one after another, asking about his study problems. Mr. Han, you worry too much. I just have an exam. I don't need any special tutoring. William hung up the phone helplessly, but couldn't help thinking of the past. After all, his grades in the past 2 years were really hard to describe. He dropped from the second place in the grade to the last place, but he was a legend known to the whole school. William, as former glory, is now a thing of the past. Looking back at the time when he first entered school, he ranked second in the school with his excellent grades, but only missed the first place because he was late. At that time, he had not yet tasted the warmth of the Chun family. However, when he took the report card home with an innocent smile, he was greeted with sarcasm. That time, Oscar deliberately portrayed him as a cheater and successfully incited everyone in the Chun family to doubt him. Brother, don't be so stubborn. Mom is not in good health. If you make her angry again, what will happen to our family? William still can't forget Oscar's kind persuasion at that time. He was eventually forced to kneel outside the door and was not allowed to enter until late at night. That was the first time William saw Oscar as true colors. He secretly vowed that he would never easily conflict with Oscar again. In order to avoid more punishment and indifference, he chose to compromise and also chose to let his grades plummet in exchange for peace in the Chun family. But now, everything is different. William looked at the scenery outside the window, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Now, he not only wants to regain his lost dignity, but also wants to trample Oscar under his feet and let the Chun family see what a real waste is. At school, the students' attitude towards William has changed drastically. Brother E is here. Good morning, Brother E. Brother E, you look so handsome today. William responded calmly, neither humble nor arrogant, neither close nor distant. He knew in his heart that these people's attitudes changed only because Oscar lost power. Rather than saying that they liked him, it was more that they were afraid of being isolated. Oscar, on the other hand, was staring at William in the corner with gnashing teeth. From being the center of attention to being ridiculed, his current downfall was undoubtedly a huge blow. What he couldn't stand the most was that everything William had now was supposed to be his glory. William, this is not over yet. Oscar clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. He secretly vowed to make William fall into the abyss again and become the mud despised by everyone again. Chapter 83. Yin Way stepped on Oscar's face in public. 10 minutes before class, the atmosphere in the classroom was already stirring. Yin Way walked elegantly to the classroom door, carrying an exquisite lunch bag. She was dressed exquisitely as usual, as dazzling as a noble little princess. The classroom fell silent instantly, and all eyes were on her. Although the Chun family scandal had been dealt with cleanly, disappearing from the hot searches did not mean that people's memories would be erased. The photos have been deleted, but the scandal has taken root. Whether it is in people's minds, in the rumors passed on by word of mouth, or in some people's online storage, the shameful memory is preserved. Oscar's face was heavy, and he couldn't hide his loss of composure and fatigue. However, in sharp contrast to him, Yin Way had a calm smile on her face, and could even be said to be full of energy and didn't care at all. How can such a thing affect me? Yin Way's heart was filled with indifference. In her eyes, her adopted son left home for one day and made his parents so anxious. But she had not received even a greeting from her family after being away for several days. What was there for this family to stay with? She had already given up on the Chun family. Yin Wei's goal was clear. She wanted to stay here to fight for everything she deserved, and also to make things difficult for the parents. I won't let Oscar go either, she swore secretly. She was fighting not only for herself, but also for William's sin. After all, Yin Wei had also watched coldly the indifference and harm to her brother. Yin Wei walked into the classroom with a sweet smile and brisk steps. Seeing this, everyone turned their eyes to Oscar and whispered something. Seventh sister. Oscar's eyes lit up, and he stood up involuntarily. He even suspected that Yin Wei was here to bring him breakfast, and a hint of expectation rose in his heart. However, Yin Wei just glanced at him coldly. Who is your seventh sister? Don't yell. I don't have a brother as disgusting as you. Her voice was clear and unquestionable, as cold as ice. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and put the lunch bag in front of William. Brother, did you eat breakfast? Seventh sister bought it specially for you. It's still warm. Her tone was so gentle that she seemed like a different person. William raised his eyebrows slightly and said sarcastically, Chun Yinwei, are you crazy? Hearing this, Chun Yinwei's eyes flashed with pain, but she soon smiled again. No, brother. Seventh sister was wrong before, and seventh sister will compensate you in the future. William sneered, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Brother? Get it right. Isn't your brother there? He pointed at Oscar, his eyes challenging. Oscar's face flushed red, and he clenched his fists tightly. This humiliation hurt him deeply, but facing the gazes of everyone, he could only suppress his anger. Chun Yinwei looked at him with a face full of sarcasm. Oscar, if I recognize you, you are my brother. But if I don't recognize you, who are you? She deliberately did not reveal Oscar's identity as his adopted son, but this threat was enough to scare him. Everyone was shocked and whispered, why does Chun Yinwei suddenly hate Oscar so much? Someone whispered, do you remember what happened at the school gate last time? Zhang Qijin picked up that thing, but Oscar helped to conceal it and even deleted the surveillance footage. Oscar is such a jerk. If I had a brother like him, I would have strangled him to death long ago. Listening to the discussions around him, Oscar's anger grew stronger and stronger. Chun Yinwei, he roared in his heart, hatred spurting out of his eyes. Why did you do this to me? I will never let you go. William witnessed all this, leaning back in his chair, watching coldly. In his opinion, this was just a farce, but Chun Yinwei's performance this time unexpectedly made him feel a little interesting. The dog-eat-dog drama can be even more exciting. Chapter 80, For the Chun Family, is not worthy of forgiveness. Chun Yinwei didn't care that the incident was brought up again. After all these days, she had already figured it out. She had done nothing wrong, and there was no need to feel ashamed as a victim. What's more, as long as she can see Oscar in pain, she will feel happy. She turned to look at William, with a flattering smile on her face, as if to say, Brother, I have vented my anger for you. Are you satisfied? However, William's next words made her heart sink to the bottom. William spoke coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. Whether you recognize Oscar or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Now take your garbage and get out of my sight. He paused and glanced at Chun Yinwei sharply. Don't discuss me in the future. I, William, and your Chun family have nothing to do with you. Chun Yinwei. Never before and never in the future. Chun Yinwei's smile froze, and a trace of hurt appeared in her eyes. But she gritted her teeth and persisted. She whispered, Brother, I know that it was my seventh sister who let you down in the past. Really, I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make it up to you. After that, she bowed deeply, her gesture sincere to the extreme. Perhaps because she lacked real family warmth when she was young, Chun Yinwei could empathize with William's pain. She has always been straightforward. If she likes someone, she likes him wholeheartedly. And if she hates someone, she rejects him completely. How much? She loved Oscar in the past. How much she hates him now. And William is the person she wants to make amends with the most. Although her guilt is genuine, William is indifferent to it. In William's heart, the debt owed by the Chun family must be repaid with pain. The past hurts cannot be erased with a few words of apology, nor can the person who was taken away from everything and died tragically in the previous life be relieved. No one in the Chun family deserves to be forgiven. William's eyes were cold, and his tone was even colder. They all deserve to die. Chun Yinwei's face turned pale instantly. She bit her lips, her eyes were red, but she refused to cry. Unfortunately, no matter how miserable she looked, it had no effect on William. William sneered, picked up the lunch bag sent by Chun Yinwei, and threw it directly into the trash can. Then, he strode out of the classroom without looking at Chun Yinwei again. When he returned to the classroom, Chun Yinwei had already disappeared. The day's classes finally ended, and William spent it peacefully without being disturbed again. After school, William walked to the school gate and found a group of people gathered at the gate. Most of them were young girls, and their eyes were all focused on one person, Chun Yun. William glanced at Chun Yun coldly, then turned and walked towards Jiang Shun and Tina. William! Chun Yun's voice suddenly sounded from behind. She quickly squeezed through the crowd and reached out to grab William's arm, but William took a step back and looked at her coldly, his eyes full of disgust. William, you... Chun Yun wanted to open her mouth to teach him a lesson, but was blocked by Jiang Shun and Tina. The two stood on William's left and right, protecting him like door gods, with disdain in their eyes. Chun Yun was furious, but she didn't dare to vent her anger because of the fans watching behind her. She suppressed her emotions and smiled sarcastically. William, those two people were prepared for you by the person behind you, right? It seems that he doesn't treat you well either. Tina said this, her face darkened. But just as she was about to retort, she was stopped by William. William shook his head slightly at her and motioned to leave. Tina was confused. Doesn't Master hate the Chun family the most? Why didn't she curse them this time? Could it be that Master was also a fan of Chun Yun like her? She remembered that she did like Chun Yun before because she envied her glamorous appearance. But after knowing what the Chun family did to William, she had already turned from a fan to a hater of Chun Yun. She snorted coldly and cursed in her heart. The Chun family really are not good people. Chapter 85. Appearing on a variety show with Chun Yun, William didn't want Tina to scold Chun Yun. He just noticed that most of the fans behind Chun Yun were holding their phones to record videos. After all, Chun Yun is a popular star with many fans. If Tina is photographed cursing Chun Yun in public, it may lead to crazy revenge from her crazy fans. Tina was puzzled. She still retreated to his side obediently after seeing William's eyes. What's the matter? William stepped forward and asked Chun Yun coldly. Chun Yun was shocked by William's aura, and her heart trembled slightly. The sense of oppression emanating from this young man made even her, who was used to big scenes, feel uneasy. However, she quickly denied this feeling and sneered in her heart. This is just an illusion. After all, William is just a child. How could he have such a deterrent power? She frowned and said in a reproachful tone, "Aren't you going to go home yet?" William raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a sneer, "Where to go? Which home do you want me, an orphan, to go back to?" When the fans behind Chun Yun heard this, they were stunned. Those who had been shouting, "Go home with sister," fell silent. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became cold, and the air became stiff with embarrassment. Chun Yun's face also froze, but she quickly adjusted herself and put on a serious expression. "Brother William, you are still young. There are some things you can't do." William snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes. "Oh, then tell me, what can't be done?" Chun Yun opened her mouth and wanted to say something like being kept by someone, but swallowed it back. At this time, Oscar walked out of the school gate. His dejected look made Chun Yun's eyes light up. "Fifth sister." Oscar walked over with a flattering voice. Upon seeing this, Chun Yun immediately put on a gentle expression. "Brother, are you tired today?" "Not bad." Oscar forced a smile and deliberately acted well-behaved and obedient. William looked at the scene of the deep affection between the siblings with cold eyes and turned away without wasting any more time. However, Chun Yun suddenly shouted, "William, wait. I have something to tell you." She hurriedly reached out to grab William, but was quickly stopped by Jiangshun. "William, I really have something important to tell you." Chun Yun's voice was filled with anxiety. William stopped, turned around, and looked at her coldly, motioning her to continue. "Brother William, haven't you always wanted to be on a variety show with me? I've already talked to the production team and can bring you and Brother Win together." As soon as these words came out, Oscar's face changed instantly. He never thought that Chun Yun would make such a ridiculous invitation. He felt mixed emotions, worried that William might go crazy on the show, but secretly looking forward to it. If William really did attack him on the show, it would be perfect black material that would completely ruin William's reputation. Back in the car, Tina looked at William worriedly. "Master, do you really want to participate in that variety show?" William nodded and said lightly, "I promised her. But she is a member of the Chun family." "Master, don't you hate the Chun family the most? Aren't you afraid that they will unite to cheat you?" Tina stamped her feet in anxiety. William smiled, his eyes revealing a hint of teasing. "Don't worry, whoever dares to plot against me, I will make him suffer 10 times more than me." Tina was barely able to calm down, but she was still a little uneasy. At this time, Jiangshun on the side spoke up. "William, if you really want to participate in the show, you can say hello to Mr. Zhao first." "Mr. Zhao?" William frowned slightly, a little confused by this suggestion. Jiangshun explained. "The production company of this variety show is run by Mr. Zhou's youngest son." William nodded thoughtfully, as if he had made a decision. Chapter 86, Chun Yun's Plan. The atmosphere in Chun Yun's car was a little subtle. Oscar lowered his head in thought, his face showing no emotion, but his heart was already in turmoil. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that bringing William to the show might not be a wise choice. Although he was confident that he could attract fans and whitewash himself, William's change was too unexpected. At the banquet yesterday, William completely ignored his provocation. This calmness proved that he was no longer the country bumpkin who only acted recklessly. In addition, William's temperament in his every move even made him feel a little uneasy. William's performance in the show is better than his. Wouldn't he lose both the wife and the army? The more Oscar thought about it, the more he felt that he must stop William from participating in the show this time. Fifth sister, are we really going to bring my brother to the show? He looked at Chun Wanning tentatively, with some hesitation in his tone. Are you worried that William will bully you on the show? Chun Wanning looked up at him, her tone teasing. Fifth sister, that's not what I meant. Oscar smiled bitterly and lowered his head. I just think that he has changed a lot recently, and I'm afraid he will affect you. After all, your understanding of him may still be stuck in the past. Oscar's tone was full of caution, but his eyes were filled with undisguised worry. Chun Wanning was deeply moved by her brother's words and gently touched his head. Don't worry, Fifth Sister has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and she has long learned how to deal with these little troubles. Her eyes were filled with confidence. No matter how William changes, he is just an ungrateful person. He can't shake my position. Besides, I brought him to the show mainly to help you. For me? Oscar was stunned, his face full of confusion. Of course it's for you. Chun Wanning smiled, with a bit of pride in her tone. Fifth Sister knows that you have a bad reputation recently. This time I am on the show to take the opportunity to clear these stains for you. Her eyes flashed with a shrewd look. As long as you handle it well, the audience will definitely accept you again. Oscar's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he couldn't help asking, really? Will my brother be willing to help me? It doesn't matter whether he is willing or not. Chun Wanning was full of confidence. The program team is my people. He has no choice. Oscar was completely relieved and even began to look forward to his performance on the show. He had already pictured himself shining brightly on the show while William was being trampled underfoot in a miserable state. This time, he will never let William turn over again. At the same time, there are deeper calculations hidden behind Chun Wanning's plan. Recently, the Chun family's reputation has been declining, which has also affected her position in the entertainment industry. In particular, the persona she previously established as the fairy brother and sister has now become a handle for everyone to ridicule. In order to save this image, her public relations team suggested to whitewash Oscar as Stain and reshape his positive image. William was the victim of this plan. As long as the audience sees William's performance, they will definitely sympathize with Oscar more, and even question whether there is any hidden story behind all the stains in the past. Chun Wanning's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. To ensure that everything goes well, she has already informed the production team that all editing will be done according to her requirements. William is just a tool she uses. More importantly, she never really took William seriously. In her eyes, this brother from the countryside was just an insignificant burden. The Chun family gave him wealth and glory, but he was ungrateful, and now he deserved to be scolded. Thinking of this, Chun Wanning felt more justified and even began to consider how to establish a new persona for herself through the show. A simple and kind sister, working hard to guide her rebellious brother onto the right track. She pictured this in her mind and smiled with satisfaction. Of course, she would not disclose William's true identity. After all, letting people in the circle know that she has such a biological brother would only make her a laughingstock. Before the show even started, Chun Wanning already had her plan planned out, and William was the most useless pawn in her plan. Chapter 87. Zhang Qijing returns to Chen's house. Oscar to the hospital. Chun Wanning stopped for a while to make sure Dora was still resting, then left in a hurry to go back to the company to discuss public relations strategies. Meanwhile, Oscar sat alone in a corner of the ward, looking haggard. He lowered his head, his face was covered with tears, and he wiped them secretly with the back of his hand from time to time, but he still couldn't hide his lost look. When Dora woke up, she saw Oscar like this for the first time, and she was immediately frightened and her face turned pale. Son, what's wrong with you? Her voice was full of anxiety. Oscar looked up suddenly, as if he was frightened, and quickly forced out a stiff smile. Mom, are you awake? He stood up and walked to the bedside, saying gently, Are you hungry? I'll call someone to send some food over. Dora had no appetite at all. She lifted the quilt and walked to Oscar, her face full of concern. Son, who bullied you? Oscar shook his head repeatedly. No, Mom, no one really bullies me. But he obviously couldn't hide his expression. His eyes were slightly red, and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. Is it because of family matters? Did your classmates say something behind your back? No, really not, I'm fine. He shook his head again, trying to change the subject, but was interrupted by Dora. Impossible. Dora's eyes were sharp. I'm your mother. I know you best. You've clearly been wronged, but you're hiding it from me. She deliberately covered her chest and pretended to be in pain. Ouch, my heart can't take it. Oscar was so anxious when he saw this that he didn't know what to do. He quickly supported her. Don't worry, Mom. I said, it was seventh sister, she. He gritted his teeth, his eyes turned red in an instant, and tears fell in big drops. Dora heard this. She was immediately furious. Is it Chun Way? What did she do? Then, Oscar told her everything Chun Way did in school today without missing a word. Dora was so angry that her face turned blue after hearing this, and she immediately took out her cell phone to call Chun Way. However, Chun Way seemed to have expected this. She hung up directly, and then simply blocked Dora. This made Dora even angrier. She gasped and cursed bluntly. They've rebelled. They've all rebelled. They're all traitors. She vented all her anger on William. It's all William's fault. This little bastard has caused everyone in the family to become like this. Oscar saw her gritting her teeth and quickly comforted her. Mom, have you forgotten what the doctor said? Scolding your brother will make your illness worse. Dora was stunned, touched the protruding scar on her face, and said in a trembling voice, Yes, you can't scold him anymore. We have to see if it's really his fault. Just as the mother and son were thinking about their own things, there was a knock on the door outside the ward. Oscar opened the door and saw Butler Zhang and the haggard Zhang Qi standing at the door and was slightly stunned. Young master. Butler Zhang bowed his head respectfully. Uncle Zhang, are you feeling better? Oscar smiled and invited the two of them into the house. Zhang Qijing stood behind Butler Zhang with his head down, his eyes flickering, and he quickly lowered his head after looking at Oscar. This was the plan they had agreed on in advance, to let Zhang Qijing return to the Qin family. And this is exactly how Oscar wants to take revenge on Chun Way. She can't stand Zhang Qijing, right? Then I'll make him appear in front of her every day to see how long she can endure it. Dora's face instantly turned cold when she saw Zhang Qijing. But when she saw Zhang Qijing kneeling down to admit his fault, her anger dissipated a little. After Butler Zhang and Zhang Qijing apologized earnestly, the mother and son reluctantly let them leave. After sending the father and son away, Oscar returned to the ward, feeling upset. Dora sighed and soothed him. Son, I know you want to help Zheng, but the house is in such a mess right now, so avoid it if you can. Oscar shook his head and said in a low voice, Mom, I just think that there is no difference between Zheng and Big Sister. They just like someone too much. How can they become bad people? Dora was stunned by this sentence, and the past events came to her mind. She was silent for a long time and finally sighed. You are right. Zheng is a good child, but he made a little mistake. On second thought, she felt that Oscar was right. Since you two have a good relationship, let him come back. With his mother's permission, Oscar immediately took Zhang Qijing home. After getting off the car, he said meaningfully, Remember, you can come back because of me. Zhang Qijing nodded quickly. Don't worry, young master. I will listen to you from now on. Oscar patted his shoulder with satisfaction, then turned and went into the house. However, when he pushed open the door, he froze. The room was in a mess, with torn pages scattered on the floor and the cabinets empty. His treasured models, signed basketballs, limited edition sneakers, expensive watches, and clothes all disappeared. And the air was filled with a sense of irony after deliberate destruction. Oscar's face was grim, his fists clenched, and anger surged in his chest. Chun Way, he growled, and a full anger instantly surged into his heart. Chapter 88. Oscar calls the police. David dragged his tired body back home, just wanted to take a hot shower and rest early. However, a police car parked in the yard stopped him instantly. He frowned and cursed in his heart. What's wrong again? Is this family cursed? The police keep coming to the door. He walked quickly into the house and saw two policemen talking in a low voice with Oscar. What's going on? He asked in a deep voice. Oscar hurried forward and said, Dad, you're back. Why did the police come? David looked unhappy. Oscar said with a hint of grievance. I called the police. My house was robbed. Was it robbed again? David rubbed his brows, his tone revealing deep fatigue. What was lost? My room was ransacked. Oscar lowered his head, his eyes red, and his voice choked. However, Oscar was full of calculations in his mind. He had discovered that other rooms in the house were safe and sound, but his room was ransacked, and he immediately guessed that it was Chun Yinwei who did it. Since she wants to treat me like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. He sneered to himself, deliberately making a big deal out of it, waiting to see how David would end up. At this moment, a lazy voice came from the stairs. Oh, I was dealing with some of my own things, but I alarmed the police? Chun Yinwei walked down the stairs slowly in her nightgown with a sarcastic smile on her face. Seventh sister, did you take the things from my room? Oscar looked shocked, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Chun Yinwei sneered. Don't call me seventh sister. I don't have a brother as vicious as you. What do you mean by your things? You were just an adopted son. Do I need to ask you before I deal with my own things? Her tone was cold and disdainful, and she looked straight at David. Right, my good father? David felt uncomfortable under the resentful gaze and sighed in his heart. This daughter has really changed. He knew that Chun Yinwei was venting the dissatisfaction accumulated over the years, the neglect of them, and the disappointment in this family. On the other side, Oscar's expression changed several times, from disbelief to grievance, and finally, he looked at David with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't know it was my seventh sister who did it, so I called the police and caused trouble for the family. David sighed deeply, feeling as if his head was about to explode. If I don't stand by Yinwei today, I'm afraid I will really lose this daughter. So he sent the police away on the pretext of a misunderstanding at home. Chun Yinwei glanced at Oscar triumphantly, then turned and went upstairs like a victorious rooster. Son, don't think too much. Your seventh sister is in a bad mood, so stay away from her. Dad will give you those things in a few days. After saying that, he patted Oscar on the shoulder and went upstairs to rest without even giving him a chance to explain. Oscar looked at his father's back, his eyes full of resentment, his fists clenched tightly. Very good. You are all protecting her, right? He sneered in his heart and gritted his teeth secretly. Zhao Lao car accident. When the Chin family was in chaos, William was not interested at all. His attention was attracted by a piece of news. Mr. Zhao had a car accident. It turned out that on the way home that night, due to the driver's operating error, the vehicle lost control and crashed into a tree on the roadside. The driver, Xiao Lu, was seriously injured, and Zhao had a head injury and was unconscious and was rushed to the hospital. When he woke up, his children and grandchildren gathered around his bed and asked about his health. The noisy scene upset him. Stop making noise, he shouted, looking around at everyone. How is Xiao Lu? The eldest son, Zhao, Xinping hurriedly replied. Dad, don't worry. Xiao Lu has completed the operation and is not in danger of death. Old Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, then touched his chest. His face suddenly changed. Where is my amulet? The third son, Zhao Sinan, was stunned. He took out a red rope from the bedside table and handed it to him. Is this it? Old Zhao took it and saw that the amulet had turned gray, as if it had been burned by fire. Teacher Xiao Jiang, why did my amulet turn gray? He quickly called William, and half an hour later, William rushed to the hospital. Mr. Zhao. William pushed the door open, glanced at everyone in the ward, and sat down calmly. Teacher Xiao Jiang. Mr. Zhao was so excited that he lifted the quilt and wanted to get out of bed, but was held down by William. Don't move, your injury hasn't healed yet. I came to see you. Where's the amulet? Mr. Zhao quickly handed it over. William glanced at it and said, the amulet has been used to ward off disasters. It's no longer useful. So, I am safe and sound thanks to this amulet. Mr. Zhao nodded and asked, then have I recently attracted some evil spirit? William observed his face and said slowly, have you been to a place with heavy Yin energy recently? Mr. Zhao thought for a while and said, a few days ago, I sent an old comrade off for the last time and went to his hometown. I see. William nodded, took out a jade token from his bosom and handed it to him. Wear it, go to these places less often, and you'll be fine. Mr. Zhao was very grateful, but his second son, Zhao, Xinfeng, showed a look of disdain. Dad, where did this kid come from? He also has amulets and evil spirits. Isn't this superstition? Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao became furious. Shut up. If you don't want to die, then be respectful to teacher Xiao Jiang. The Zhao family members were silent, but they were not convinced in their hearts. Zhao Xinfeng secretly decided that he would expose William's true face the next time they met. The next day, Zhao insisted on being discharged from the hospital and took his two sons to visit William. However, Zhao Xinfeng found out William's background and angrily called David. Chairman Chen, please take good care of your son. If he dares to lie to my father again, the Zhao family will never let him go. Chapter 90, Who Attacked Mr. Zhao? After Mr. Zhao explained the reason why Zhao Xinfeng failed to come, he took the two Zhao brothers and Chengfu into the basement. Although Zhao Xinping and Zhao Sinan had doubts, they could only follow and observe due to their father's majesty. Inside the basement, a bone-chilling chill instantly hits you, as if the cold air is drilling into your bones, making you shiver uncontrollably. In the center, a large sword is suspended in the air, with densely packed talismans wrapped around the blade, making the chill even worse. It's winter, and you still turn on the air conditioner so high. Zhao Xinping tried to hide his uneasiness. William smiled indifferently and did not answer. He just turned around and asked, Mr. Zhao, did you bring the things? Old Zhao endured the discomfort in his body and trembled as he handed a jade ring to William. I brought it, Teacher Xiao Jiang. William took the ring and saw that old Zhao was a little overwhelmed. He frowned and looked at Zhao Xinping. Why don't you support your father? Zhao Xinping was so angry at this that he was about to explode, but when he met William's cold gaze, he felt inexplicably guilty. He could only suppress his dissatisfaction and support Mr. Zhao obediently. On the other side, Zhao Sinan noticed the appearance of the jade ring, and his eyes fixed. Dad, isn't this the ring I gave you? Old Zhao nodded, and there was a hint of pain in his complicated eyes, as if he had so much bitterness that he couldn't express it. William saw his hesitation and said calmly, Mr. Zhao, this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Zhao for the time being. You don't have to think too much about it. Hearing this, Mr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhao Sinan was full of confusion. What's going on? William smiled calmly. You will understand later. Chengfu, distribute the things to them. Chengfu handed the Tongyin talisman to the three Zhao family members and whispered, Hold it no matter what you see. Don't let go. Then, William turned to the floating sword and whispered the formula, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. The coldness became more biting, and even Zhou Lao's body began to tremble slightly. William, is my father okay like this? Zhou Sinan asked anxiously. William casually threw out a talisman and stuck it on Zhou Lao's body, immediately suppressing his evil spirit. Zhou Lao's face turned rosy again, and he stopped shaking, while the Zhou brothers were stunned, obviously speechless because of this scene. However, the real shock was yet to come. The suspended sword suddenly vibrated violently, and the talismans on the blade fell off one by one, and black mist poured out of the sword. When the last talisman fell, the thick black mist condensed into a human figure, standing in front of William. General, I summoned you here only to verify one thing. William's voice was calm and solemn. How dare you, you little brat, to hinder me? Get out of here! The voice of the humanoid mist was hoarse, but full of energy. He suddenly rushed towards Mr. Zhao, but was slapped by William with a talisman and could not move. William said coldly, General, I respect your past achievements, but if you continue to help the tyrant, don't blame me for being rude. The mist figure paused and asked in a cold voice, When did I help the tyrant? Don't slander me, kid. William raised the ring that was wrapped in evil spirit, his eyes sharp. Does the general recognize this thing? This is the Jinjuan Jade ring. Why is it in your hand? The general was shocked and seemed to sense something was wrong. William sneered. General, since you died 1,000 years ago, why are you here today? Who brought you back? The general was stunned, his eyes blank. Why? Am I here who called me back? William knew that the person behind the scenes had made some moves, causing damage to the general's memory, making it difficult for him to learn the truth. General, look carefully at the two people behind me. Are they your soldiers? William let go of his hand and let him approach the Zhou brothers. The black fog slowly drifted towards Zhou Xinping and Zhou Sinan, and the Zhou brothers were so scared that their legs were stiff and they could not move. After a while, the black mist floated back to William and said disdainfully, These two have greasy hair and powdered faces, no fighting power, and are vulnerable. How can they be my soldiers? Although the two brothers were afraid, their faces still turned red at the ridicule. William smiled faintly. General, be quiet. When the time is right, I will send you back to your position. After that, he raised his hand and pinched his fingers to suppress the general back into the sword, and the talismans were attached to the blade one by one. After walking out of the basement, William suddenly felt a heat in his nose. He raised his hand and touched it, and found that he was bleeding from the nose. Teacher Xiao, are you okay? Mr. Zhao asked nervously. William shook his head. It's just that he consumed too much energy, so he will be fine after a few days of rest. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. This matter has nothing to do with your sons. He glanced at Zhao Sinan and added, Young Master Zhao is a man of merit and virtue, and he would never do such a thing. After hearing this, Mr. Zhao was finally relieved, but the Zhao brothers were still in shock and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Jiang, William, what was the evil spirit of the general just now? What was going on? Zhao, sheeping murmured. Chapter 91 Variety, Show Changes Format. William briefly explained the whole story, and Zhao Sinan and his brother were stunned and speechless for a long time. So, the jade ring I gave to my father almost killed him? Zhao Sinan's tone was full of self-blame. You can say that, William answered calmly, without a trace of hesitation. Zhao Sinan's face turned pale, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard, then knelt in front of Mr. Zhao. Dad, I'm sorry. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. He choked up and said, At the time, I heard at the auction that this was an antique that had been passed down for hundreds of years and had been blessed by a master. It was good for the body, so I thought of giving it to you. Mr. Zhao sighed and helped him up. Okay, I know you don't mean to hurt me. Get up. Zhao Sinan stood up, his eyes full of anxiety. William, can you help my father get rid of the evil spirit in his body? William nodded. I have promised Mr. Zhao that I will solve it, but my physical condition is a little weak now, so I need to wait a little longer. However, you can rest assured that Mr. Zhao has the protective jade amulet to protect him, so there will be no problem. Hearing this, Zhao Sinan was slightly relieved, but William asked again. However, Mr. Zhao, I want to know more. Why did you buy this jade ring? Chung Fu added. Yes, Mr. Zhao, this jade ring is not simple. It is just like the evil spirits in the villa. They were all fed by Mr. Zhao's blood. The person behind it must be coming from Mr. Zhao. Zhao Sinan recalled for a moment, frowned, and said, I really didn't plan to take a picture of this thing at that time, but later a Taoist priest told me that this ring has a history of more than 1,000 years. It is a treasure passed down by ancient generals. Wearing it for a long time is good for the body. Zhao Xinping frowned when he heard this. Exin, you never believed in these things. Why did you suddenly listen to a Taoist priest and buy this ring? Zhao Exinen looked confused, as if he couldn't figure it out himself. Yeah, why did I believe it at that time? William's eyes fixed, and he asked, Do you remember the name or appearance of that Taoist priest? Zhao Sinan tried hard to recall, but found that the man's appearance was extremely vague, as if his memory had been deliberately erased. William, I can't remember his name or even his appearance. His features are so ordinary, as if he doesn't exist at all. Zhao Sinan became more and more flustered as he spoke, and couldn't help asking, William, did I see a ghost? William pondered for a moment and explained he may have used some mysterious technique to hide his features in order to avoid being tracked down. This matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to blame yourself. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Zhao family looked solemn. Someone is deliberately trying to harm Elder Zhao, and even hid his identity so deeply. This matter is more complicated than we imagined. Seeing the depressing atmosphere, Mr. Zhao laughed and said, Don't be so sad. Teacher Xiao Jiang is here. No matter how powerful that person is, he can't get out of my control. His words eased the situation a little. Zhao Sinan also said earnestly, William, please help our Zhao family. If you save my father, you will be our Zhao family's benefactor. If you need anything in the future, just ask. William smiled calmly. It's also a good thing for me to help a virtuous person like Mr. Zhao. However, Mr. Zhao, I do have a small matter that I need your help with. Just tell me, William. I will do my best. Zhao Sinan agreed immediately. In a while, I will participate in a program invested by your company. I hope it can be changed to a live broadcast. Zhao Sinan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Such a small matter is not a problem. If necessary, I can ask the team to fully cooperate. He said it decisively, obviously grateful to William, and did not hesitate at all. After sending Zhou's father and son away, William returned to the study and looked through the surveillance video. The video showed Chun Wanning cleaning Oscar's room, and the latter called the police, but was suppressed by David. This farce of the Chun family is getting more and more interesting. William sneered and had already made up his mind. However, when he saw Zhangqi returning to Chen's house, his eyes darkened slightly. It was obvious that Dora had been behind this. What a lunatic! William shook his head, and he actually admired her brainless style. Zhang Qijian's return was destined to be the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Chen family. William smiled, then called Qin Xian and asked, "What's the current status of the case against Dora?" Chapter 92, David Beats Dora. 2 days later, it was the day Dora was discharged from the hospital, but only Daisy and Oscar came to pick her up. Chun Yun, Chun Lang, and Chun Ilan were busy with work, so they called to apologize early in the morning, and she didn't think much of it. But she waited for the whole morning, and not only did Chun Wanning and Chun Yin not come, they didn't even call, which made her angry and scolded them for being unfilial. Especially David, who didn't visit or call in the past few days, and didn't even show up when she was discharged from the hospital, which made her even more furious. Dora was so angry that she called David and questioned him repeatedly. She kept calling him, and finally he blocked her. This action made her extremely angry, and she started to curse in the ward, not only cursing David, but also cursing Chun Wanning and Chun Yinwei. "Mom, don't be angry. Your mouth is just healed. What if you get a sore again because of cursing?" Oscar couldn't help but persuade her. Dora heard this. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she soon snorted coldly. "I'm not scolding William." When the words came to her lips, she habitually wanted to call William a little beast, but forced herself to swallow them back. She sneered and said, "When I find the master, I will never let him go." Before she finished speaking, her cell phone rang and an unfamiliar number called in. "Who is this?" She answered the phone impatiently. "Hello, is this Ms. Dora? We are from the First People's Court of Takeo. Today is the opening day of William's defamation lawsuit against you." "Open the court? What rights does he have to sue me?" She interrupted angrily. "I am his mother. I gave birth to him with great difficulty, and I am still being sued by him. You guys are also accepting this kind of case." After hanging up the phone, her face was extremely ugly, and she gritted her teeth in anger. "William!" She stood up suddenly, dragged her suitcase out, and wished she could tear William to pieces immediately. "Brother, what's going on? What's the matter with the call from the court? Did William really sue Mom?" Chun Lang asked in confusion. Oscar frowned, thought for a moment, and sighed. "It's true, my brother sued Mom. Now our family is going to be scolded by netizens again." He shook his head helplessly. At the same time, a hot search broke out online. Hashtag the wife of the chairman of Chun Group insulted a high school student hashtag. This topic quickly attracted attention, and the driving force behind it was Qin Xian. He announced the incident on Weibo and attached a video of Dora insulting William. Netizens were instantly furious, and their original hostility towards the Chun Group intensified, with a flood of insults pouring in. David learned about this. The public opinion was out of control, so he rushed home. When he opened the door, Dora was holding her cell phone, angrily calling and threatening to sue William and those netizens who scolded her. Oscar and Chun Lang were sitting on the sofa. When they saw David coming in, they felt like they had grabbed a lifeline. "Dad, what should we do? People are scolding our family online again." Chun Lang said anxiously, "Dad, Mom is very emotional. She just got out of the hospital. Please try to comfort her." Oscar added hastily. Dora heard the noise, turned around, and saw David. She was instantly furious. She hung up the phone and pointed at him and cursed. "David, how dare you come back? I've been in the hospital for so many days, and you didn't come to see me. Now you're not even going to pick me up from the hospital. Are you keeping a little bitch outside again? You don't want me anymore, right? If you don't want to live with me anymore, then divorce me." This series of vicious accusations completely ignited David's anger. Without saying a word, he slapped her hard. "Have you had enough of this?" he growled, his face gloomy and frightening. Dora was stunned, covering her face for a long time, and then she grabbed the phone and threw it at him. The phone hit David's forehead, and blood came out on the spot, and the bright red liquid flowed down his forehead. Dora didn't give up and stretched out her hand to try again, but David grabbed her and slapped her twice in a row. "Idiot, I've had enough of you." His voice was as cold as ice. "Let's get a divorce now. I, David, am so unlucky to marry a jinx like you." This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured on Dora. She froze in place, tears streaming down her face. She thought of her reliance on David and how she would spend her 50s if she got divorced. She panicked. "What? You don't dare to divorce now?" David asked with a sneer, his eyes devoid of warmth. Dora, the group has lost billions because of your stupid behavior. I warn you, if you don't want a divorce, do as I say. He pointed at her and said in a cold tone, from now on, put away your spoiled princess temper. If you do something stupid again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dora lowered her head and dared not respond, but a hint of unwilling hatred flashed in her eyes. Chapter 93. Dora apologizes. William got off the car. He heard a shout. William. He turned around and saw Dora and David walking towards him quickly. Dora took off her mask, and the abscess at the corner of her mouth healed a lot, leaving only a faint mark. It seems that she has been very restrained recently. She didn't wear much makeup on her face and looked a little haggard, but her pace was still hurried. William looked indifferent and said sarcastically, What? Mrs. Chun, are you here to apologize to me? Dora saw the sneer on William's face and felt itchy with hatred in her heart, but she had to suppress her anger. She forced a smile. William, Mom knows she was wrong. William sneered even more. Mrs. Chun, the court requires you to apologize in public, but there are too few people here now, so it doesn't count. William, Dora's face looked grim. I'm your mother. You're suing your own mother? Is there any son like you in the world? William's face turned slightly cold when he heard this, and his voice became a little sharp. Dora, let me ask you, did I ask you to give me life? His eyes were sharp, piercing her heart like a knife. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to go through so much pain. How can you forgive the torture I endured for more than 10 years when I was trafficked? How can you forgive the beatings and scoldings I received after returning to the Chun family? William's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Dora's heart. I don't owe you anything anymore, he said coldly, his tone full of disdain and determination. The moment I died in my previous life, our parent-child relationship was severed. Now, you are the ones who owe me. Dora's face was uncertain when she heard this. She felt a little sorry for no reason, but it was quickly suppressed by anger. She was about to explode, but David pulled her back, so she had to suppress her anger. Her expression immediately turned sad, and she burst into tears. William, Mom really knows that I was wrong, and I will make it up to you in the future. But William interrupted mercilessly. Enough. Stop acting in front of me. You have no right to call yourself Mom. I, William, have always been an orphan. An orphan means having no father or mother. Do you understand? He said it coldly and heartlessly, as if completely severing the relationship between the two. William turned around and was about to leave, but before he left, he said, if you really want to apologize, go to the school during morning exercises and apologize in front of all the teachers and students. He turned around and gave her a cold look. Otherwise, wait for the court to enforce it, and it will be on the hot search again. Dora was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her face was pale and blue. David hurriedly came out to smooth things over. William, Dad wants to talk to you alone. William did not stop and said coldly, Not interested. It's about Mr. Zhao. David added quickly. William paused and turned to look at him, seeming to be somewhat interested in Mr. Zhao. David's heart moved, and he secretly confirmed his guess. The big man behind William is indeed Mr. Zhao. A complex emotion surged in his heart, both nervous and faintly excited. A few days ago, he received a call from Zhao Xinfeng, who accused William of deceiving Mr. Zhao. He was full of doubts at the time. Who was Mr. Zhao? Even David couldn't get close to him. So how could William know him? At first, he suspected that Zhao Xinfeng was talking about Oscar, and even tried to find out that Oscar didn't know the Zhao family at all. So he turned his attention to William, and combined with the rumors that William was kept, he gradually had the answer in his mind. William actually got in touch with Mr. Zhao. This surprised and delighted David. After all, a behemoth like the Zhao family could save the Chun group from disaster with just a little effort. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, even forgetting his previous indifference to William's significance to the Chun family suddenly became extremely important, and he became the Chun family's cash cow. He was angry with Dora yesterday, not only because he was in a bad mood, but also to teach her a lesson for not knowing the limits and almost ruining the Chun family's hopes. Now, he can't wait to bring William back to the Chun family and make sure Dora doesn't cause any more trouble. William, I'm not trying to stop you. I'm trying to help you. David had a sincere expression on his face. Mr. Zhao thinks highly of you. I want to work with you and help you reach a higher level. William's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but he didn't say anything, just stared at him quietly. David gritted his teeth secretly and continued to persuade him. I know my family has wronged you in the past, but people always have to look forward, right? As long as you are willing to return to the Chin family, I promise that you will have the greatest freedom at home in the future, and no one will interfere with you anymore. William chuckled and said in a low voice, David, it seems that you are very good at doing business now. Sorry, I'm not interested in this business. He said lightly, turned and left, leaving David frozen in place with a livid face. Chapter 94 David's Plan. William, I heard that you have a good relationship with Mr. Zhao? David asked tentatively, his tone cautious but full of expectation. William glanced at him and said coldly, Mr. Chun, I have to go to class in a few minutes. Just say it if you have something to say. The reason why he stopped was entirely because of the 4 words, Mr. Zhao. David smiled, looking nonchalant. Dad knows you are still angry with your family. Stop. Don't disgust me, Mr. Chun. If you call yourself Dad again, I will leave immediately. Hearing this, David's face froze instantly. He cursed rebellious son in his heart, but still wore a hypocritical smile on his face. Okay, let's not talk about this. I am responsible for all the hurt you suffered before, and I apologize to you. William raised his eyebrows and looked at the man in front of him, not understanding what tricks he was playing. David was delighted when he saw William's expression, thinking that his sincerity had worked. I know I'm not a qualified father, but I'm really determined to make it up to you. I hope you can give our father-son relationship a chance, even if it's just a little bit. William's expression changed from indifference to mockery when he heard this. He almost instantly understood David's true intention. Sure enough, the man in front of him was after profit. When all the clues were connected together, including Mr. Zhou's name and the Chun family speculations, an absurd conclusion emerged. David thought he was being kept by Mr. Zhou. Thinking of this, William felt extremely disgusted and didn't even bother to look at David. But in David's opinion, his silence clearly showed that he was touched. William, no matter when, as long as you are willing to come home, Dad will be waiting for you. David had a deeply affectionate look on his face, as if he had regarded William as the Chun family's life-saving straw. William sneered, his tone was cold. David, stop talking nonsense. How do you know that I know Mr. Zhou? As soon as these words came out, David's smile froze instantly, but he quickly calmed down. William, none of this matters. What matters is that you are happy. You don't like Oscar? No problem. He will move out right away. The Chun family's property will eventually be yours. As long as you are willing to come back, Dad will make you the sole heir to the Chun family. The more he spoke, the more outrageous it became, as if he had forgotten William's resentment towards the Chun family. William couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted coldly. David, go check your brain. Don't treat me like a fool. You know everything. You just choose to ignore it. After saying that, William turned around and left without hesitation, leaving David standing there, his face turning pale. Until he got back in the car, he still hadn't figured out why William suddenly scolded him. Dora spoke cautiously. Honey, what should we do now? I've apologized, but William still won't forgive me. She almost blurted out little beast, but swallowed it back at David's sharp gaze. Who to blame? Wasn't it your own fault? If the Chun family really collapses, you will be the culprit, David said angrily, his tone full of anger. Honey, I know I was wrong. I will go back and apologize to William in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Okay, even if you apologize, he won't forgive you. David interrupted coldly. Then what should I do? Dora's voice was filled with tears, and her eyes were red. He is your son. Can't you even comfort him? David said with regret. Dora was stunned and asked after a long time. Coax him? I used to coax one by taking him to eat delicious food, buying him clothes and toys. David was silent for a moment, thinking of William's current status, and knew that these small favors were of no use. A child who lacks love can only be moved by love. David said firmly, from now on, you will cook for him and send him to school in person every day. To ask for forgiveness, you must have the attitude of asking for forgiveness. Dora exclaimed when she heard this. You want me to bring food to William? And I have to cook it myself? This is the taste of my mother, David scolded. You don't know how to cook? Let the nanny teach you. Dora pursed her lips, looking aggrieved, but she dared not say another word. Her life was destined to be difficult. Chapter 95 Dora cries in grievance. Dora got home. She didn't dare to delay for even a moment and immediately followed the chef to learn how to cook. She had lived a life of luxury since she was a child and seldom went into the kitchen, let alone learn how to cook, so she encountered many problems. She either cut her hands while cutting vegetables, or got burned by hot oil, or even broke a plate when carrying it. After learning for less than half a day, she had already cursed countless times in her heart, and she wanted to put some rat poison in the rice to poison William to death. The whole first floor was filled with her screams and the chef's helpless sighs. Even the nanny hid far away. At night, Chun Yun came back and was shocked to see the dark dishes on the table. At this moment, Dora came out with a plate of black food, with burn marks on her face. "Mom, what are you doing?" Chun Yun couldn't help asking, her tone full of shock. "Can't you tell? I'm learning how to cook," Dora replied unhappily, with a look of grievance on her face. Chun Yun laughed out loud after hearing this. "You're so old. Why did you suddenly want to learn this? Do you think I'm willing?" Dora was so angry that she threw the dishes on the table. "It's your father who forced me to do it. He asked me to cook for William every day and asked him to come back. How could it be easy for me?" When she mentioned this, tears welled up in her eyes, and she hugged Chun Yun and complained. "Do you know? The abscess on my mouth a while ago was caused by William. I don't know what kind of evil magic he used, but whenever I scold him, I get sores on my mouth. But I'm his mother. Why doesn't he think about why I scold him? It's because he doesn't listen. One is so well-behaved. When have I ever scolded him? If William had been a little more obedient, would I have treated him like this?" Dora was already sobbing at the end. "Now your dad wants me to drive Wen away. Isn't this tearing my heart out?" Chun Yun cried as she listened, feeling sorry for her mother's grievances and puzzled by her father's decision. Brother Wen is so well-behaved. Why do you have to let him leave? William is too much. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She decided to talk to her father and ask him to give up this ridiculous idea. At 10 o'clock in the evening, David returned home tiredly and was stopped by Chun Yun as soon as he entered the door. "Dad, I have something to talk to you about. It's about William. It's very important." David frowned and said, Yun, Dad is too tired today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." "Dad, just a few minutes. I'll make you a cup of tea. Please go to the study and wait for me." Looking at his daughter's busy back, David sighed helplessly and went to the study. After a while, David sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples, and asked weakly, "Tell me, what's the matter? Dad, are you really going to let Mom bring meals to William every day and kick Brother Wen out?" Hearing this, David's face darkened instantly. "Did your mother complain to you?" Chun Yun quickly shook her head. "No, I just saw that my mother was having a hard time learning to cook, so I asked." She paused and added, "Brother Wen is such a good boy. Why do you have to make him move out?" "Okay, no more talking." David interrupted directly, the fatigue on his face turning into a hint of impatience. Seeing his daughter's red eyes, he sighed again and said in a gentle tone, Yun, a lot of things happened during the time you were away from home. Now it's not William who needs the Chun family, but the Chun family who needs William. William clearly can't tolerate your brother, so Dad has no choice but to let Wen move out first. Don't worry, Dad won't really abandon Wen. I bought him a house near the school a long time ago, and he will live well. Chun Yun calmed down a little after hearing this, but she still couldn't hide her worry. What about the future? Can Brother Wen come back? Of course. Wen will always be the son of the Chun family and my David's son. This will never change. At this point, David's eyes flashed with complexity. He knew that this was unfair to Wen. But William was the key to the Chun family now, so he could only temporarily give up his youngest son's feelings and gamble everything. Chapter 96. Chun Yun takes the initiative to take on the work. Chun Yun was relieved to hear her father's promise, thinking that she had finally convinced her father not to give up on Brother Wen. But she was still confused. What ability did William have that made her father value him so much? "Dad, I don't quite understand. Is William really that important to the Chun family now?" Chun Yun couldn't help asking. He is just an ordinary high school student. Even if he is kept by someone, it can't change this fact. David was a little unhappy when he heard this, but he suppressed his emotion and said casually, "There are some things you don't understand. After William comes back, our family's internal problems will be solved, and we can speak out together to the outside world. Many things will go more smoothly." Chun Yun disagreed in her heart. She felt that things didn't need to be so complicated. If it's just like this, then there's no need for Mom to deliver meals and Wen to leave home. William will definitely come back, and he doesn't need such a troublesome way, she said firmly. David was stunned for a moment, stared at her, and asked, "What do you have in mind?" Chun Yun smiled proudly. "Dad, there's something I haven't told you yet. I have accepted a variety show, and I will take Yin and William with me. Did William agree? David was surprised and obviously didn't believe that William would agree. Of course, as soon as he heard that I wanted to bring him to a variety show, he immediately agreed. He loves to be in the limelight so much, he won't refuse. Chun Yun was full of confidence. She continued, I brought Yin to a variety show before, and the effect was very good. This time, as long as William participates, everything will be easy. David frowned, as if considering the risk. Are you sure he won't cause trouble for the Chun family on the show? Dad, don't worry. The show is closed. He can't make trouble even if he wants to. Besides, as long as I live with him and treat him well, he will feel the warmth of home. Then, all problems will be solved. David felt relieved and nodded, but still reminded, during the show, you must keep a close eye on him and nothing can go wrong. Dad, don't worry. This time, I will definitely bring William home. Chun Yun patted her chest and promised, her eyes full of confidence. After convincing her father, she left the study easily with a proud smile on her face. However, when she walked out of the corridor, a figure slowly walked out from the corner. Oscar had a gloomy face and a look of deep hatred in his eyes. He heard everything that his father and Chun Yun had said in the study. They're actually going to sacrifice me for William. Oscar gnashed his teeth, his nails almost digging into his palms. David, you hypocrite. Chun Yun, you two-faced woman. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. There was crazy anger in his eyes, and he quickly calculated in his mind. Since you have placed all your hopes on William, I will not let you get your wish. In this variety show, I will make William lose face and let everyone know that he is nothing but a joke. Oscar had already made a plan in his mind. He wanted to use the show as an opportunity to step on William and take back everything that belonged to him. When that day comes, you will understand that I am the only real pride of the Chun family. He smiled coldly, then turned and left, his eyes full of determination for revenge. The fight in the Chun family was quietly heating up, and this variety show was destined not to be peaceful. Chapter 97 Oscar is blackmailed by son Zhao. Come here, son. Mom made breakfast for you. As soon as Oscar went downstairs, he heard Dora shouting. He turned his head and saw Dora wearing an apron and looking very virtuous. Oscar looked at the various breakfasts on the table with a sinister look in his eyes. Since he was a child, he had never seen Dora enter the kitchen, let alone eat the food she cooked. But now, she actually cooks for that bastard William. This bastard. What on earth does he have the right to do that? But Oscar was not stupid. He knew that Dora did all this just to please David, and it was not her own intention, so he did not take his anger out on Dora. After all, Dora is now his only support in this family. After last night, he had thought it through. He must hold on to Dora's heart. If one day he is really kicked out of this family, he will let Dora and David divorce. As long as they divorce, Dora can at least get half of the Chun family's property. When the time comes, he will just follow Dora, the idiot. Everything in Dora's hand is his. Thinking of this, Oscar quickly stepped forward and took the plate from Dora. Mom, let me do it. You sit down and take a rest. Dora looked at her obedient and well-behaved baby son, and most of the resentment she had accumulated after a busy morning disappeared in an instant. Mom, your hand. Oscar pulled Dora's hands and looked at them for a while, then raised his head and looked at her in disbelief with red eyes. How did it become like this? Mom, please stop cooking. Look at the injuries on your hands. Dora was very touched to see that her precious son loved her so much. She reached out and touched Oscar's face. Don't be sad, son. Mom is fine. I was too stupid before and could never learn how to cook. I always made mistakes, so I got hurt so much. Now I've become much more skilled and won't get hurt again. Dora sighed softly as she spoke. Son, I'm glad to have you. What does that mean, Mom? Oscar asked doubtfully. Actually, your dad forced me to cook when I was old. He asked me to cook for William and bring the food to him personally. I was almost unable to hold on any longer, but luckily, I thought of you. When I thought about how I could cook and often make delicious food for you, I was full of energy. You are my power bank, Dora said as she gently pinched Oscar's face. Oscar laughed, then deliberately frowned. No, there are so many chefs at home. I can't bear to let my mother work so hard and get hurt just to cook for me. Dora was so moved after hearing this that she hugged Oscar tightly. It's still my dear son who loves his mother. Oscar was held motionless in Dora's arms, with a mocking arc on the corner of his mouth. After a while, he endured the nausea and finished the terrible breakfast Dora made before taking the bus to school with her. On the way, Oscar's cell phone rang several times, but he didn't answer it. Dora asked in confusion, "Son, who's been calling you so early in the morning? Why don't you answer?" There was a hint of guilt in Oscar's eyes. "I've been getting harassing calls from tutoring institutions for several days now. It's really annoying." "Then just block him directly." I blocked them, but they kept calling from different numbers. Seeing that Dora was about to say something, Oscar immediately changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, Mom, when you bring food to my brother later, if he doesn't treat you well, don't take it to heart. You haven't been feeling well lately, so don't be hard on yourself." Dora's attention was instantly diverted when she heard this, and her expression turned ugly. "How dare he? I've been so humble. If he still dares to give me a cold shoulder, don't blame me for not giving him face." Oscar was relieved to see that Dora was no longer paying attention to his call. He chatted with her for a few more words, then took out a review book from his bag and pretended to study hard. Dora was very pleased to see how hard he worked and stopped bothering him. Little did he know that Oscar just opened the book but didn't read a single word. At this moment, his heart was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. During this period, Sun Hao had difficulty finding a job and was almost unable to survive in the capital, so he came to him. Sun Hao demanded financial compensation from him on the grounds that he had caused him to lose his job and threatened him that if he refused to give the money, he would make public what he had done to Chun Wanning. Only then did Oscar realize that Sun Hao had been so despicable as to record the conversation that day. He knew the importance of this matter. If this recording were to be released, the image he had built up over the years would completely collapse. Not to mention Chun Wanning, even David wouldn't let him go. Even if Dora dotes on him, she may not be able to protect him. He had no choice but to give Sun Hao 500,000 yuan to buy the recording. But who would have thought that a few days later, Sun Hao took out another USB flash drive and asked him for another 500,000 yuan. Only then did he realize that he could not buy this recording. He is now Sun Hao's cash cow. He even thought of hiring someone to kill someone. Only when Sun Hao died would he be completely safe. But he was still a minor after all, and he really didn't dare to do something like killing someone. He had to use the tactic of procrastination and said that he had no money on hand. He actually didn't lie. Chun Wanning had taken back all the things that she had given him before, and his financial situation was not as good as before. It's reached the point where we are short of money. Sun Hao called him so many times in a row, and he was obviously anxious. Just then his phone rang again. This time it was a WeChat message. "Sun Hao, young master, since you are busy and can't answer my call, I can only go to your school to see you." The WeChat message was also accompanied by a photo of their school's gate. Now, Oscar was completely panicked. If I don't give Sun Hao a satisfactory answer today, things might not end well. Thinking of this, he became even more confused. "What's wrong? Did you come across any knowledge point that you don't understand? How about Mom hire a tutor for you?" Dora's gentle voice rang in my ears. Oscar turned his head to look at Dora, thought for a moment, and gritted his teeth to make the next decision. "Mom, can you give me some pocket money?" Chapter 98, Dora brings breakfast to William. Over the years, in order to establish an image of being well-behaved and sensible, he has never taken the initiative to ask anyone in the Chun family for money or gifts. Everything he had before was given to him by the Chun family. Oscar must be desperate to say such a thing. Before William came back, he knew that he was just an adopted son of the Chun family. He always felt inferior when facing those friends who were real rich young masters and daughters. So he usually spent money lavishly in order to show off. Recently, William's personality changed drastically, and after the Chun family gradually changed their attitude towards William, he felt a sense of crisis and thought about leaving a way out for himself. But unfortunately, Chun Wanning took back all the things she had given him, causing him to suffer heavy losses. He had wanted to sell off the valuable gifts he had received over the years bit by bit, but that bitch Yin Way ended up selling off all his treasures at once, without giving him a penny. It even made him return to the time before liberation overnight. Although David said that he would make it up to him later, there has been no progress so far. During this period, every time he thought of this, he hated David to the core. He really doesn't want an adoptive father, who only talks big, and the pitiful little savings he had left were depleted after being blackmailed by Sun Hao several times. That's why he had no choice but to ask Dora for money. Fortunately, Dora really treated him as her lifeblood and immediately transferred 1 million to him, and told him to ask her for more if it was not enough. I didn't even ask him why he wanted the money. After receiving the money, Oscar finally breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to Sun Hao, asking him to find a secluded corner and wait for him. A moment later, he arrived at the school gate. Coincidentally, they arrived at about the same time as William S. Maybach. As soon as Oscar got out of the car, he looked around and felt relieved when he saw Sun Hao standing in the corner. "Mom, my brother doesn't like me, so I won't make him angry. I'm going to find my classmates." After Oscar finished speaking, he ran towards Sun Hao. At this moment, William, who knew all the movements of Oscar's phone, watched him running towards Sun Hao anxiously, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Oscar has begun to pay the price for his stupidity. He waited to see how Oscar would resolve the matter. When William saw Dora walking towards him with a loving smile on her face, his face turned cold and he raised his foot to leave. Dora gritted her teeth in hatred when she saw this. But when she thought of the disgust and disappointment that almost overflowed from David's eyes when he looked at her during this period of time, she had to suppress her anger in her heart. She trotted forward a few steps and tried to grab William's wrist, but he dodged her with a look of disgust. There was a glimmer of resentment in Dora's eyes, but there was still a faint smile on her lips. "William, why are you running? Mom came here specially to bring you food. Mom has been learning to cook these 2 days. Mom got up before dawn today and prepared these for you. Look, Mom's hands are covered with wounds because of cooking for you. William, Mom really knows she was wrong. Can you forgive her? Mom will definitely learn to be a good mother in the future." Dora was afraid that William would reject her or didn't want to hear her finish her words, so she spoke very quickly and showed him the injuries on her hands, hoping to impress him with this self-torture tactic. After hearing what she said, William looked intently at the lunch bag in her hand and the small wounds on her hands. "You made me breakfast?" "Yes. Eat it while it's hot, and don't eat in the school cafeteria at noon. Mom will bring it to you." Dora thought her self-torture had worked, and she was very proud of herself. She handed over the lunch bag with a smile on her face. William smiled faintly, reached out to take the lunch bag, then looked at Dora with a half-smile, his eyes full of mockery. "The wife of the chairman of the Chun group personally made this breakfast. Am I, a country bumpkin from a remote village, really qualified to eat this?" Dora's smile froze when she heard this. "Little William, you still won't forgive your mother?" William said nothing, then threw it away. The beautifully designed lunch bag went neatly into the trash, can with a bang sound. "William, you little—" Dora felt as if all her pride and self-esteem had been thrown into the trash can by William along with the breakfast she had made herself. Her face instantly became extremely ugly, and she was ready to curse immediately. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by William's sarcastic words. "Mrs. Chun, if you want to have a few more disgusting boils on your mouth, keep on cursing." These words came out. Dora was choked. William in shock. It's you who cursed me with vicious means." Although Dora had previously suspected that William was the one who caused the abscess at the corner of her mouth, it was only her guess, and there was no real evidence. In addition, this kind of thing was too strange, so after she calmed down, she was more inclined to believe that the whole thing might just be a coincidence. But now, William's words directly admitted that it was him who did it. How could she still tolerate it? At this moment, her hatred for William almost reached its peak. "William, you black-hearted, rotten-lung bastard. I'm going to kill you." She rushed forward almost immediately, wishing she could strangle William, the rebellious son, to death. But she was stopped by Jiang Shun, and her hands were clamped tightly by Jiang Shun. "Dora, if you have time to go crazy here, why don't you go and see what your precious son is doing now? If I'm not mistaken, he's probably been bullied to death." Dora was stunned when she heard this. Wen was bullied? She followed William's gaze and saw the direction Oscar had left. Yes. Didn't Wen just say that she was going to look for her classmates? How come I have been looking for him for such a long time, but haven't seen him enter the school? And now, even his shadow is nowhere to be found. Thinking about the harassing phone call that Oscar had hung up several times before, and the fact that he just asked her for pocket money, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Her Wen was the most well-behaved girl and had never asked him for money on her own initiative. But now she suddenly asked her for money. Could it be that he was bullied at school? Dora was frightened by this terrible thought and immediately forgot everything William had just done. She said viciously, "William, you'd better have nothing to do with this. Otherwise, I will not let you go." After saying that, Dora turned around and ran towards the direction where Oscar disappeared, full of anxiety. "Sun Hao, I've already given you a lot. I really can't give you any more. Young master, you asked me to do this, and now it has come to this." As soon as Dora approached, she heard this conversation and immediately confirmed her guess. Sun Hao, what are you doing? Chapter 99, The Mysterious Middle-Aged Man. Sun Hao, what are you doing? Oscar was startled by the sudden roar. He turned around and saw the angry Dora. He was instantly panicked. Mom, why are you here? Seeing Oscar's pale face, Dora became more convinced that her precious son was being bullied. Oscar behind her like a hen protecting her calves and yelled at Sun Hao in frustration. Sun Hao, why are you here looking for my son if you're not following Chun Wanning? Did Chun Wanning ask you to come to my son to ask for money? Go back and tell her that if she wants money, she can come to me in person to ask for it. Dora hasn't contacted Chun Wanning for some time, so she naturally doesn't know that Sun Hao has been fired by Chun Wanning. Oscar over the years, so she thought he came for this matter. Sun Hao had just been given 100,000 yuan by Oscar. He also knew that as long as he didn't show the leverage in his hand, he could get a steady stream of money from Oscar. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to directly conflict with Dora and use Oscar as leverage to talk. Sun Hao winked at Oscar and left. Dora wanted to scold him again, but Oscar was panicking at the moment, fearing that Dora would annoy Sun Hao and make him blurt out everything. So he quickly grabbed Dora. Mom, please stop scolding me. Things are not what you think. You misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Son, I heard him asking you for money, and you lied to me? Tell me, did Chun Wanning threaten you? No, Mom, my elder sister didn't threaten me, and it wasn't my elder sister who asked Brother Sun how to come here. I had something to ask him, so he came to me. Seeing Oscar's serious expression, Dora began to waver. Is that really the case? It's true, Mom. I didn't lie to you. As soon as Dora appeared, Oscar's mind started working frantically, thinking about how to give Dora a reasonable explanation. At this point, he had already thought of an excuse. Mom, Brother Sun Hao no longer works for Big Sister. He really came to me to help me. Calm down. I will talk to you. How can I help you? Oscar acted as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Mom, I told you, please don't be angry. Dora's heart beat faster when she heard this. Son, have you encountered any difficulties or done anything bad? Oscar shook his head quickly. No, Mom, I didn't do anything wrong. I was helping you find a master. Looking for a master? Why are you looking for a master for me? Didn't you have a lot of abscesses in your mouth because of your brother? I'm worried that this matter is not that simple and will affect your future health. So I want to find a master to help you. If there is really a problem, it can be solved as soon as possible. Dora was so moved when she heard that, her eyes turned red, and she raised her hand to touch Oscar's face. You kid, you did so many things for Mom behind her back. Why didn't you tell Mom? You made Mom worry for nothing. I just want to quietly ask a master to help you. I don't want to alert anyone, so as not to deepen the conflict between you and your brother. Dora sighed. If William, that rebellious son, had been as sensible as you, our family wouldn't be like this now. Oscar and Sun Hao that she had heard before, and asked hurriedly. By the way, Mom heard you say before that you had already given Sun Hao a lot and you couldn't afford any more money. So did you give all your money to Sun Hao to find a master? Oscar nodded aggrievedly. Dora thought for a moment and asked again. Son, you weren't cheated, were you? Mommy tells you this world is a mess. You have been innocent and kind since childhood, and you don't understand the ways of the world. It is very likely that you will spend your money and still not find the so-called master. By the way, is Sun Hao reliable? What if he joins hands with those scammers to cheat you? No, Mom. Brother Sun Hao is a good man, and he won't lie to me. That's hard to say. You're too kind and trusting. You might have really been deceived. So, don't worry about it. Just study hard. I'll take care of the master. Also, don't have anything to do with Sun Hao. I have to talk to her first. Oscar never expected that things would develop to this point. Mom, you really don't need to go look for Brother Sun Hao. I was the one who found and contacted those masters before. If you suddenly go to look for him now, he will definitely be sad. Think about it. He has worked so hard to help me do so many things, but in the end we still suspect that he has deceived us. How do you want others to see me in the future? Oscar deliberately acted anxious, and in the end, his tone was even tearful. Dora then gave up the idea of looking for Sun Hao and transferred another 2 million to Oscar as compensation for all he had silently done for her recently. Then he earnestly advised Oscar not to do stupid things in the future, and his only task now was to study hard. Oscar heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the matter was finally settled. At this moment, Oscar became more determined to get rid of this shameless guy Sun Hao as soon as possible. But he couldn't tell anyone about this. He thought about it over and over again, but couldn't find a good solution. He was so upset that he didn't even want to go to class. After school was finally over, he didn't want to go home. So he made up an excuse, sent away Zhang Qijin and the family driver who wanted to go with him, and walked aimlessly. Finally, I was tired, so I sat alone in the cafe, ordered a cup of coffee, and sat in the corner. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a middle-aged man sat down opposite him. "Young man, are you worried?" Oscar was upset at the moment. Without even raising his head, he said coldly, "Get away and stop bothering me." After hearing this, the middle-aged man was not angry, but smiled. "Young man, why are you so angry? It's just a recording. How can such a small thing stump you?" Oscar looked up at the middle-aged man in surprise. He was wearing a sophisticated suit, which was totally inconsistent with the youthful and modern decoration of the cafe. He looked like a character from a financial magazine, and even more successful than David. How? How do you know this? Having said that, he suddenly thought of something and immediately became alert. "Who are you? Who sent you?" The smile on the middle-aged man's mouth deepened slightly. "Oscar, you don't need to care who I am. You just need to know that I am here to help you. That's enough." Chapter 100 Chun Yin. Now it's your turn. Dora never brought meals to William personally again. But in order to satisfy David, she still prepared meals every day, delivered them to the school gate, and asked the driver to find a classmate to help deliver the meals to William. William stepped on her face again. Anyway, she had done everything she was supposed to do. It was William who was ungrateful, so it was not her fault. Besides, it was obvious that William would not eat the food she sent him, so there was no need for her to be as attentive as she was at the beginning. Now, she just cooks it casually every day. She doesn't care whether it is cooked or delicious. William wouldn't eat it anyway. Even if he felt like eating it, she wouldn't care. In her opinion, William didn't deserve to eat the food she cooked. William did not eat the food he cooked. He did not even take the lunch boxes from those strange classmates and let them deal with it themselves. A week passed like this. These days, William clearly felt that Oscar was different. When he was blackmailed by Sun Hao before, he looked very worried. But now, he is in high spirits every day, and there is less resentment and more pride in his eyes when he looks at me. Oscar never contacted Sun Hao again. It seems that Sun Hao's problem has most likely been resolved. He now has a bad reputation in school, has lost many friends, and only goes in and out with Zhang Qijin every day. William was too lazy to do anything at this time. After all, Chun Yin's variety show is about to start recording, and that is the highlight. Then, the final exam of this semester arrived. Before William was reborn, the school had just held a monthly exam, so this time was his first formal exam after his rebirth. Ranked last in the grade in order to protect Oscar's pitiful self-esteem and not to be disliked by Dora. But this time, he will show his true level and let Dora see how rubbish her adopted son, whom she is so proud of, is and how he is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Since entering the third year of high school, every exam they have taken has been arranged exactly the same as the college entrance examination. The Chinese test starts at 9 a.m. on the first day and lasts 2.5 hours. After William got the test paper, he quickly glanced at the questions. There was no difficulty at all for him. Even if he had not had those 99 lives before his rebirth, it would not have been difficult for him to get high scores. He wrote as if he was inspired by God. He finished his composition just halfway through the exam and handed in the paper directly. Everyone in the examination room was stunned, looking at the time on the wall in disbelief. Is this the end? Is this guy going to let people live? But on second thought, judging from William's previous performance, it is probably because he became rich that he no longer valued his studies and completely gave up. Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. William did the same for all subsequent exams. He was the first to hand in his paper, and each time he handed it in at least half the time in advance. I wonder if there are any students among the readers of this article. If there are, please pay attention. William's exaggeration of handing in the paper early is only for the plot. Please don't learn from him. In real life, when taking exams, we still have to be serious and rigorous and strive to get better grades. I wish all students success in the college entrance examination. Soon, the entire senior year heard about William's glorious deeds and started laughing at him behind his back, saying that he had learned to act pretentious after becoming rich. William didn't know about this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. There is actually another reason why he has been handing in his exam papers early these days. That is, he lacks sleep. In order to help Mr. Zhao solve the problem of evil spirits as soon as possible, he would go out every night during this period to help ghosts who did not want to go to the underworld to report for reincarnation to fulfill their wishes and send them to leave peacefully in order to earn merit. After finishing his last exam, William returned home and took a nap before getting up for dinner. Halfway through his meal, he received a call from Chun Yun. Among all the people in the Chun family, only Chun Yun's phone number has not been blocked by him. But it's almost time. What's the matter? William asked. Meet at Tokyo Airport at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will set off together to the program recording location. Got it? Chun Yun's voice sounded superior, as if she was giving orders to her subordinates. No, don't be late. You will be fined if you are late. After Chun Yun finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly, as if she didn't want to say anything more to William. After William put down his phone, he finished his meal and went into the study. I've been too busy these days and have no time to pay attention to the current situation of the Chun family. Now is a good opportunity to take a look at what they have been doing during this period. The current family atmosphere in the Chun family is completely different from when he was still alive. When he was around, the whole family was always happy. But now, it is either lifeless or in chaos. Only Oscar and Dora still have a deep mother-son relationship. As for David, he has not forgiven Dora until now. Every time he sees her, her nose is not a nose and her eyes are not eyes. Dora has been enduring it, but it is obvious from the surveillance video that Dora can no longer endure it. And Yin Way did not break her promise. After Zhang Qijin and his son returned home one after another, although she was unhappy, she did not do anything. She did not even look for David to ask him to drive Zhang Qijin and his son away. She has now completely given up on everyone in this family. What she did every day was to roll her eyes at Dora from time to time and make some sarcastic remarks to Dora. And for Oscar, she did even more, including but not limited to pouring a glass of juice on him from time to time, stepping on him when passing by, and throwing dead mice on his bed. Although the moves were very childish and did not cause any physical harm to Oscar, but it caused great trauma to Oscar's spirit. William saw Oscar shaking with anger several times under the surveillance camera. After turning off the video, William walked to the big screen and turned on Chun Yun's photo. Chun Yun, now it's your turn. Chapter 101, Past Life Grudges with Chun Yun. In his previous life, William already knew about Chun Yun before he returned to the Chun family. At that time, Chun Yun had already become one of the top young actresses in the entertainment industry for playing the leading role in a costume fantasy drama. The female classmates around her all regard her as an idol. The moment William knew that Chun Yun was his biological sister, he was so excited. He never dreamed that this big star who was madly worshipped by thousands of boys and girls was actually his biological sister. So, when he returned to the Chun family, the person who was most curious was Chun Yun. Chun Yun did not avoid him like her other sisters. Not long after he returned to the Chun family, Chun Yun finished filming a play and returned home. When he saw Chun Yun, he was a little nervous, like a fan meeting his idol. Although Chun Yun's attitude towards him was cold, it was still much better than the other sisters. At least she could still talk to him and even smiled at him. William was deeply moved and his love for Chun Yun reached a new level. He began to pay attention to all the updates of Chun Yun and would stand up when haters scolded Chun Yun, fighting with them for 300 rounds, presenting facts and reasoning, and forcing them to apologize. Every time Chun Yun was attacked online, he was always the first to stand up. He followed the example of the fan circle and led a group of fans to fight against the black fans crazily. When Chun Yun's works were released, he and his fans would enthusiastically recommend them to netizens. Over time, Chun Yun's fans all got to know this person and regarded him as a big shot in the fan circle. Later, he discovered that because of her family background, Chun Yun was always ridiculed for not being strong enough, bringing money into the group, or bullying newcomers. At that time, William was already very familiar with the entertainment industry. He knew that simply arguing with others would not work at all, and it might even affect Chun Yun's reputation among her peers or the public. So she led all her fans to come up with a targeted whitewashing plan. And in the end, not only did the public gradually believe that Chun Yun was a truly talented actress, but her family background was just another shining point in her. He even accidentally created a character for Chun Yun as a kind-hearted daughter of a wealthy family. William, the fan leader, played a certain role in Chun Yun's ability to become a top star in the later period. But all William's efforts ended up with nothing but betrayal. Chun Yun played a big role in helping his game company be snatched away by Oscar. When he needed help the most, Chun Yun, who was already a movie queen at the time, personally accused William, the adopted son, in front of the world, of being nurtured with the Chun family's resources. But in the end, he turned against the Chun family and stole the game and company that Oscar had worked so hard to create. As a result, he and Zhao Yonyan were cyberbullied and became pariahs. He clearly remembered that during that period, there were Chun Yun's fans waiting outside where they lived every day. As soon as they go out, they will be attacked. It can be said that Chun Yun should bear at least half the responsibility for Zhao Yongyan's final desperate jump from a tall building. William lets such a sister go. The next day, Imperial International Airport. Chun Yun's fans knew her flight number early in the morning, so they came to wait for her early. Chun Yun and Oscar arrived together. As soon as the two got out of the car, they heard the crazy screams of a large number of fans. Oscar heard that someone was still calling his name, and he felt very proud and smiled at those fans. The fans were even more excited. Under the escort of bodyguards and staff, the two of them checked in their luggage with difficulty and entered the waiting hall. After waiting for more than half an hour, William still didn't come. After Oscar walked into the first-class lounge, he sat next to Chun Yun and asked with a worried look on his face, "Third sister, the boarding time is almost up. Why hasn't my brother come yet? Why don't you give him a call and ask where he is?" Chun Yun had originally closed her eyes to rest, but after hearing this, she opened her eyes and frowned tightly. She looked at the time and saw that there were still 40 minutes before boarding, so she originally wanted to wait a little longer. But Oscar said, "Third sister, my brother hasn't been on a plane before. Will he not know what to do after he comes in? What if she is late and misses the plane? If she can't arrive in time when the program group gathers and makes those seniors wait, won't it be bad?" Chun Yun was slightly startled when she heard this, and then a feeling of dissatisfaction arose in her heart. It's annoying to be so unpunctual. She took out her cell phone and, just about to call William, she heard a teasing voice coming from behind her. "Oscar, you really are the one who takes every opportunity to put pressure on me." Oscar's face froze. Chun Yun saw William and asked unhappily, "Why are you here so late?" "Am I late?" Chun Yun choked. Oscar's face had improved by then, and he smiled. "Brother, don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that you'll be late." William sneered, not wanting to bother with him, and walked to the other side and sat down, far away from Chun Yun. Chun Yun felt even more upset when she saw how nonchalant he was, as if he didn't take her words seriously at all. But thinking of what she had promised David, she had to suppress her anger and forced a smile. "Brother William, why are you sitting so far away? Come here," William said lazily. "No, it's more quiet to be alone." Chun Yun was stunned. Oscar said aggrievedly, "Third sister, my brother probably doesn't like me, so he doesn't want to come over. I'll sit aside." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Need not." Chun Yun grabbed his hand reflexively, then turned to look at William with a hint of anger in her eyes. "You don't have to hide from him. I will take care of this matter. I will go talk to him." As she spoke, she stood up, pulled Oscar to sit down, and touched his head tenderly. "Brother William." Chun Yun walked to the seat next to William and sat down. "I'm going to record a show with my third sister soon. Are you happy?" William in such a soft and gentle voice. William raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and looked straight at her with a pair of dark eyes, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, as if to say, "Are you sick?" Chun Yun didn't know why, but she felt a little numb from his strange look. "Are you happy?" William asked back. Chun Yun was stunned for a second. Then she smiled dryly and said, "Of course, I'm happy." William curled his lips and said nothing more. William's profile quietly for a while. Several sisters in the family had said that William was different from before. She didn't feel anything before, but at this moment, she clearly realized that her brother seemed to be a little different. She couldn't help but feel curious about who the man behind William was and how he could transform him into this in such a short time. But she was not stupid. William's attitude towards her was obviously still very repulsive, so it was not the time to talk to him about this kind of thing. She calmed herself down and got down to business. "Brother William, I know you are still angry with Brother Wen, but the three of us are about to participate in the program. Our every word and action will be recorded by the camera and sent to thousands of viewers. So I hope you can put aside these grudges for the time being, and let's finish recording the program, okay?" Chapter 102, Participating in Variety Shows. "Sure." William agreed readily. Just as Chun Yun's lips curled up, she heard William's conditions again. As long as you can get him to stay away from me on the show. The most important thing is, you must tell him not to call me brother anymore. I don't know what you think, but I feel that he's a grown man, calling me brother brother every day like a hen that only wants to lay eggs. I really feel uncomfortable. William's voice was not low, and Oscar could hear it clearly. Oscar clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of hatred. This bastard actually dared to call him a hen. Very good. He will definitely make William completely discredited in this show. When Chun Yun heard William's description, a trace of unhappiness flashed through her heart. It turns out that he grew up in a remote area. He is not even satisfied with people's respectful title to him, and even belittles others. He is really uneducated. However, although she thought so in her heart, she did not show it on her face, and even had a faint smile on her face. Okay, since you think so, I will communicate with Brother Win. But Brother William, I have to be fair. Brother Win is really not the kind of person you think. He is a very good child just like you. He likes you as a brother very much, so he is so enthusiastic every time he sees you. William smiled faintly and stopped talking, obviously not wanting to talk about this topic anymore. Chun Yun didn't say anything more. After all, her goal has been achieved, as long as William doesn't let his resentment towards Oscar affect her performance on the show. Chun Yun gave William a few more reminders about things to pay attention to when recording the show. The broadcast urging them to board the plane began. The three of them boarded the plane one after another. Chun Yun and Oscar's seats are connected. William sat alone in a window seat. Soon, the plane climbed into the sky like an arrow piercing the clouds. William opened the porthole and looked at the clouds outside, his thoughts gradually drawn back to his previous life. On this day in his previous life, he was also sitting on the plane, but that time he was sitting in economy class. But Chun Yun and Oscar still sat in first class. In his previous life, he was also brought by Chun Yun to participate in this program. However, he only participated in one episode before being forced to withdraw by the director team, because his performance was so bad. When he participated in the program for the first time, he was timid and just focused on his work. Oscar kept making trouble for him on the show, and even falsely accused him of stealing something from a guest, causing Chun Yun to lose her temper with him on the show. Oscar falsely accused him of stealing something that was extremely important to the guest. The guest was very angry and gave him a lecture in front of the camera. At that time, the whole internet was scolding him. No one listened to his explanation, so much so that half a year after he quit the show, he was still often recognized and scolded when he went out. This time, he wanted to see what tricks Oscar would play on him. The show is called Brothers and Sisters Go on Adventure. As the name suggests, several well-known artists were invited to the show, and they brought their brothers and sisters to the show. Everyone else was taking care of one child, except Chun Yun, who was taking care of two younger brothers. This program is not about ordinary family programs like traveling or rural life, but an adventure program. In each episode, the program team will arrange for the guests to explore a special place. It's either a primeval forest full of dangers, or a haunted house that's extremely scary as described in legends. This is also a very important reason why William agreed to participate in this show. In his previous life, he did not understand metaphysics and just thought that these places were gimmicks created by the program crew and were not truly dangerous places at all. But now, looking back with his identity as a heavenly master, he felt that the first haunted house alone was very strange. For him, perhaps it can be considered an opportunity. After flying for more than 2 hours, the plane finally landed at Yunqing Airport. Yunqing is located in the south of China, and its climate is much warmer than that of the imperial capital. William and his friends took off their thick clothes on the plane and walked out of the airport wearing only spring clothes. Yunqing's fans were also waiting at the airport early in the morning. Chun Yun and Oscar came out. The fans started screaming wildly. William felt like his eardrums were about to be shattered. Oscar turned his head and glanced at him, wanting to see this country bumpkin at a loss in front of so many fans. But he saw William had a cold face the whole time and didn't even look at the fans. William, who was 2 or 3 meters away from her, to her side. The 3 siblings walking together will definitely trigger a wave of discussion. William guessed her intention and was too lazy to accompany her in the show. He said, "I'll wait for you outside," and strode away. Chun Yun's face froze, and she immediately wanted to scold William. But because the fans were still taking pictures, she could only force a smile. As soon as William left the airport, a man in a suit immediately walked up to him with a very respectful attitude. "Hello, is this Mr. William?" "Yes." William nodded. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sent by Mr. Zhao to pick you up." Please follow me. William was a little surprised that Zhao Sinan actually arranged these things specially, but he didn't think much about it and followed the driver into a Rolls-Royce. Mr. Jiang, the production team has also sent a car. Should we take you to the hotel first or wait for your family? William was not in a hurry, so he said, wait a minute. Okay. Chun Yin and Oscar greeted fans along the way. It took them almost half an hour to walk the short distance of a few hundred meters. When they came out, William was nowhere to be seen. Just when Chun Yin was about to lose her temper, the driver sent by Zhao Sinan came over. Ms. Chun, Mr. Chun, I'm the driver of the program team. Please follow me. The two of them walked to the car with the staff and were surprised for a moment when they saw the Rolls-Royce. It's not that they haven't ridden in this kind of luxury car before. After all, the Chun family has a lot of wealth. But they were all a little surprised. Is this program production team so wealthy? You know, in the variety shows that Chun Yin participated in before, the cars sent by the program crew were either sponsored by sponsors or rented commercial vehicles. This was her first time recording a show, and the production crew directly arranged a Rolls-Royce for her. Mr. Chun, please get in the car first. The driver opened the passenger door and looked at Oscar. Oscar was stunned, not understanding why the driver wanted him to sit in the seat reserved for assistants. Chun Yin didn't think about all this and just waited for the driver to open the door for her. Unexpectedly, the driver went around to the other side and opened the seat behind the driver. Ms. Chun, please get in the car. Chun Yin frowned. Why do you let me sit over there? The driver was stunned when he heard this. Seeing the brother and sister who were unwilling to get in the car, he was a little worried that William had been waiting for too long and was in a bad mood. Ms. Chun, Mr. Chun, the production crew is still waiting. Please get in the car as soon as possible. Chapter 103, She Doesn't Want to Live with William. Ms. Chun, Mr. Chun, the production crew is still waiting. Please get in the car as soon as possible. After hearing this, Chun Yin became furious. She is a big star after all. How dare this driver talk to her like this? She was about to go over and argue with the driver when a voice suddenly came from behind her. Yin Yun. Chun Yin turned her head and saw Wan Yidong walking towards her with her slender waist twisted. Wan Yidong is also a guest participating in this variety show. She and Chun Yin entered the circle at almost the same time. Their family backgrounds are also similar. They both entered the entertainment industry with a reputation of being the daughters of wealthy families. In addition, the two have similar temperaments, and there are limited resources in the entertainment industry, so fans of both sides often quarrel with each other. This inevitably led to them becoming mortal enemies. The two of them usually don't see each other often, but this time they participated in a variety show together, which really whetted the public's appetite. Tong Tong? What a coincidence, you just arrived too. Chun Yin had a fake smile on her face. Yeah. Wan Yitong smiled, then pulled the boy next to her. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Wan Mingxiu. As she spoke, Wan Yitong looked at Wan Mingxiu and said, Asu, say hello to Sister Yun Yun. Wan Mingxiu glanced at Chun Yin coldly, then avoided her gaze without any reaction. Wan Yitong pretended to blame. You little brat, how many times have I told you that you can't be so rude outside just because you hate someone? Chun Yin's face froze when she heard this. How dare this bitch say so bluntly that her stupid brother hates her? What an uneducated person. She sneered. It doesn't matter. My brother doesn't like you very much either, so I won't let him greet you so as not to embarrass you. Wan Mingxiu didn't want to be a tool in the intrigue between the two women, so he said impatiently, Has the car arrived yet? I'm starving. Just then, people from the program crew hurried over. Teacher Wan, are you here? Wan Yidong nodded. Where is the car? The driver pointed to a 7-seater business car nearby and said, This is it. Let's get in quickly. The director crew is waiting. Wan Yitong was stunned, looked at the Rolls-Royce next to Chun Yin, then looked at the very ordinary GL8, her face full of disbelief. Is this the car that's coming to pick me up? Yes, is there any problem? The driver didn't understand why Wan Yitong was so surprised. Wan Yitong immediately exploded. Why does she have a Rolls-Royce? How do you do things in your production team? Is it possible that my status is not as good as hers? Chun Yin felt secretly happy when she saw Wan Yitong's angry look. Now I don't care where I sit. Anyway, she had a Rolls-Royce to pick her up, while Wan Yitong only had a small broken car. Tong Tong, my brother and I are leaving first. We'll see you at the production team soon. You guys should hurry up too. It doesn't matter which car you take. Don't let your brother get hungry. I see he has a bad temper. It would be bad if he gets hungry and then becomes impolite. After saying that, Chun Yin asked Oscar to get in the car quickly and drove away. Juanito was left with a face ashen with anger. William playing with his mobile phone. Why are you here? William didn't even look at him, concentrating on the game page on the phone screen. Where else should I be? In fact, after being interrupted, Chun Yun completely forgot that William also came with her to participate in the show, but she didn't want to say it directly, so she laughed awkwardly. I thought the production crew had already picked you up. William turned his head and looked at her, smiling and saying, Really? For a moment, Chun Yun thought William had seen through her lies. But William didn't say anything afterwards and continued to play with his phone. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. The vehicle carrying several people entered the city and finally stopped in front of the most luxurious five-star hotel in Yunqing. As soon as Chun Yun got off the car, she heard the enthusiastic voice of the program director Su Yao. Teacher Chun, you are finally here. Chun Yun was stunned for a moment, not knowing why the most famous variety show director in the industry was suddenly so enthusiastic towards her. You know, when we were discussing cooperation and signing the contract, he was always superior. It's like, you can come if you want, my show is for the big names. Director Su, hello? Chun Yun smiled flattered, then took Oscar and introduced him. This is my brother Oscar. Please take good care of him in the future. Seeing this, Oscar bowed slightly and said, Director Su, hello, I am Oscar. Hello. You are so handsome. If you enter the entertainment industry, I don't know how many girls will be fascinated by you. After hearing this, Oscar deliberately lowered his head, looking extremely shy, which made Su Yao laugh again. After a moment, Su Yao suddenly thought of something and looked at William. By the way, Mr. Chun, this is the other brother who is on the show with you this time, right? Chun Yun was startled when she heard this, and then she remembered that she seemed to have forgotten William again. She cursed in her heart. This William's presence is too low. But he smiled and said, Yes, Director Su, this is my other brother. His name is William. Director Su was stunned. William? Is it your mother's last name? Chun Yun's expression froze for a moment, and she turned to look at Oscar. Seeing his eyes dim for a moment, she knew that he felt inferior to his status as an adopted son. So she laughed and said, Director Su, this is a long story. Let's talk about it alone later. Okay, then you guys go in and check in first. We'll have a meeting after all the guests arrive. Chun Yun and her two siblings then entered the hotel lobby. The program team arranged a 3-bedroom, 1 living room suite for their group. After hearing the news, Chun Yun looked worried. How about you two live together, and I'll get a separate room? She doesn't want to live with William. William had once stolen her underwear and sold it for money. Every time she thought of it, she felt a chill. The person who accompanied them to check in was a staff member from the program crew. Hearing this, the staff immediately said, Mr. Chun, the program needs to record the scenes of you being together, so it's better for you to live together. Chun Yun was very unhappy when she heard this. But my two brothers are already so old, and we still live together. Isn't it a bit inconvenient? When the recording starts, can I go to their room before I turn on the camera every day? The staff knew that these artists had many problems and bad tempers, so they didn't want to take on the responsibility. After pretending to think about it, they said, How about this, Mr. Chun? The director will have a meeting with everyone this afternoon. You can mention this to the director and see if he has any opinions. After hearing this, Chun Yun didn't say anything more and just nodded in agreement. Chapter 104. Chun Yun thought Zhao Sinan wanted to pursue her. After lunch, Chun Yun went to find Su Yao alone. In addition to the room issue, she also had to talk to Su Yao about the relationship between Oscar and William. To avoid asking about this on the show and making Oscar feel uncomfortable, Chun Yun came to the door of Su Yao's room and found it was open. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard Wan Yitong's angry voice. Director Su, you guys have gone too far. How is my Wan Yitong inferior to her Chun Yun? The Chun family still has shit on their butts. Chun Yun's popularity has also plummeted recently, and you actually arranged a Rolls-Royce to pick her up at the airport, while I only have a crappy business car. Wan Yitong, am not short of a Rolls-Royce. After all, you know my family background. When I was in high school, I rode a Rolls-Royce to school every day. But what you did today is too contemptuous, isn't it? Director Su sighed when he heard this. Although he has a stubborn temper, the show is about to start tomorrow, so he naturally doesn't want to cause any trouble and has to pass the blame on. Yitong, you really can't blame me for this. Why can't I blame you? You are the director of this program. Could it be that those people in the production team are rushing to flatter Chun Yun? It's Mr. Zhao, Director Su said helplessly. Who? Mr. Zhao? Are you saying? It was arranged by Zhao Sinan. Director Su nodded. Everything about Yin Yin was arranged by Mr. Zhao. After hearing this, Wan Yidong felt as if her throat was stuffed with cotton and she could no longer make a sound. However, the anger in her heart was growing stronger and stronger. She participated in this program because, on the one hand, she took a fancy to the program and thought it would be a big hit. On the other hand, it was aimed at Zhao Sinan. This program is the key project of Zhao Sinan's entertainment company this year. According to past practice, he will visit the set of investment projects of this level. Wan Yitong met Zhao Sinan once a long time ago and had a good impression of him. If she can get in touch with Zhao Sinan through this show, her future in the circle will be easier. If all goes well, maybe I can continue to develop my relationship with Zhao Sinan. But now she found out that the man she wanted was got there first by the bitch Chen Yunyan. How could she not be angry? But now that things have come to this, she doesn't dare to ask for an explanation. After all, if she offended Zhao Sinan, she might have to go home and inherit the family business in a moment. And it all depends on whether Zhao Sinan will show mercy and leave her some inheritance. Thinking of this, even if Wan Yidong was not convinced, she could only leave in shame. Compared to Wan Yitong's gloomy mood, Chun Yun, who was standing outside the door, was overjoyed. She and Zhao Sinan were rumored to have an affair not long ago. Although Zhao Sinan's main job is not in the entertainment industry, he is undoubtedly a big shot in the industry. A few months ago, Chen Yun met Zhao Sinan at a cocktail party, and her agent insisted that she toast Zhao Sinan with a glass of wine. She was proud of her rich family background and disdained to do such things to curry favor with others, so she refused sternly. But after learning about Zhao Sinan's family background and abilities, and seeing his young and handsome face, she became interested in him again. So I went over half-heartedly. Zhao Sinan was a very gentle person, and he was polite to everyone, so when she toasted him, he behaved very appropriately. He not only drank the wine, but also chatted with her. Unexpectedly, a photo of the two chatting was taken by someone and became a hot topic that night. But Zhao Sinan did not respond to this scandal. Chen Yun originally thought that Zhao Sinan did not refute the rumor because he was also interested in her. After all, a big shot like him could talk to her for so long. Moreover, she is not like an ordinary star in the entertainment industry. She comes from a wealthy family, and her status is enough to match Zhao Sinan. But who would have thought that Zhao Sinan never contacted her until the heat of the incident naturally died down? Only then did she realize that she might have misunderstood. However, she did not have any deep feelings for Zhao Sinan. After realizing that the whole thing was just a misunderstanding, she no longer took this person to heart. But today he found out that Zhao Sinan would openly give her special care on the show, and she couldn't help but think too much about it. Especially after seeing Wan Yitong being humiliated by Zhao Sinan, she felt so happy. After hearing Wan Yitong's footsteps, Chen Yun quickly hid aside. She is now in the position of being pursued, and it will be more interesting if she is kept in the dark. Besides, she didn't want Wan Yitong to think that she was eavesdropping on purpose. Only after Wan Yitong left did she return to Su Yao's door. She knocked on the door and walked in. As soon as Su Yao saw her, he stood up and said with a big smile on his face, "Teacher Chen, why are you here? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Only then did Chen Yun remember the purpose of her visit to Su Yao. But when she thought about what Zhao Sinan meant to her, she immediately changed her mind. Since she brought William to the show and told others that he was her younger brother, she couldn't show the slightest disdain towards William. On the contrary, she should be more caring towards William so that Zhao Sinan can see her kindness. "Director Su, I wanted to come over and tell you about the situation of my two younger brothers." "Okay, Mr. Chun, sit down and talk." As Su Yao spoke, he handed Chen Yun a bottle of water with a very respectful attitude. This made Chen Yun even more certain of Zhao Sinan's feelings towards her. Otherwise, someone as arrogant as Su Yao would not be so polite to her. Thinking of this, Chen Yun felt even more proud. She sat down. "Director Su, didn't you ask me before why William and I have a different last name?" "Yeah, I'm still wondering. I haven't heard that you have a younger brother before." "I have heard of Oscar. He's been on your show a few times. That kid has a pretty likable personality. What's going on? Do you have plans to help him debut?" Su Yao had indeed been told by Zhao Sinan's people to take good care of Chen Yun's group, so he now had the same idea as Chen Yun. He thought that Zhao Sinan wanted to pursue Chen Yun, so no matter what he said to her, he would only say nice things. Was very pleased to hear that Oscar needed to be praised in this way. She couldn't help thinking of William. William couldn't give her face. The smile on her face deepened a little, Director Sue, you are too kind. My brother is still young, so I won't consider these things for the time being. Su Yao nodded to show his understanding. What about William? What's wrong with this kid? Director Sue, to be honest, William is actually our adopted son. Chapter 105. Chun Yun was scolded. Adopted son? Su Yao was stunned. Chun Yun sighed softly. This child has a miserable life. He was born in the mountains and is an orphan. My parents were only supporting him to go to school, but we felt sorry for him and adopted him. We already have many children in our family, and having one more child makes it more lively, so he gets along well with our family. But you also know that children of this age are more sensitive, so I would like to ask Director Sue, can you please tell the people below that you only need to know about this matter, and don't discuss why William's last name is Jiang and his relationship with our Chun family on the show anymore. Chun Yin had said so much, and Su Yao had no reason to disagree. After coming out of Su Yao's office, Chun Yun was completely relieved. When she thought of Zhao Sinan, such a business genius who cared about her so much, she became more confident in her charm. And she knew that the fact that William was his adopted son would definitely reach Zhao Sinan's ears. At that time, when Zhao Sinan sees that she cares so much about a brother who is not related to him by blood, he will definitely be even more moved by her kindness. Thinking of this, Chun Yun felt elated the whole afternoon, and even during the meeting, her eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles. The good mood lasted until the next morning. Before the live variety show Brothers and Sisters Come on Adventure, although there were live reality shows in China, the adventure type was still the most popular. There are already many variables in live variety shows, and since they are adventure types, most artists make a living by their looks, so they are afraid that a scary NPC will suddenly appear and scare the artist out of his or her face, or even swear in public. For the artist, the consequences will be too serious. However, precisely because this live broadcast is full of unknowns, and the production team is strong enough with many hit works before, there are still many artists who want to participate. Even after signing the contract, they were told to change the recorded broadcast to a live broadcast, and several of the original artists did not say anything and obediently signed the supplementary agreement. Moreover, the artists are also aware that although it is a live broadcast, they still have a lot of say in what can and cannot be filmed. The program team claims that there are no beauty filters throughout the program, there is no script, and it is absolutely real. In addition, the 5 groups of guests are either popular young actors and actresses or respected senior figures, and there is also the gimmick of celebrities interacting with ordinary brothers and sisters in their daily lives. Therefore, before the live broadcast room was officially opened, anxious viewers had already flocked in and soon broke through the 1 million mark. The 5 celebrity guests participating in the program include Chun Yun and Wan Yidong, 2 popular young actresses who are also actresses, as well as a popular male actor, a veteran actor, and an international film queen. The popular actor is named Qi Xiangyang. He made his debut at the age of 16, but it was not until last year that he broke through the siege with a costume drama and became a first-line actor. Veteran actor Deng Anji, who is over 50 years old this year, is a Golden Supporting Actor in the Circle and has won more than a dozen trophies for Best Supporting Actor. In his previous life, the thing that William had stolen when he was framed by Oscar was his jade pendant. The most famous guest among all the guests was Dun Yin, who just won the Best Actress award at an international film festival last year. Dun Yin is 34 years old this year and is a top figure in the domestic film industry. Among these guests, except for veteran actor Deng Anji, the other 4 have a large number of fans. So now the barrage is basically filled with fans of these 4 people. Come on, Yin Yun. I look forward to Yin Yun's performance. Tong Tong, go for it. Mom loves you. I don't like anyone. I just want to see if Chun Yun and Wan Yidong are really at odds. I hope it's true. Let's fight. Movie Queen Do, now that you are here, why don't you join Teacher Deng in teaching the other 3 pretty girls how to act? Is the person in front of you sick? What happened to Qi Xiangyang? Why is he just a vase? Have you seen him act? He can speak freely, and his eyes can be donated to others when they are not needed. Damn, Chun Yun hasn't been banned yet? The Chun family has had so many scandals, and she can still come out to do business? The entertainment industry is really hopeless. What happened to Chun Yun? What happened to her? Did she evade taxes? Is that 2G network? There have been so many melons in the Chun family recently. Are you the only one who hasn't eaten any? Come on, let me tell you about the disgusting things the Chun family has done. Seeing that the barrage of comments had turned to attacking Chun Yun and the Chun family, Chun Yun's management team could no longer sit still. At this time, Chun Yun had just arrived at the recording site. Seeing that her agent Yi Qian had a very ugly face, she had an inexplicable ominous premonition in her heart. "What happened?" she asked as she walked over. Yi Qian handed him the phone. After Yin Yun saw the content of the barrage, her good mood that had lasted for the whole day finally ended. "Where are my fans? Why is no one here to control the comments?" Yi Qian looked embarrassed. "We have already started to guide them, and the internet trolls have also left, but there are too many passersby. Now your fans can't hold their temper and are arguing with others again." After hearing this, Chun Yun's face became even uglier. "What about the fan called Brother Yin Yun?" Brother Yin Yun is William's online name when he was in the fan circle for Chun Yun. But after William was reborn, he never logged into this account again. Without William leading the charge, when the Chun family encountered a series of disasters, a group of die-hard fans lost their backbone and were not able to deal with the situation in an orderly manner as before. At first, they tried to find Yin Yun's younger brother, but later they found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't contact this big guy, so they had to give up. At first, they tried to learn William's way of dealing with problems and explaining things calmly. Later, as they saw the situation becoming increasingly serious, they could no longer bear it and all panicked. Whenever something happened, they would just quarrel and curse at others, which directly led to Chun Yun's popularity becoming even worse. "We can't find him. We tried sending private messages to his email address, but there is no way to contact him," Yi Qian said. Chun Yun said angrily, "Useless. All of them are useless. I spent so much money to hire a PR team, but they can't even do the job of one fan." Yi Qian sighed. "I don't know what's going on with that Yin Yun brother. With so many fans, they only listen to him. No matter how capable the PR team is, they can't find so many fans at once. Forget it, spend a little more money and hire some internet trolls to control the situation. After the live broadcast starts, the situation should be better." Chun Yin also knew that there was no other way now. "We can only hope that once the live broadcast begins and William appears before the public, he will be able to eliminate the impact of the Chun family scandals bit by bit." Chapter 106 Weird House. The first episode was recorded in an ancient village. The guests stood on the path in the village. The scenes on both sides were simple and vivid. The endless fields spread out, lush green, with the morning sun shining on them, making them look mottled and colorful, which makes a group of people who have lived in the city for a long time feel happy. Several celebrity guests were busy socializing and introducing their brothers and sisters to each other. Chun Yun brought her two younger brothers and introduced them to everyone. This time, she did not forget William. But William was obviously not interested in this kind of occasion and just stood in the back indifferently. Seeing this, Chun Yun cursed him in her heart for being so unpresentable, but in order to show her kindness and gentleness, she could only smile and explain, "My brother is quite shy. Please bear with me." No one said anything. They just thought that William's behavior was due to him being a little nervous about suddenly being on TV. After a few minutes, the live broadcast officially began. The host of the program finally came out. "Hello, dear audience friends. Welcome to our live broadcast room of Brothers and Sisters Come to Adventure. I am the host of the program, Han Dong. Next, I will lead everyone to enter our 2-day and 3-night program recording. The entire recording of this program will be conducted in the form of live broadcast. Later, we will open a separate live broadcast room for each member, and the audience can choose the live broadcast room to watch according to their preferences. Okay, without further ado, everyone, please follow me to our adventure location this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Dong took the lead and walked forward. The celebrity guests and their brothers and sisters all followed behind, carrying their suitcases. "Third sister, let me help you get it." Oscar took the suitcase from Chun Yun. At this time, a photographer was taking pictures of their group. Chun Yun raised her hand and gently pinched Oscar's face, then said with a smile, "Oh, my little brother has grown up and knows how to care for his third sister." Oscar had been on the show with Chun Yun a long time ago, so he naturally knew what the fans liked to watch. He looked at Chun Yun with helpless yet doting eyes. "Stop it, third sister." Sure enough, there was a lot of screaming in the barrage. "Oh my God, Brother Wen is too cunning. Is this someone else's brother? Why does my brother only know how to say, 'Sister, please pay for the takeout'? Ah, who understands my family?" When Wen's brother said, "Stop making trouble," my heartbeat quickened. No. Am I the only one who finds the boy behind Wen's brother familiar? I feel that his facial features are somewhat similar to Yin Yun's. Is he also Yin Yun's brother? That should be the case. I heard Yin Yun brought her two younger brothers to the show this time. Damn, I seem to have discovered something incredible. Didn't they say before that Wonwin's brother falsely accused his classmate of watching girls go to the bathroom? Isn't this the classmate who was slandered in the legend? How come he is on the show too? So he is also Yin Yun's brother? Aren't they a family? There can't be any misunderstanding here, right? Family members, I checked it out, and it seems that this boy is really the person who was slandered by Oscar. He actually appeared on the show with Wonwin's brother. Oh my god, I've never seen such a thing in my life. It feels like there is something to eat, exciting. What gossip is there? The incident with Wonwin brother before was obviously a misunderstanding. There is still no solid evidence. Maybe it was framed by others. They can't stand our brother. Wonwin doing well. Wonwin brother and his brother are like family. We have a good relationship. Because of the discussion caused by the past between William and Oscar and their relationship, William and Oscar successfully became a hot topic. The netizens who were watching the show smelled the food and rushed to the live broadcast room, where a more heated discussion began. However, many of these people are not fans of Chun Yun. Instead, they are people who have been blackmailing Chun Yun all their lives because of the Chun family scandal some time ago. Therefore, more and more comments appeared in the comments that William's appearance on the show was a conspiracy theory. William knew nothing about this. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the resentment rising from not far away. Although this small village is remote, the environment is really good. So in recent years, many people from the city have come here to buy land and build houses. This place first became well known because of several ancient houses that were built hundreds of years ago. So for the sake of beauty, the houses built later were all in antique style. So much so that at a glance, the courtyards are filled with ancient villas. The recording location of this program is one of the old houses built 20 years ago. William followed the memories of his previous life and recalled the recording location, and found that, as he expected, there was a problem with the recording location. And since there is such a strong resentment, it seems that the problem is not small. At this time, the host Han Dong, who was walking in the front, suddenly turned around and continued to walk towards the destination backwards while introducing himself to everyone. The house we are going to now was built by a wealthy businessman in this village 23 years ago. Since its construction, this house has had 4 tenants. It is said that each tenant has encountered some accidents to a greater or lesser extent after moving in. Having said that, Han Dong deliberately made his face serious and his voice deeper, as if he was telling a very scary story. The worst were the second and third tenants. The second tenant's mistress had an accidental miscarriage 6 months after moving in. The third tenant's child rolled down the stairs and hit his head, dying on the spot. As soon as the words fell, the faces of all the guests changed, although they already knew what they would face in the show before participating. But now that I hear it with my own ears, the feeling is completely different from before. Moreover, for some reason, after listening to the host's introduction, they all felt a chill and goosebumps all over their bodies, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. Han Dong continued to introduce. In this episode, our 5 groups of guests have the task of staying in this house for 3 days and 2 nights, and as a family unit, find out the story that happened in this house. Guests who complete the task in each episode will accumulate points and receive additional rewards. As they were talking, the group had already arrived at the yard of the house. This house is a 2-story residential building. Although it was built more than 20 years ago, from the outside, although the architectural style is a bit old, it can be seen that someone maintains it regularly. I want to ask, has anyone always lived here? Deng Anji is the oldest among all the guests, and he is more of a believer in such things as ghosts and gods. In his opinion, people have yang energy, and as long as there are people living in a house, even if there are dirt inside, it will be suppressed. Yes, Mr. Deng, this place was operating as a BB some time ago. It became vacant because our program team rented the house. After hearing this, Deng Anji completely relaxed. Dear guests, do you have any other questions? If not, I will invite another important guest to come. After hearing what Han Dong said, those who had questions in their minds no longer wanted to ask for the time being, and they were all looking forward to who this so-called important guest was. Han Dong curled his lips when he saw everyone looking forward to it. Since everyone has no questions now, let's applaud and welcome Taoist Wu Wei. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a gray Taoist robe walked out of the house. William saw Wu Wei and raised his eyebrows with interest. Chapter 107 Master Wu Wei. The entertainment industry is probably one of the most superstitious industries in China. Before almost every drama starts filming, there will be a grand opening ceremony. The so-called opening ceremony, to put it bluntly, is to burn incense and pray for ghosts and gods. Most of the artists also believe in metaphysics, and there are even some who became famous through unconventional means. Wu Wei's appearance surprised several celebrity guests. They had all heard of Wu Wei's name, and he was a master with real skills. Many artists like to ask him to read their fortunes or solve their problems. It is precisely because of this that he has become a guest of honor for many bigwigs. Yin Yin had even paid a large sum of money to hire him for help before. But she was not stupid. She knew that she could not act too familiar with the other party in front of the live camera, so as not to cause unnecessary rumors. So he just greeted the person politely like everyone else and left, ready to talk to him in private. The expression on Wu Wei's face remained indifferent from beginning to end. It fits perfectly with the image of a mysterious master in the eyes of the public. At this moment, the barrage of comments instantly boiled over because of Wu Wei's appearance. Oh my god, what's going on? Why did they even invite Master Wu Wei? Are they serious? What? Who is this Wu Wei master? Is he awesome? Of course he is awesome. Although Master Wu Wei looks so young, he is actually over 70 years old. He is a capable person. I have a relative who is in the entertainment industry. He said that many celebrities would ask Master Wu Wei to read their faces and tell fortunes privately. Basically, he has never made mistakes in predicting who will become famous, when they will become famous, and how to become famous. I heard from my relative that there was a male actor who was over 30 years old and had debuted for more than 10 years, but he was still a nobody. The male actor's agent couldn't stand it anymore, so he spent a lot of money and begged for help to finally meet Master Wu Wei and let him tell his fortune. As a result, the master said, "Don't panic. You will become famous tonight." At that time, the agent thought he was deceived again. As a result, that night, the costume drama in which the actor played the third male role was broadcast, and he immediately became a hit. Fuck, so awesome. Master Wu Wei's amazing things are far more than that. I can only say that the program team must have spent a lot of money to invite him. Before, I thought that the so-called brothers and sisters going on adventures together was just a gimmick and a group of celebrities acting, chatting, and showing off in front of the camera. Now that I see Master Wu Wei, I know that this program must be extraordinary. It must be for adventure. Holy crap, is this true? Master of Metaphysics, this show won't really make me see ghosts, will it? Stop talking, I'm already scared now. I feel like there's someone under the bed. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid. According to the first article of the Human Ghost Treaty, if you hide under the quilt, the ghost can't hurt you. Compared with the heated discussion atmosphere online, the recording site of the program team was much quieter. Apart from the host who was still introducing Wu Wei, everyone else was thinking about their own things. You have to know that ordinary people cannot afford to invite a great figure like Master Wu Wei. If they hadn't met during the recording of the program, many of them would have never seen him. Almost everyone present was thinking about how to get in touch with Wu Wei on the show. Even if it was just to have their fortune told, they would feel like they had made a killing. But William and Oscar's reactions were completely different from others. William was very surprised to see Wu Wei. In his previous life, when he participated in this program, he did not invite any masters. He didn't know why such a new character appeared in this life. However, he knew at a glance that this so-called master's ability was not even as good as Chung Fu's. The moment Oscar saw Wu Wei appear, his heart was filled with ecstasy. The master did not lie to him. The master really came to help him. After meeting the master in the cafe that day, the master never showed up again. He only sent him a message saying that the matter had been resolved. But he didn't say how the problem was solved. But Sun Hao did not harass him again. He couldn't wait to find an opportunity to have a good chat with the master and ask him how he dealt with Sun Hao. But more importantly, he wanted to know how the master would help him deal with William. At this time, the host Han Dong finally finished introducing Wu Wei and began to introduce the subsequent recording arrangements. Dear guests, as you can see, this house is a 2-story building with a total of 6 rooms. Now please go in and choose a room. After hearing this, everyone went into the house one after another. Qi Xiangyang walked in the front. As soon as he entered, he felt a chill. His face changed immediately, and he turned to look at Deng Anji, who was behind him. Teacher Deng, do you feel that it has suddenly become cold? Deng Anji was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, this kind of old house is like this. The temperature is a little lower than outside. Qi Xiangyang thought about it for a moment and felt that there was some truth in what he said, so he didn't think about it anymore. William, who came in last, looked at Qi Xiangyang and frowned deeply. The group continued to move forward. There are 2 bedrooms on the left side of the living room on the first floor. Everyone first walked to the slightly larger bedroom, facing south, and took a look. There was a suitcase inside, and it was obvious that someone was already living there. Han Dong also started to introduce. Master Wu Wei arrived last night and has stayed here for one night, so if anyone likes this room, they have to discuss it with the master. After hearing this, everyone said that since Master Wu Wei had already stayed for one night, they could continue to stay. They all set their sights on the room next door. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If you could live next door to Wu Wei, the possibility of getting to know him would be even greater. But after all, the show was still being broadcast live, and no one dared to grab a room at the beginning, so we could only go to the second floor to continue looking at rooms. The living room on the first floor of this house is open. On the right-hand side, after going up the stairs, are the two rooms corresponding to the first floor. The remaining two rooms are the north bedroom next to the stairs and the south bedroom opposite. There is also a locked wooden door, which should also be a north bedroom. The host also took the opportunity to introduce the locked house, saying that it contained the owner's personal belongings and was also a storage room in the house. After everyone walked around, the host asked, "Everyone, we have seen all the rooms. Do you like any of them?" Wan Yitong was carefree and was the first to speak. "I'm timid and want to live on the first floor closer to the master. Is that okay?" Chapter 108, I Don't Live with Oscar. As soon as Wan Yitong said this, the expressions of the others changed, and there was a bit of dissatisfaction in their eyes when they looked at her. But considering the camera, they didn't want to blame her in public. Chun Yun relied on Zhao Sinan's affection for her and said sarcastically with a smile, "Tong Tong, stop joking. You are still timid? I saw you participate in a secret room escape variety show before, and you always rush to the front." When Wan Yitong heard this, she frowned slightly and wanted to refute, but was worried about offending Zhao Sinan behind Chun Yun, so she had to force out an awkward smile. "That's different. Escape from the secret room is fake after all, but what we are facing now is a real haunted house." Chun Yun's smile deepened. "There are so many of us here. Even if it really is a haunted house, nothing will happen. You don't have to worry." Chun Yun doesn't quite believe in these ghost stories, but as far as she knows, all the artists in the circle who are familiar with Wu Wei are very famous. Although the Qin family had come into contact with some so-called masters, those masters could only read feng shui and were of no help to her acting career. After the Qin family got into trouble some time ago, her reputation in the circle plummeted. At that time, she asked someone to contact Master Wu Wei, but she didn't even get a reply from the master. Now the master suddenly appeared in the show, which made her think that Zhao Sinan was using Master Wu Wei to please her. So the room next to Master Wu Wei must be hers. Seeing that the atmosphere on the scene was frozen because of the swords and sabers of these two popular young actresses, the host was almost overwhelmed. He turned his head to look at Director Su and saw Director Su smiling and waving at him, indicating that he could leave. He knew that the popularity of the show must have exploded because of this sudden quarrel. Okay, now Tong Tong is asked to live in the room next to Master Wu Wei on the first floor because she is timid, but everyone needs to pay attention that our current situation is that we have 5 rooms to accommodate 11 people. Considering that Teacher Wan and Teacher Chun are both with younger brothers, and Teacher Chi is with younger sisters, it would be inconvenient for them to live in the same room. So the program team will not force guests from the same family to live in the same room this time. The room allocation issue in the future will be allocated by each of you. Han Dong left the stage after he finished speaking, leaving this group of difficult superstars to fight it out among themselves. After Han Dong left, everyone fell strangely silent. What does this mean? Just ignore them? Let them tear it apart themselves? Deng Anji is a good guy. Before participating in the show, the director team told him that he should take on the role of the head of the family in the show. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "All right, everyone, stop being in a daze and start picking rooms. My brother and I can stay in any room. So you guys pick first, and the one that's left will be for us 2 brothers." The younger brother that Deng Anji brought with him is named Deng An Yuan. He is 45 years old this year. He is a small entrepreneur and can be considered a successful elite. Dun Yin smiled and said, "Teacher Deng is still so generous after all these years." Deng An Yuan heard this and smiled. "My brother is not magnanimous. He knows that he is old, and his flesh is old and tough. Even if a ghost appears, I am afraid it will not bother to eat him." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed. As the only male celebrity guest on the show, Qi Xiangyang had no choice but to follow suit after hearing what Deng Anji said. "I'm the same as Teacher Deng. I can live in any room I want, but if it's convenient for you, please take care of my Meng Meng." Qi Meng Meng is 22 years old this year. She just graduated from college. She is pretty and cute, and she also plans to enter the entertainment industry. Qi Xiangyang originally didn't want to participate in this show, but he took it to pave the way for Qi Mingming. Before Qi Mingming went on the show, Qi Xiangyang taught her a lot about how to behave in the entertainment industry, and she also knew how to present herself in front of the camera. Seeing her brother say this, she quickly showed a hearty smile. Yes, sisters, please have pity on the child and save the child. Don't worry, the child doesn't snore at night. When Dun Yin and the other two heard Qi Mingming's words, they knew that this person was cunning and scheming. However, as long as her little thoughts did not affect them, they would not meddle in her affairs, and they all said a few polite words to her. The scene became very harmonious. Asu, can you sleep in the same room with Teacher Chi tonight? Wan Yidong looked at Wan Mingxiu, who was standing aside with a sour face. Whatever, Wan Mingxiu said coldly. Wan Yidong nodded, then looked at Qi Xiangyang and smiled. Teacher Qi, since you helped me take care of my younger brother, then I will help you take care of your younger sister. The two reached a consensus in this way. Chun Yin frowned slightly after hearing this. As for Wan Yidong, Dun Yin obviously slept with her sister. Doesn't this make her a redundant person? But she was not afraid. After all, the room next to the master was his. After he moved in, Dun Yin would definitely bring her sister over. Brother Wenwen, Brother William, since Teacher Chi and Aksu are staying in one room, and Teacher Deng and his brother are staying in one room, then you're the only ones left on the boys' side. Which room do you two want to stay in? Chun Yin looked at Oscar, then looked at William. Oscar had a well-behaved smile on his face. Third sister, you don't have to worry about us. My brother and I can live in any room. Okay, then you two should behave yourself. I don't live with Oscar. Chun Yin wanted to make a joke, but was interrupted by William's ruthless words. The smile on her face froze instantly. Brother William, stop joking. There are so many seniors here, and it's a live broadcast. If the audience saw this, they would think that we are brothers at odds. As Chun Yin spoke, she used her eyes to frantically signal William not to do anything rash. Oscar didn't expect William to express his dissatisfaction with him so directly in front of the live camera so soon, but this was exactly what he wanted. William with red eyes, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Elder brother. He deliberately shouted out the name that William hated the most, hoping that William would go crazy and punch him on the spot, thus making William a notorious violent criminal. William to return to the Chun family through this show would be completely shattered. However, William's subsequent performance disappointed him. William didn't even look at him, but said in a contemptuous tone, I'm not kidding, I just don't want to live with Oscar. Chapter 109, the director warns William. I'm not kidding, I just don't want to live with Oscar. The moment the words fell, the house suddenly became quiet. You can hear a pin drop. This time, everyone at the scene, including the staff, were stunned and looked at William in disbelief. This kid is too reckless. The barrage also went completely crazy at this moment. Fuck, what does that mean? Are we going to start a fight right now? Isn't this William too ignorant? What did Brother Wenwen do to him? He even said this in front of so many people. Brother Wenwen's eyes were red with grievance. Oh my God, I'm almost heartbroken. In the previous paragraph, if someone spreads rumors about you and causes you to be bullied for a year or two, I hope that you can still feel sorry for that person the next time you see him. Damn, it seems that Oscar's slander of William is true. Otherwise, William wouldn't have stepped on Oscar's face like this on the show. But I just can't figure it out. Why would William accompany Chun Yin to participate in this show? I've been watching the show until now, and it's clear that he is not familiar with Chun Yin and her brother. Okay, can the program team come out and explain what is the relationship between William and Chun Yin? Back to the scene. Felt so distressed when she saw Oscar, who was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Comparing himself with William, who remained calm until now, the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. If it wasn't a live broadcast, she would have stepped forward and slapped William hard to wake him up. Brother William, you are in a bad mood now. Find a room with your sister, and let's have a good talk. Okay. Chun Yin walked over to William and tried to soften her voice as much as possible. Unexpectedly, William smiled faintly. There is nothing to talk about. I just don't want to stay in the same room with Oscar, in case he uses some annoying tricks again. William, Chun Yin really couldn't help it this time, and her voice suddenly rose. Teacher Chun. At this moment, the director suddenly spoke, bringing Chun Yin back to her senses. William is still a child. Boys of this age are naturally thoughtful and rebellious. There is no need to be angry. Chun Yun sighed with red eyes after hearing this, and then said to the camera, I was just thinking that my two younger brothers had finally finished their final exams, so I took them out to relax, but I didn't expect that these two brats would have a conflict again on the way. It's really hard to control a kid this age. I don't care anymore. I'll ask my parents to beat them up when I get back. But please forgive me, my family has many children, and we have been quarreling with each other since we were young. We are used to it after so many years. Please don't misunderstand me, and I won't blame William for what he said when he was angry. He is just an ordinary high school student. I hope everyone can be more tolerant of him. The Barav eased a lot because of her words. Chun Yun's fans and internet trolls quickly began to control comments and speak for Chun Yun. They say things like teenagers are difficult to lead, and Chun Yun, as an older sister, does a great job. However, there are still some people who firmly believe that William was not willing to be on this show. They have asked the program team to give a response, especially asking them to explain why William's surname is Jiang instead of Chun. Seeing this, Su Yao became more and more dissatisfied with William, and immediately planned to have a good talk with this ignorant boy. He asked the staff to exclude William from the camera, and then took William to an empty room. William, what on earth is going on with you just now? Su Yao closed the door and said angrily. William sat on the sofa beside him with a nonchalant look on his face, even crossing his legs. What's going on? Stop fooling around with me. When Su Yao saw him like this, he became even more furious. Our show is live. Do you know what live broadcast means? Everything you say and do on the show will be broadcast to millions of viewers. Do you know how badly your behavior has affected the show? I just said what I really think. How can it bring any bad influence to the program? Besides, didn't you promote that the program has no script? I just don't want to live with Oscar now. Do I have to live with him even if it makes me feel sick? No one of you has ever told me that I must live with Oscar. And don't you who make variety shows always think that conflicts are better? Su Yao choked when he heard this. Normally, when they are producing variety shows, the more conflicts the better. Sometimes they even wish the guests would fight on the show. But this time, things are different. If William was anyone else's brother, he would be happy to see this. But William is the younger brother brought by Chun Yun. And Chun Yun is the woman of Zhao Sinan, the biggest sponsor of their show. If William's actions affect Chun Yun, he will no longer be able to stay in this circle. Although he relies on his talent, he still has a high status in the field of variety shows. But no matter how high he is just an employee. He couldn't afford to offend a big shot like Zhao Sinan. After all, whether he can continue to stay in this circle depends on just one word from the other party. Thinking of this, he angrily said, William, I don't care what you think, but this is my show. You better clear your mind. I don't need you to create some inexplicable conflicts for me. You just need to be a good person and continue recording the show. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. William was so angry that he laughed when he heard this. He didn't have a good impression of this self-important director. In his previous life, when he was framed by Oscar for stealing, there were so many cameras at the scene. If he had taken the trouble to check, there was a high probability that he would be cleared of the charges. But for the sake of ratings, he didn't even investigate and directly convicted him. Even when he was in the most embarrassing situation, he asked all the photographers to put the camera to his face to take pictures. At that time, he was completely panicked. Amid everyone's questioning and disdainful looks, he couldn't bear the pressure and fainted on the spot. But in the final version broadcast, the scene of him lying on the ground with a pale face was misinterpreted by them as that his theft was exposed, and he had no way to deny it. So he thought of such a clumsy trick of pretending to faint. It can be said that Su Yao was not unrelated to the large-scale cyberbullying he suffered in his previous life. What? How is Director Su going to deal with me? William's expression turned cold. He stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at Su Yao with disdain and ridicule in his eyes. Chapter 110. Wan Mingshu wants to live with William. Su Yao was so angry that he laughed at William's rebellious look. William, you are just the adopted son of the Chin family. Why are you showing off here? Adopted son? After a little thought, William knew that this was what Chun Yun said. What? Aren't you satisfied with just being an adopted son? I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen an ungrateful person like you. You eat the Chin family's food, and you have the nerve to target their biological son. You really open my eyes. When William heard this, he didn't get angry, but smiled faintly. Really? Then you'd better open your eyes and take a good look. There will be more eye-opening things in the future. William, what do you mean? Do you still want to cause trouble? I warn you, this is a live broadcast. If you dare to be presumptuous again, I will make you taste the taste of disgrace. William's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. Director Sue, you still have the mind to threaten me now. Why don't you think of a way to find a few more real masters? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish recording the first episode of this program. Stop pretending to be so arrogant in front of me. How dare you threaten me? You are just an adopted son. If Chun Yun hadn't brought you here, do you think you are qualified to stand in front of me? William shrugged. Since Director Sue won't listen, there's nothing I can do. If there's nothing else, I'll go out and continue recording the show. After saying that, William walked past Su Yao and strode away. You ignorant brat. If Chun Yun hadn't protected you, I would have 100 ways to kill you. Su Yao looked at William's back, gritted his teeth, and said with a dark face. When William arrived at the living room on the first floor, everyone was sitting on the sofa, discussing the rooms they would stay in. Seeing him and Su Yao going downstairs one after another, and Su Yao looking very unhappy, he knew that the conversation between the two was not going well, so he tacitly did not focus on William, so as not to cause unnecessary discussion among the audience. William had no intention of joining in the discussion and sat down in a corner, looking as if he had nothing to do with it. How about we live together? A voice suddenly came to his ear. William turned his head and saw Wan Mingshu coming to his side, without him knowing when. William raised his eyebrows slightly. You want to live with me? Wan Mingshu still looked cool. I don't like these people in the entertainment industry. They're so fake, and you and Oscar are the only ones who are about my age, so we can have something in common. But I really can't stand Oscar. He's a grown man, but he still dares to call me brother, and his eyes get red all the time. I'm afraid if I live with him, I won't be able to help but fight with him. Okay, if possible, we can live together. William chuckled. He also didn't like Qi Xiangyang. He thought he was a bit evil. As for the Danganji brothers, William actually did not blame them for what happened in his past life. But they already had a room to themselves, so it would be better for him, an outsider, not to disturb them. Wan Mingshu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw William agreed. He quite admired William. Even he didn't dare to directly attack someone he hated in front of the live camera, but William dared to do so. It was really cool. Sis, I will be living in the same room with William from now on. When everyone heard Wan Mingshu's words, they all looked at him. Wan Yitong frowned immediately. Judging from William's behavior in front of the camera just now, one can imagine that there must be people scolding him online. His silly brother is rushing to make friends with others. Isn't this asking for trouble? She was about to speak up to persuade him, but Wan Mingshu had obviously anticipated her reaction. Sister, I have decided on this buddy William's temper towards me. Let's leave it at that. You guys can continue to discuss it. Wan Yitong's throat choked, seeing that her silly brother had obviously made up his mind. Then she thought that he was not a person in the entertainment industry, so she just let him be, lest he be unhappy and cause trouble on the show. Thinking of this, she looked at Qi Xiangyang apologetically. Teacher Qi, I'm so sorry. My brother is young and ignorant. He just wants to play. Look, it's okay. It's normal for them to like to hang out together. Now it depends on whether Wenwen is willing to live with me. If Wenwen doesn't want to live with me, I'll have to sleep on the floor by myself. Qi Xiangyang, who had a high EQ, made a joke and smoothed the situation over. Everyone smiled politely. Oscar hurriedly said, Teacher Qi, please don't say that. I've seen all your plays. I would love to live in the same room with you. Although Oscar had a well-behaved smile on his face, he was scolding William and Wan Mingshu in his heart. Originally, he thought that if William didn't live with him, he would share a room with Wan Mingshu. He knew that women on the internet now like to ship gay couples. Although he didn't understand it, he knew that with his and Wan Mingshu's superior looks, as long as he did some ambiguous actions with Wan Mingshu intentionally or unintentionally, there would definitely be a large number of female viewers shipping them. This kind of fans have the strongest stickiness and fighting power. As long as he has enough fans, there will naturally be people who will rush to help him clear the negative information about him. But I didn't expect that Wan Mingshu would be so ignorant that he actually chose to live in the same room with William. But on second thought, since Wan Mingshu's approach is out of the question, the only option is Qi Xiangyang. Although there was a big age difference between them, it seemed that his plan could go ahead. Qi Xiangyang is very popular now and has enough fans. If we could directly convert his fans into fans of their couple, maybe the gains would be greater than hyping up their couple relationship with Wan Mingshu. Thinking of this, he felt a little more at ease. Okay, for the men, Teacher Deng and his brother will share a room. Asu and William will share a room. When one and teacher Chi will share a room. And for the women, teacher Du and her sister will share a room. And Yin Yun, Meng Meng, and I will share a room. When Wan Yidong said this, her eyes swept across the faces of several women at the scene. She thought that Du Yin had a cold temper and seemed difficult to get along with. So she thought it would be better not to try to please him. So she decided to live with Chen Yun. We girls are all timid and want to live next door to Master Wu Wei, but I think Sister Xian Xian seems to be the most timid. She hasn't said much since she entered this room. Yun, why don't we live on the second floor and let Sister Xian Xian live next door to Master Wu Wei? After saying that, Wan Yitong looked at Chen Yun, waiting for Chen Yun's reaction. She has realized now that she shouldn't have said in the beginning that she was a coward and wanted to live next door to the master. It was too hateful and gave Chen Yun the opportunity to ridicule her. Since Chen Yun dared to ridicule her, she would naturally fight back. Don't think she can't see it. Chen Yun is the one who most wants to live next door to Master Wu Wei. Chapter 111 Wu Wei lets Oscar live next door to him. And most importantly, the reason she wanted to live next door to Wu Wei in the first place was because of her cowardly younger brother. Although Wan Mingxiu looks big and strong, he is actually very afraid of the dark. The word "there is a ghost" can scare him so much that he jumps 3 feet high. Now that Wan Mingxiu could no longer live with him, he wanted to follow William and had no obsession with where to live, so she naturally no longer insisted on living next door to the master. Anyway, we are all in the same house, so if we really want to get to know each other, there will always be a chance. If the master really didn't want to get to know her, it would be useless for her to sleep in his bed. So, now she's just looking forward to watching Chen Yun's good show. Sure enough, Chen Yun's reaction did not disappoint her. Chen Yun's face froze for a moment. Then she smiled and said, I don't care where I live, but I think Ming Ming seems to be quite timid. Is it okay for her to live on the second floor? Everyone's attention shifted to Qi Mingming's face. Qi Mingming knew that no matter what she said now, she would offend people. The only difference is what to say to offend the least number of people. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, she smiled and said, I can actually live anywhere, just make the decision, teachers. Chen Yun was so angry that she clenched her fists and forced a smile. Then her mind turned, and she suddenly thought of a good idea. Well, since everyone is so casual, let's give the house to Sister Xian Xian. Then, she changed the subject. But since we live next door to the master, should we ask for his advice? After all, I heard that even a powerful person like Master Wu Wei would have his own habits and rules. Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this. What kind of nonsense is this? It's just that we are living in the same room while recording the show. No matter how many rules the master has, does he have to choose who lives next door? But the staff still invited Wu Wei out. After Wu Wei learned the reason why they were looking for him, he glanced around at everyone. Du Yin and Chen Yun both looked at Wu Wei with confidence. One is that he thinks he has some kind of relationship with Wu Wei. The other one relied on Zhao Sinan's affection. But what no one expected was that Wu Wei's gaze finally fell on Oscar's face. May I have your name? Oscar acted very surprised and said in confusion, Master, my name is Oscar. Wu Wei nodded. Life has been rough lately, hasn't it? Yes. Oscar's face immediately became full of disappointment. Wu Wei counted with his fingers and said, You can live next door to me. I see from your face that you have been disturbed by rumors recently, which has seriously affected your fortune. If you don't deal with it, it will have more serious consequences. Since we have met, it can be considered a destiny. I'll help you deal with it. After hearing this, William looked at Oscar, then looked at Wu Wei, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that this so-called master has some connection with Oscar. Chun Yun didn't expect that the room she was determined to get fell into the hands of her own younger brother. However, considering that what the master said coincided with the purpose of her appearance on the show, and she automatically imagined that Zhao Sinan was pursuing her by taking care of his own brother, she readily accepted this reality. Others would not risk offending others by refutation of Wu Wei's words, so they did not say anything. The house selection controversy was settled because of Wu Wei's words, and Oscar and Qi Xiangyang moved into the room next to Wu Wei. The rest of the people went up to the second floor. There is no need to fight for the rooms on the second floor. The only difference is the size. How about this? We give the 2 larger rooms on the second floor to our female guests. William and Wan Mingxiu as soon as he went upstairs. So, Chun Yun, Wan Yitong, and Qi Mingming moved into the room right above Wu Wei. The Du Yin sisters lived in the room opposite them. William and Wan Mingxiu moved into the room next to Chen Yun. The Deng Anji brothers lived in a room next to the corridor. Everyone returned to the room to rest. As soon as Wan Mingxiu entered the room, he lay down on the bed and turned off the radio. Damn it, if I had known that this crappy show would involve such intrigue just to choose a room, I would never have come here. William smiled and didn't respond. He observed Wan Mingxiu's face and found that he was a man with a hot temper, but a simple heart and no bad intentions. Wan Mingxiu didn't care about William's indifference. Seeing that he had also laid down on the bed next to him, he turned over and continued, "Brother, what is the relationship between you and that Chun Yin siblings? Why are their surnames Chun and yours Jiang? Aren't you biological brothers and sisters?" "I'm an orphan," William said lightly. Wan Mingxiu choked and regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself in the face. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "Fine." The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Wan Mingxiu asked again, "Well, buddy, are you afraid of ghosts?" William turned his head and looked at Wan Mingxiu. "Are you afraid?" Wan Mingxiu forced an awkward smile. "A little bit." William smiled and said, "Are you afraid of ghosts, and would you participate in this kind of adventure program?" "It's nothing." My sister didn't tell me what this show was about at the beginning. She just said there was a person she hated who would bring her brother to the show and use a sports car to entice me to come and help him. So I came, but when we were about to leave, she told me that this was the type of show. I was almost pissed off to death. William thought for a moment. "The person your sister hates is Chun Yin?" Wan Mingxiu was slightly stunned when he heard this, as if he just realized that the person who was listening to his complaints was in cahoots with the woman his sister hated. But he soon let it go and said carelessly, "It's okay. Let them solve the matter between women by themselves. It won't affect our brotherhood." William nodded. Wan Mingxiu then asked, "You haven't told me yet? Are you afraid of ghosts?" "No." "You don't believe there are ghosts in this world?" "No, I believe there is." Not only that, he sees it often. Of course, William did not say the second half of the sentence. When Wan Mingxiu heard him say this, he immediately sat up and began to talk about his magical experience with a beaming smile. "Let me tell you, I saw a ghost when I was a kid. When I was 6 years old, there was a heavy rainstorm one night. I was half asleep in the middle of the night and saw an old lady in white clothes standing at the head of my bed. She kept looking at me and laughing. I was so scared that I peed my pants." William really wanted to tell Wan Mingxiu that in this situation, it was usually his grandmother who came back to see him. But I was afraid of scaring him, so I didn't say anything and just listened quietly to him talking excitedly. Chapter 112. Oscar visits Wu Wei privately. Wan Mingxiu didn't mind William's cold personality. Even if William didn't say anything, he could still talk nonstop, because he knew William was listening. The aura between people is very strange. There are some people who make you feel uncomfortable just by looking at them, and you don't want to say a word to them. For example, Oscar. But there are some people who, just by looking at them once, you feel that you can be friends with them. For example, William. Oscar, who was hated by Wan Mingxiu, was also not idle. He was trying his best to act like a weak person who was bullied. Qi Xiangyang never expected that he would end up living next door to Master Wu Wei by accident. He entered the room, put his luggage away, and then made an excuse to go out for a walk. But what he really wanted was to see if he could find an opportunity to talk to Master Wu Wei. It's a pity that Wu Wei's room was closed all the time and the live broadcast was still going on. He didn't want to disturb others so quickly, so he could only go back to the room first. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Oscar sitting on the edge of the bed with his head hung, looking depressed. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" he walked over and asked. Oscar raised his head and forced a strong smile. "I'm fine, Brother Xiangyang." Qi Xiangyang saw his slightly red eyes and asked hurriedly, "How can you be okay? Your eyes are red. Tell me what happened to you." "I'm really fine, Brother Xiangyang. You don't have to worry about me. My eyes just feel a little uncomfortable. It will be fine in a while." Qi Xiangyang thought for a moment, then said, "Is it because William just said in front of everyone that he doesn't want to live with you?" Oscar was secretly delighted, thinking that Qi Xiangyang was quite sensible. But he forced a bitter smile on his face. "It's okay. My brother has a misunderstanding of me, so he hates me. I can understand. Once the misunderstanding between my brothers is resolved, everything will be fine." Before going on the show, Qi Xiangyang had a brief understanding of the guests participating in the show and their respective brothers and sisters, and naturally knew what the misunderstanding Oscar mentioned was. However, he didn't know exactly what the situation was, so it was difficult for him to comment further. But Oscar was acting like this in front of him now, and he couldn't do anything unless he said something. So he reached out and rubbed Oscar's head, smiling and comforting. "It's okay. At your age, conflicts will be resolved quickly. Don't think too much. Just think of it as a trip out for fun. Maybe you two brothers will be fine tomorrow. Oscar looked up at Qi Xiangyang and put on a happy smile. I see, Brother Xiangyang. Thank you. You are such a nice person. Qi Xiangyang also smiled, then turned around and lay back down on his bed. Oscar looked at his profile, his heart filled with joy. He didn't do anything, but Qi Xiangyang touched his head. He could imagine how excited the group of Fujoshi who were watching his live broadcast were. They might have already started shipping the couple. He seemed to have seen his name appearing in hot searches every day and being loved by thousands of girls. After a while, he also lay down, picked up his mobile phone happily, opened Weibo, and searched his own name. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Some people have already started to pair up the warm-hearted uncle and the aggrieved puppy. But there are not many people. Searches for his name turned up more accusations that he had defamed William. He couldn't wait to make these things disappear, so he went to knock on Wu Wei's door. When Wu Wei saw him, his brows frowned slightly. Why are you here now? You are so impatient. Oscar didn't care about Wu Wei's criticism of him, and only asked, Master, why did you join this program? Is it just for me? Of course, if it wasn't for you, why would I come to join in the fun of this kind of show? After hearing this, Oscar became even more excited. Master, can you help me clean the black spots on my body this time? As long as you behave yourself, after this show is over, William will no longer be an obstacle to you. Master, don't worry, I will listen to you. Oscar's heart was already pounding at this moment. After a moment, he asked again, By the way, Master, I've always wanted to ask you, how did you deal with Sun Hao? He won't come to me again in the future, right? Wu Wei sneered. A fool who can't even remember his own name. How can he remember the things you have done? Oscar looked surprised. You made Sun Hao a fool. What about those recordings? He didn't release them accidentally, did he? Wu Wei was a little impatient. Don't worry. All the recordings have been destroyed. No one in this world will know what you have done. Oscar then breathed a sigh of relief and bowed solemnly to Wu Wei. Thank you, Master. Wu Wei was silent for a moment, then said in a cold voice, Oscar, although I am willing to help you, I don't want to follow you around and clean up your mess all the time, so you'd better not do such stupid things in the future. Oscar was startled by Wu Wei's sudden warning and stammered, I understand, Master. Don't be angry. Wu Wei nodded. That's good to know. From now on, just participate in the program well and follow my instructions for everything else. If I don't say anything, you don't have to do anything. Okay, Master. As long as you can help me get rid of William, I will listen to you. Oscar deeply, then turned around and took out a jade pendant from his arms. Take this. Oscar took the jade pendant and asked doubtfully, What is this? This house is not clean. Remember to carry it with you. Oscar was shocked when he heard this. This house is not clean? Master, what do you mean? Is there a ghost in this house? Wu Wei nodded. If I'm not mistaken, there should be some, but don't worry, as long as you keep wearing this jade pendant, no matter what kind of ghosts and monsters, they can't get close to you. Oscar thought of all the magical qualities of the master before him, chose to believe him, and immediately put on the jade pendant. He originally wanted to ask Wu Wei what was going on with the abscess in Dora's mouth some time ago. But when he saw Wu Wei's impatient face and his previous warning to him, he swallowed his words. Forget it. I'd better not ask for now, so as not to anger the master. After William's issue is completely resolved, and he now has more important things to ask. Master, we are about to start our exploration. Can you tell me what is wrong with this house? Chapter 113 Wan Yitong is in danger during live broadcast. After resting for a while in their respective rooms, everyone came out to continue the live broadcast recording of the adventure. When the host Han Dong saw that everyone was present, he began to announce the subsequent program schedule. Dear guests, according to the program procedures, you have to find out why this house is called a haunted house in these 3 days and 2 nights. Next, you will be divided into groups according to families to explore the mystery. Upon hearing this, Wan Mingxiu hurriedly asked, Teacher, must each family act separately? Can we travel together? It depends on the wishes of the guests themselves. Wan Mingxiu was overjoyed. William, let's go together. William nodded. Wan Yidong was a little surprised. This kid has always been arrogant. So how come he became so close to William in just a short while? Han Dong continued, but we have 5 families after all. If we all get together, the progress may be too slow. So even if we go together, it is best not to have more than 2 families. Okay, everyone, you can start your action now. After Han Dong finished speaking, he was about to leave the camera. Chun Yun raised her hand and asked, Teacher Han, Master Wu Wei won't come with me? Yes, Teacher Wu Wei will not participate in the program team's exploration. His responsibility in the program is to protect everyone's safety. In other words, he will only show up when something happens, so you'd better pray that he doesn't show up. Everyone was a little disappointed when they heard this, but they didn't say anything. Thus, the group began their adventure in this episode. At this time, although the sun was shining brightly outside, the light inside the house was a little dim, and the atmosphere always felt a little gloomy. Wan Mingxiu walked up to William. "William, where do we start?" William looked at Wan Mingxiu, feeling somewhat confused. Why does this kid ask him everything? Do you know something? Just take a walk. After he said that, he walked out. Chun Yun was very dissatisfied. This kid, does he think of himself as the captain? Seeing that her younger brother was following William, Wan Yidong hurried forward and grabbed him. "What's wrong with you? How come you and William are so close so quickly?" Wan Mingxiu impatiently shook off her hand. "He's the only one here that I like. If I don't get along with him, do I have to join you in intrigues?" Fortunately, Wan Yidong was quick and understood the character of her ignorant brother. When she saw him frown, she knew he was up to no good and covered the microphones of both of them in time, thus preventing Wan Mingxiu from exposing the true relationship between these female artists in front of the national audience. "This is a live broadcast, so be careful what you say to me. If you dare to be so rude again, don't even think about buying you a sports car," Wan Yidong said angrily. Although Wan Mingxiu was not convinced, he did not dare to retort when he thought of his sports car. He said helplessly, "Okay, I'll stop talking nonsense, but don't worry about who I hang out with on the show. Can't you just find someone else? You know that I, Chun Yun." Wan Yidong looked around and saw Chun Yun and Oscar coming over, so she swallowed the rest of her words. Wan Mingxiu also saw Chun Yun, then leaned close to Wan Yidong's ear and whispered, "William is a very pitiful guy. He is an orphan." When Wan Yidong heard this, her expression changed instantly, and there was a bit more sympathy in her eyes when she looked at William. Then he glanced at Chun Yun with disdain. "No wonder. I was wondering why this little bitch had two younger brothers, but only had eyes for one younger brother. Don't talk nonsense. It's enough for you to know about this. Don't tell anyone, or William will be sad." "I understand. Then you take good care of her." "I will. He's my brother now." After Wan Mingxiu finished speaking, he turned around and walked to William. Seeing William standing in the middle of the yard, looking at the roof, he asked, "William, what are you looking at?" William turned his head and looked at Wan Mingxiu, then shook his head. "Nothing." At this time, Wan Yidong also came over. "William, can I join you too?" William looked at Wan Yidong's face and frowned slightly. There is black air jumping between the eyebrows, and there may be a bloody disaster. He took a close look at Wan Yidong's face, then his expression changed drastically, and he quickly reached out and pulled her over. The incident happened suddenly. Wan Yidong was startled, screamed, and almost lost her balance. "You are... what?" Bang! Before Wan Yidong could finish her words, she heard two loud noises. "Oh my God!" Wan Mingxiu was also startled, but he still stood in front of Wan Yidong as quickly as possible. When everyone heard the noise, they looked over and found that tiles from the roof had fallen off. Wan Mingxiu looked at William in shock. "William, you pulled my sister just now because you saw the tiles were about to fall, right?" William didn't say that he had predicted that Wan Yidong would suffer a bloody disaster. He just said lightly. Wan Yidong then realized that William suddenly pulled her in order to save her. She felt ashamed when she thought that this guy had suddenly gone crazy and was about to question him. Although she was still in shock, she quickly thanked him. "Little William, thank you so much for what happened just now. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened." Wan Mingxiu threatened. "You don't know yet. Let me tell you, if William hadn't helped you just now, your head would have been split open. You have to thank my brother." Wan Yidong glared at her stupid brother, completely forgetting about pretending to be a lady in front of the camera, and yelled, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" After that, she turned to look at William. "William, don't worry. After the show is over, I will definitely find a chance to thank you." "Need not." William didn't take such trivial matters seriously at all. Wan Mingxiu looked at his sister's pale face and felt a little scared. He thought that if the tile had hit her on the head, the consequences would have been disastrous. With tiles this thick, a bloody head is the least that can happen. Thinking of this, he became furious and turned to the director. "Director, what's wrong with your production team? Can't you even guarantee the basic safety of the guests? Why did you choose such a dangerous place to record the show?" Director Su didn't expect that a young boy would suddenly rush up to him and yell at him in front of so many people. His already dark face turned a little red with anger, but he couldn't refute in front of the live camera. After all, given the situation just now, if something really happened to the guest, they would indeed be responsible. Asu, don't be like this. This was just an accident. No one wanted this to happen. If you do this, the director will feel even worse. Oscar came over and advised. Wan Mingxiu already disliked Oscar, and when he saw him coming over and saying such sarcastic words, he became even angrier. Wan Mingxiu pushed him away and said, "What the hell do you have to do with it? Stop pretending to be a saint in front of me. The person who was almost injured wasn't your sister. You're standing here and talking without any pain in your waist, right? Get out." Chapter 114. Oscar shows off himself. Oscar originally just wanted to say a word for the director, gain his favor, let the audience in the live broadcast room see his kindness, and finally show himself. However, he didn't expect that Wan Mingxiu, who had a bad temper, would actually attack him directly. He was stunned for a moment, but soon, he realized that he had taken this opportunity to trick the idiot Wan Mingxiu. Anyway, he was speaking for all the staff. The more Wan Mingxiu went too far, the more he would win the favor of the staff. As long as the staff are on his side, it will be easier for him to deal with William. Thinking of this, he put on an aggrieved and helpless expression. Asu, that's not what I meant, but the sudden fall of tiles is something that cannot be avoided even if the production team has made thorough preparations. Oscar approvingly, then looked at Wan Mingxiu. Yes, Xiaoxiu, the program team has already ruled out all dangerous factors, including the roof, and the staff have also carefully checked it. Logically, this situation should not occur. Wan Yidong actually knew that this matter could not be blamed on the director team. But after all, her brother was standing up for her because he felt sorry for her. She couldn't betray her own people and stand with the program crew, disappointing her own brother. But things had come to this point, and if she didn't show up, the situation would become even more embarrassing. So she walked up. Asu, sister is fine. You don't have to worry. After that, she said to Su Yao, "Director, I understand that this incident was indeed an accident, but you saw the situation just now. It was indeed very dangerous. How about asking the staff to work harder and do another comprehensive inspection to confirm whether there are any other dangerous factors? In this way, everyone will feel more at ease." Su Yao knew that Wan Yidong came out to smooth things over so that everyone could save face. So he agreed. Wan Yidong pulled Wan Mingxiu away and patiently coaxed him for a while, and Wan Mingxiu finally calmed down. "I'm fine. Why don't you go back and rest for a while?" Wan Yitong was about to agree, but William suddenly said, "Don't go in. Just sit outside for a while and bask in the sun." Upon hearing this, Wan Yitong and her brother were both stunned. "Why?" Wan Mingxiu asked with a puzzled look on his face. William smiled and said, "You let your sister sleep alone in the haunted house? Just bask in the sun and get rid of the negative energy on her body." Sleeping alone in a haunted house? Wan Yidong felt goosebumps all over her body just by imagining this scene. She quickly said, "Listen to William and just go outside and bask in the sun." The three of them sat together and chatted casually. After a while, Wan Mingxiu found Oscar standing in the middle of the yard with a frown on his face. He snorted disdainfully, then bumped William's shoulder and lowered his voice. "Look at that Chunbalian." William followed Wan Mingxiu's gaze and wondered what tricks this boy was playing. At this time, Su Yao also noticed his abnormality and gave Qi Xiangyang a look, asking him to go and ask. "Brother, I see you've been standing here for a long time. What are you looking at?" Oscar said with a worried look on his face. "I was wondering if what happened to Sister Yitong just now was an accident." Qi Xiangyang was surprised and asked, "What do you mean? If it wasn't an accident, could it be someone deliberately doing something bad?" Oscar shook his head. "It's not that someone is doing something bad on purpose. Brother Xiangyang, don't forget how this house became famous." Oscar in horror. "You mean that thing is causing trouble?" Oscar nodded. Oscar's voice was quite loud. At this time, except for William and his three companions, all the other guests also gathered around. "Wen, how do you know it's that kind of thing that's causing all this trouble?" "Wen, do you know something?" "Yeah, if you know anything, tell me now. Is this place really so evil?" "Oh my god, I have goosebumps," everyone asked at once. Su Yao has been paying attention to the situation here and had someone set up the live broadcast camera over long ago. Oscar looked around and saw people looking at him anxiously. His vanity was completely satisfied at this moment. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "There is something wrong with the feng shui of this house." Chun Yin was shocked when she heard this. Brother Wenwen, do you know feng shui? Oscar smiled embarrassedly. When I was a child, my father invited a feng shui master to come to our house to check the feng shui. I followed him and listened a few times. I was quite interested in this kind of thing, so I also read some books on the subject and studied it briefly. I don't understand it very well. I just know the basics. Chun Yun once again felt that Oscar, her younger brother, really brought her honor and looked at him with approval. Then, brother, tell me what's wrong with the feng shui here. Do you feel that the temperature inside the house is much lower than outside, and it always feels eerie? Qi Xiangyang was deeply touched by this and immediately said, yes, yes, yes. I felt it as soon as I entered the room, and I felt that the longer I stayed in there, the more uncomfortable I felt. Oscar pointed to a big tree nearby. The big trees provide shade. The only direction of this house that has no shade is the west. The whole house is in the shade. As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 cypress trees at the gate of the yard. And those 2 trees, they're called cypress trees. What's wrong with the cypress tree? Dunyan asked. Teacher Du, the cypress tree has another name called the grave tree. A tree on a grave? After hearing this, everyone's faces turned serious. Oscar continued. Who would plant 2 cypress trees, known as grave trees, at the gate of the house? With these 2 cypress trees, do you think this house can still be lived in? If it's not for people to live in, what else can it be for? Chun Yun knew nothing about metaphysics, and the more she listened, the more confused she looked. Hearing this, Oscar raised his head and rubbed Chun Yun's head with a doting smile. Silly third sister. What else can this place be for if not for people to live in? Chun Yun finally reacted and asked tremblingly, could it be a place for ghosts to live in? Chapter 115, William sells talismans. Oscar smiled and sighed softly. You finally figured it out? Chun Yun pretended to be embarrassed and said, you little bastard, don't make fun of me. At this moment, Oscar could imagine how many people on the internet were fascinated by the loving interaction between him and Chun Yun, and his title of National Younger Brother was firmly established. The next step is to strengthen the label of yourself as knowledgeable and talented. Okay, no more jokes? He put away the smile on his face and said seriously, in our country, there are some places that have a taboo. That is, when decorating a house, you should avoid installing arches, because there is a saying in these places that arches are similar to tomb doors. Although this house is said to be an antique Chinese building, you can see that the gates of the courtyard and the house are arches, and I don't know if you have noticed that arches can be seen everywhere in the house. After Oscar's explanation, everyone in the audience in the live broadcast room realized that many of the doors of this house are indeed arched. Now, even though they were standing under the sun, everyone felt cold all over. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt that the show suddenly became eerie and scary. Damn, it's true. So, aren't they all living in tombs now? Brother Wenwen knows a lot, and he speaks very logically. No wonder he said that Wan Yitong was almost hit by tiles and it was not an accident. That's right, they obviously had good intentions. But it's a pity that Wan Mingxiu, that reckless man, didn't understand Brother Wenwen's good intentions, and even wanted to beat Brother Wenwen. How disgusting. What on earth is there that Wenwen doesn't know? He even knows feng shui. I used to envy Wenwen for having a sister like Chun Yun, but now I envy you, Chun Yun, for having a brother like Wenwen. William, does Chin Balian really understand feng shui? Oscar said. Wan Mingxiu's face turned pale with fright. William chuckled. Does Oscar understand feng shui? Are you kidding? He suddenly thought of the scene where Wu Wei specifically asked Oscar to live next door to him, and he had a guess in his mind. I'm afraid there must be someone else who understands feng shui. It doesn't matter whether he understands it or not, but what he said is indeed the truth. Wan Mingxiu was so scared that he didn't realize that William's words meant that he also understood feng shui, so he began to stutter. Then, what should we do? Aren't we living with a ghost? A ghost now? As he said this, he looked at his sister with a sad face. Sister, I don't want to record anymore. I want to go home. I don't want a sports car anymore. Can you let me go home? Wan Yitong looked at her brother, who was so scared that he couldn't help laughing, and said, Okay, there are so many people here. Even if there is a ghost, nothing will happen. Have you forgotten? There is also a famous master in our program. You can learn from William. He is not as scared as you are. William, are you really not afraid at all? Wan Mingxiu looked at William. William shook his head. There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. I promise you. As he said this, he looked at Wan Yitong and thought to himself, you are more dangerous. The black energy between Wan Yitong's brows dissipated a little because she had been basking in the sun. But as soon as she returned to the house, the black energy would definitely condense quickly. Sister Tong, do you know your birth date? As a heavenly master, William would generally not watch ordinary people being harmed by ghosts. Wan Yitong and Wan Mingxiu are siblings, and he can see that they have a very good relationship, the kind of pure family affection without any impurities. People always have a yearning for things they have never had. Based on this, he sincerely hoped that nothing would happen to the brother and sister in this show. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not even have anyone to talk to. Why are you asking about my birth date? Wan Yidong was a little confused. William knew that even if he said now that he understood metaphysics, no one would believe him. After all, he was too young. Moreover, Oscar had just said that he understood feng shui, and he followed up by saying that he understood metaphysics, which inevitably made people think that he was just repeating what others had said. Although he didn't care much about other people's opinions, he was too lazy to create trouble and didn't want to waste energy explaining to anyone. So he just made up an excuse. I have a friend who knows a little bit about metaphysics. The incident where you were almost hit by tiles just now was indeed a bit weird. I asked him to help you calculate what happened. Wan Yidong thought that William had just saved her life and now wanted to ask someone to tell her fortune. She felt even more grateful to him and directly told him her birth date and 8 characters. William quietly calculated with his fingers and found that the result was as he expected. The fate is extremely Yin. He remembered that in his previous life, after he finished recording the first episode, Wan Yidong seemed to have completely retired from the entertainment industry not long after. He didn't think much about it at the time, but now he thinks it may have something to do with this house. This group of people are all in the entertainment industry, and each of them has a group of loyal fans. The love these fans have for them will also turn into invisible luck and bless them. This is also the real reason why people often say red energy nourishes people. People like them are actually impossible for ordinary ghosts to get close to. However, Wan Yidong's fate is rather special, so if she encounters powerful ghosts, it will still have a great impact on her. Therefore, if he really did nothing and just watched Wan Yidong live here for 3 days and 2 nights, he was afraid that she would end up with the same fate as in her previous life. Thinking of this, William took out a triangular amulet from his pocket and handed it to Wan Yitong. Sister Tong, the master said that your fate is extremely Yin, and it is easy to provoke those things. This is a peace amulet given to me by a master. You keep it well and don't leave it with you these days. William's serious expression with a confused look on her face. Was that really not an accident? Probably not. Is this amulet really useful? If you accept this amulet, you need to give me 10,000 yuan. The master said that everything has cause and effect, and it is best for the mysterious master not to get involved in cause and effect with ordinary people. So I have to accept the money. As long as you carry this amulet with you. After this episode, if anything happens to you, I will compensate you 1 million. Wan Yitong was stunned. What is this operation, suddenly selling talismans? Wan Mingxiu didn't know why, but he felt that William was a very trustworthy person. Without thinking, he took the amulet from William's hand and put it into Wan Yitong's hand. Sister, why are you still standing there? Take it quickly. I'll pay you the $10,000. Chapter 116 Oscar. Brother, how can you lie to me? As he said that, he took out his cell phone to transfer money to William. William hurriedly stopped her and said, No, this is a causal relationship between Master Xian and your sister. It's better for your sister to pay for it. As he said this, he looked at Wan Yidong and thought, he has already said this. If Wan Yidong still doesn't believe him, then there is nothing he can do. His talismans cost 10,000 yuan each, which is a very cheap price. As long as he wants, if he sells 1 ticket for 1 million, there will probably be countless people who want to grab it. For a moment, Wan Yidong felt that she had been scammed. But then she thought again, he was her savior after all, so it didn't matter even if he really wanted to cheat her out of $10,000. Besides, now they all say that this house is so evil, and William also explains it in a very convincing way. Regardless of whether this so-called amulet is really that effective, just buy it for peace of mind. How do I pay? Should I add you on WeChat? Wan Mingxiu hurriedly said, I'll send you William's WeChat. Wan Yitong added William on WeChat and quickly transferred 10,000 yuan to him. On the other side, Oscar has finished his performance. Su Yao also noticed William. He now hated both William and Wan Mingxiu, 2 ignorant brats. So I've always been paying close attention to the 2 of them, and I know exactly what they said and did before. So he deliberately walked in front of the camera and called Chun Yun aside. Yin Yun, there is something I need to tell you. What? Your brother William just sold Tong Tong a lucky charm for 10,000 yuan. What? William sells amulets. Chun Yun was completely confused. Su Yao nodded. I took a look at the comments. Now most of them are scolding William for cheating people out of money and getting in front of a live camera. It has a bad influence. Do you want to take care of him? It's okay for a child to make mistakes. It's good as long as he knows he's wrong. I'm just worried that he will really go astray. Chun Yun was already furious at this time. This damn William actually dared to blatantly cheat in front of the live camera. Doesn't he know? He is her younger brother now, and his every word and action will affect her. Chun Yun glanced at the live camera and knew that now all the viewers on the internet knew what William had done. She couldn't even find an excuse for William's wrong behavior. What she needs to do now is to quickly remove herself from this matter so as not to affect her reputation. William angrily. Do you know what you are doing? William was stunned when he saw Chun Yun, who suddenly went crazy. What's wrong with this woman? Oscar, who knew the whole story, came over with an anxious look on his face. Brother, how could you do this? If you need money, just come to me. How could you lie to me? Do you know this is a live broadcast? Wan Mingxu was also confused, but whenever he saw Oscar's sullen look, he instinctively wanted to curse. What the hell are you talking about? How did William lie? Oscar ignored him and looked at Wan Yidong sincerely. Sister Yidong, my brother didn't mean to deceive you. He was just joking with you. I will return the 10,000 yuan to you right now. Don't blame him. Wan Yidong also understood what they were talking about at this time. But as a woman who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, she could naturally tell what Oscar was thinking at a glance. Even without mentioning that William was her savior, she felt sick just by looking at his hypocritical behavior, not to mention that he was Chun Yun's younger brother. She laughed sarcastically. Oscar, you didn't even ask what happened, but you came here and said that William was a liar. What are you thinking? Oscar was so focused on proving that William had lied in public that he failed to hear Wan Yidong's implicit defense of William. Sister Yidong, I'm so sorry, my brother is not usually like this. Shut the fuck up. What the hell are you acting for? Wan Mingxu was completely furious and pointed at Oscar's nose and cursed. Oscar was incredulous when he heard this. He didn't understand. He was clearly exposing William's true face and telling them not to be fooled. So why was this idiot still protecting William like this? I'm just afraid that my brother will go astray. William sneered when he heard this. Oscar, I told you before, if I hear you call me brother again, I will never be polite to you. Why? You are relying on the live broadcasts. I don't dare to hit you, right? After hearing this, Chun Yun became even more furious. William, what's wrong with you? You did something wrong and you refuse to admit it. Now you want to threaten your brother, Wen. What do you want to do? I brought you to participate in the show. Is this how you treat me? Don't forget, this is a live broadcast. You are my brother. You are lying here in public. Have you ever thought about how others will look at me as your sister? And you are cheating. People can call the police to arrest you. William turned his head and looked at Chun Yun, his expression even darker. Chun Yun, you know why you brought me to the show? Also, I've already told you this at the airport, right? If you want me to not cause you any trouble on the show, then keep a close eye on your brother. Don't let a grown man keep calling me brother. I find that disgusting. I thought that this was a live broadcast, and I didn't want to bring a bad influence to the show, so I didn't do anything to Oscar. But this doesn't mean that I will tolerate Oscar coming to provoke me again and again. I'm putting this here now. If Oscar dares to discuss me again, I promise to make him know how to write the word regret. Chun Yun looked at William, the anger in her eyes almost overflowing. She pointed at William and said angrily, William, you disappoint me so much. Not only did you lie in front of the camera, but now you are still like this. That's enough. William didn't want to continue this meaningless argument with Chun Yun, so he interrupted him. You keep saying that I'm lying. Do you have any evidence? Your good brother is relying on some feng shui knowledge he heard from somewhere, saying that he has studied feng shui. Have you ever thought that he is the one who is really deceiving everyone? Chun Yun, Oscar was raised by your Chun family. Don't you know whether he has really studied feng shui? Even if you don't know, you can call your family now and ask them to find out if there is any book on feng shui in Oscar's room. If you can find one, I will immediately admit that I am a liar. Okay. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Oscar. They are all actors and have studied the micro-expressions on people's faces. They clearly noticed that there was a moment of guilt on his face. Brother, William, I've read a few books on feng shui since I was a kid. Is that hard to believe? Why do you always target me like this? I'm targeting you? Okay, Oscar, didn't you say you know a little bit about feng shui? Then let me ask you, in feng shui, what does green dragon on the left and white tiger on the right mean? What is their role in architectural layout? Oscar was completely stunned. He just wrote down what Master Wu told him about the strange feng shui of this house. How could he possibly know about green dragon on the left and white tiger on the right? Chapter 117. What is this so-called master planning? Seeing Oscar was speechless after being asked by William, everyone had some guesses in their minds. It seems that the guy who just spoke so logically was really just pretending to be cool. Wan Mingxiu disliked Oscar in the first place, so he naturally would not give up such a good opportunity to make him lose face. He looked at William with pretended confusion. William, isn't this question too difficult? Oscar has already said that he only knows the basics. If you ask a question that is too difficult, it is normal for him to not be able to answer it. William looked at Oscar, whose face was extremely ugly, and smiled contemptuously. Difficult? This is considered basic feng shui knowledge. Since he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the feng shui of this house, then the question I asked him just now was equivalent to asking a college student what 1 plus 2 equals. Wan Mingxiu was overjoyed when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Oscar and said exaggeratedly, "Is this how easy it is? Then Oscar, tell us the answer quickly. Otherwise, everyone will think you are showing off." Oscar looked at William, hatred in his eyes almost overflowing. But he couldn't figure out what Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right meant. The only sentence he had heard related to this was Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right, with a double digit in the middle. At this moment, he was being stared at with mocking eyes by everyone, and he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Just as he was about to say something, an angry voice interrupted him. "What's all the fuss about?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wu Wei standing at the door looking at them with a frown on his face. Oscar finally breathed a sigh of relief. The master is here. He will definitely help me. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Deng Anji hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Master, there is a small misunderstanding here. 2 children are arguing. Did they disturb you? If you don't want to be entangled with the things in this house, then be less resentful. Also, metaphysics is not something you can use to scheme against each other. If I see you using metaphysics to create some show effects again, I will quit the show immediately. No matter what happens, you will bear the consequences yourself." With just a few casual words, Wu Wei defined Oscar as pretense and being slapped in the face as something the program crew deliberately created for the show's effect. William looked at Wu Wei's seemingly upright face and sneered in his heart. It was such a coincidence that it came out. It doesn't come early or late, but it only comes out when Oscar makes a fool of himself. It seems that this person takes Oscar very seriously. But why is this? In his previous life, he had never heard of any metaphysical forces around Oscar. How come in this life, there would be such a master around Oscar? What exactly is this so-called master planning? Wu Wei was also looking at William at this time. He observed for a while and found that he could not see his face at all, as if his face was covered by a layer of mist. Some mystics do hide their facial features to avoid being spied on by their peers. Those who can achieve this are all masters with real abilities. But looking at William again, it's not just his young age. The key point is that he doesn't have a trace of the aura of a mysterious master. Thinking of this, Wu Wei was more inclined to believe that there was a master behind William who helped him cover up his facial features. Wu Wei is now a little curious about who is the person behind William. Everyone in the yard changed their expressions because of Wu Wei's words. No one wanted to offend him, for fear of being accused of disrespecting metaphysics and being hated by Wu Wei, so no one spoke. But Chun Yin was not afraid of Wu Wei at all. After all, in her opinion, Wu Wei came here specially for her. Wu Wei would still listen to her to some extent. And given the current situation, she had no choice but to speak. She brought William and Oscar to participate in the show this time, and one of their tasks was to clear the name of her brother Wenwen. But now, before she could make a move, William, who was ungrateful and malicious, labeled Wenwen's brother a snob. It was really hateful. Although Master Wu Wei's appearance helped Wenwen's brother out of trouble, she has been in the entertainment industry for many years and knows that the current situation is very unfavorable to Wenwen's brother. I don't know how many people are now on the internet mocking Wenwen's brother for knowing nothing about metaphysics and deliberately pretending to be cool in front of the camera. This is very disadvantageous to her plan. At the same time, it also made Wenwen's younger brother's reputation even worse. No, we must not let the situation continue to develop like this. Thinking of this, Chun Yin walked up to Wu Wei and said helplessly, "Sorry, master. We are the ones who disturbed your meditation. It's because I, as a sister, was too anxious because I was afraid that my brother would go astray. Please don't bear grudges. Please don't take it to heart." Wu Wei glanced at her calmly and said, "Okay, it's not a big deal. I just heard someone in the house using metaphysics to defraud money, so I came out to take a look." This time, the blame was directed at William again. William smiled faintly. It seemed that this man was ready to deal with him. Chun Yun turned her head to look at William and finally made up her mind. Since William endured it, he has the responsibility and obligation to be responsible for his actions. He insisted on lying on the show. Brother Wenwen and I were just worried that he would go astray and affect the reputation of the Chin family. Now that his scam has been exposed, he actually deliberately did bad things, causing Brother Wenwen's reputation to be damaged again. Now it is the price he should pay to clear Brother Wenwen's name. Thinking of this, the last trace of hesitation in Chun Yun's heart disappeared. "Master, I would like to ask you to do me a favor, please." "What's the matter?" Wu Wei looked at Chun Yun. Chun Yun acted as if she was extremely heartbroken. "Master, my brother William has really gone too far this time. He actually sold amulets to people to defraud money under the banner of metaphysics. Now that he has been discovered, he still refuses to admit it. As his sister, I cannot sit idly by and watch his wrong behavior. Therefore, Master, please help me to verify the authenticity of the amulet. If it is really an amulet, then forget it. But if it is not, then my brother really needs to be disciplined." At this point, Chun Yun suddenly thought of something and continued to add, "By the way, Master, I heard that with a small change to a talisman, the effect of the talisman can be completely different. Is that true?" Chun Yun said this in order to make everyone pay more attention to this matter and bring everyone into her camp. Wu Wei nodded slightly. "Indeed, if you are willing to change the talisman, a talisman for good luck can also become a talisman for bringing disaster." As soon as the words fell, Wan Yidong's expression changed instantly. She couldn't help but look at William. Would William harm her like this? But soon she put the idea behind her. How old is William? How can he understand these things? He also said that he got the talisman from a master he knew. Someone was helping her out of kindness, but she still had the nerve to doubt him? That's ridiculous. If William really wanted to harm her, he could have just ignored her and let her be killed by the falling tiles. Chapter 118. William. How could you do such a disgusting thing? However, she now sees the hostility of Chun Yun and Oscar towards William, and naturally understands that Chun Yun's hypocritical behavior in front of the master is just to deal with William. When she thought about William's life experience, she felt that William was so pitiful. So she said, "Master, this is actually a misunderstanding. William asked for the amulet he gave me. I've been unlucky recently, so I wanted an amulet to keep me company so that I can feel a little more at ease. This child is kind-hearted. He gave me his amulet, and I even insisted on paying for it. I am very grateful to William for helping me. For me, this kindness is the most important, so I don't want to verify the authenticity of the amulet." After hearing this, Wan Mingxiu immediately agreed. "That's right. Just because William saved my sister's life and was willing to give his amulet to my sister, I have decided that he is my brother. From now on, anyone who dares to go against William is going against me, Wan Mingxiu." As soon as these words were spoken, William and Wan Yidong looked at Wan Mingxiu speechlessly. This kid is too immature, isn't he? But William was still a little touched at this moment. For him, it was just a piece of cake, but he won the trust and protection of the brother and sister, which was really beyond his expectation. On the contrary, the biological sister to whom he once devoted his whole heart is still trying her best to turn him into a liar. So, sometimes the difference between people is even greater than that between people and dogs. Thinking of this, his eyes turned even colder when he looked at Chun Yun. Chun Yun was so focused on clearing Oscar's name at the moment that she didn't even notice the small details like the change in William's eyes. She looked at Wan Yidong and said earnestly, "Tong Tong, I know you are thinking about William, but this child..." Having said that, she deliberately sighed heavily before continuing. "This child's previous living environment was too complicated, and he developed many bad habits. I thought he had changed for the better, so I wanted to bring him to the show to let him see the world. But I didn't expect that he would dare to do such a thing as cheating in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. I really don't know what to do." Wan Yidong couldn't listen any longer, and her face darkened. "Chun Yun, is William really your brother?" Chun Yun's face froze. You? What do you mean by that? William is not my brother, so why would I bring him to participate in the show? Wan Yidong sneered. You know what I mean. Everyone present is not blind. Everyone can see the difference between your attitude towards Oscar and William. You don't have to pretend to worry about William. I'm afraid that if you continue to worry, William will be ruined. Do you hate him so much that you want to destroy him completely? Dun Yin couldn't help it at this time. Yes, Xiaoyan, in a family with many brothers and sisters, it is normal for you to have a better relationship with one of them. It is also very common for you to be partial to someone and for that person to be partial to you. But I think your family's current situation is really a little abnormal. Apart from other things, every word you say is for William's good. When I think about it carefully, it seems that it is all to prove that William is a liar. But isn't this just your guess so far? Even if he is really lying for his own good, you shouldn't expose this matter in front of millions of viewers, right? How can he survive in society in the future? Deng Anji also nodded and then echoed. Xiao Yun, I think William is a very well-behaved child, silent and low-key. This matter may really be a misunderstanding. Children of William's age have strong self-esteem. Let's not continue to talk about this matter in front of the camera. Chun Yun never thought that this matter would suddenly become her fault. And these people all came to attack her. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. No, I'm not biased, nor do I want to ruin William. I just don't want him to go astray again, because you don't understand what kind of wrong things William has done at home before. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting heated, William finally spoke. Chun Yun, there's no need to hesitate here. Just tell me what I did in the past that made you conclude that I was a liar. Chun Yun was angry when she heard this. This little beast. He still has the nerve to ask him what he did before. She was too embarrassed to say those things, okay? Speak up. Don't you want to label me a liar today? I'm giving you this opportunity to tell me clearly what wrong I have done in your house. Seeing that she didn't say anything, William asked again. Oscar was eager for Chun Yun to publicly tell William about the disgusting things he had done, so he deliberately dissuaded her. William, don't force me. Let's talk about these things when we get home. Let's go home first? Which home? Oscar, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? I, William, am no longer a member of your Chin family. There is no way I can go back to the same home with you guys. William threw out another bomb with a calm expression. Chun Yun was completely enraged by William's words. She yelled, Enough! William, do you have to be so aggressive? William sneered. Aren't you the ones who are aggressive? Do you think I can only shut up and watch you two siblings throw dirty water on me? Okay, William, since you insist on forcing me like this, don't blame me as your sister for not giving you face. Don't you want me to tell you what disgusting things you have done at home? Chun Yun had completely lost her mind at this point. All right, I'll let everyone judge today. You, the perpetrator, don't feel ashamed? Why should I, the victim, cover up for you and be questioned by you like this? William smiled faintly. Before you say anything, I think I need to remind you that what you are going to say next, it is better to have evidence. If you slander me out of thin air, think about what happened to your mother when she slandered me in public at my school. My lawyer is also watching this show. Don't scare me. Do you think I don't know that you stole my underwear not long after you came home? William, I'm your sister. How could you do such a disgusting thing? Chapter 119, William's refusal to do nothing. As soon as Chun Yun said this, everyone looked at William, and most people's eyes were full of contempt. A younger brother steals his sister's underwear? Isn't this too disgusting? No wonder Chun Yun didn't trust William. It turns out there was a reason. Wan Mingxiu first looked at William with surprise, and then an idea came to his mind. He didn't believe William would do such a thing. He already knew that William had been slandered by the Chun family before, and this time, it must be Chun Yun who deliberately threw dirty water on him. Thinking of this, Wan Mingxiu turned his head and looked at Chun Yun, cursing. Damn it! Do you still have any shame? How dare you slander William like this? No wonder William told me he was an orphan. It's really unlucky for me to be associated with someone like you. William looked at Wan Mingxiu, somewhat surprised that he believed in him so much. He patted Wan Mingxiu on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Wan Yidong originally had doubts about William. For a female artist to say something like this in front of the camera, it is highly likely that it is not groundless. After all, no female artist would dare to take the risk of damaging her reputation. He looked at William's calm appearance, and when he thought of what the Chin family had done before, he couldn't help but feel shaken. If this is true, how could William still be so calm? Chun Yun, you really don't listen to advice. William looked at Chun Yun with a half smile. I've already said that my lawyer is also watching the live broadcast. How dare you say something like this without any evidence? At this point, he paused and then continued. If I'm not mistaken, it was your good brother who told you about this, right? What a coincidence. The words your mother Dora used to slander me were also said by your good brother. Since you choose to fall into the same pit as your mother, then I have no choice but to help you. After that, he took out his cell phone, made a call, and turned on the speakerphone. After the call was connected, Chin Sien on the other end said in a steady voice, William, hello, I am Chin Sien. Are you watching the show? I have already preserved the evidence, William. I will sue Ms. Chun Yun for defamation and insult against you as quickly as possible. Hard. Only after William hung up the phone did Chun Yun react. She said in disbelief, William, you actually want to sue me? William smiled coldly. What? You can insult and slander me in front of the entire internet audience? Can't I even protect my own reputation? Chun Yun's voice suddenly rose. Okay, you want to sue, right? Then go ahead. Anyway, you know whether you have done this or not. Don't think that a court summons can scare me. Really? Then you'd better have someone check your Chun family surveillance and look for evidence. After all, the last person who only believed your good brother's words has already lost the case and had to apologize to me in public. Your behavior is even worse. I think the court will sentence you more severely. Chun Yun knew early on that the reason Dora lost the case was that the home surveillance camera did not capture any evidence of him stealing. But this was different for her. William, don't act so confident here. Even if the surveillance camera at home didn't capture you stealing. So what? My underwear disappeared after you entered my room. It's an ironclad fact, and you can't deny it. William chuckled. Chun Yun, you said that I was not the only one who entered your room on the day when your things were lost. You might as well ask your good brother why he entered your room that day and whether he stole your things. Impossible. Brother Wen is different from you. Chun Yun retorted without thinking. William ignored him. He suddenly realized something and looked up. The sky, which was originally sunny, suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and the black resentment above the house became increasingly strong. It's going to rain? He turned and looked at Wan Mingxiu. Let's go back to the room. Wan Mingxiu looked at William's confident expression and became more convinced that he had not trusted the wrong person. He grinned and stepped forward to put his arm around William's shoulders. Let's go back now. It's just right. I don't want to see this disgusting pair of siblings for even a second, etc. William had only taken 2 steps when he was suddenly stopped by Wu Wei. William raised his eyebrows and looked at Wu Wei. Where's your amulet? Let me see it. You want to see my stuff? Who do you think you are? Wu Wei had never been treated so rudely before, and his eyes widened when he heard this. How dare you, little brat, be so presumptuous? William sneered. What? If I don't show it to you, then I'm being presumptuous? I am from the Xian sect, and I will never sit idly by while someone uses the name of the Xian sect to sell fake talismans and deceive people, thus damaging the reputation of the Xian sect. Where are the talismans? Hand them over. I don't know. When did the responsibility of protecting the reputation of Xianmen fall to a half-baked person like you? William smiled contemptuously and continued. Wu Wei, you can see my talisman if you want. But first tell me, what is your relationship with Oscar? Why did you tell him about the feng shui of this house in advance? Also, as a member of the Xianmen sect, why do you only hang out in the entertainment industry? As soon as William finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. What's the meaning? Were the feng shui issues that Oscar just mentioned told to him by Master Wu Wei? What is the relationship between Master Wu Wei and him? Also, isn't this boy William too bold? He even dared to offend a master of Xianmen like Wu Wei. Aren't you afraid of revenge and not knowing how you died? Oscar and Wu Wei had the ugliest expressions. Oscar didn't understand why William knew that he was related to Wu Wei, and how William knew that all the feng shui knowledge he knew was taught to him by Wu Wei. Wu Wei was even more confused about the origins of this young boy William. Who is this guy? Why so arrogant? Also, why did he ask him why he only mixed in the entertainment industry? Does he know something? William laughed when he saw Wu Wei remain silent for a long time. Wu Wei, what do you mean by not talking? Have you not thought of a reason yet? Or do you have impure motives for being in the entertainment industry? When you helped those artists deal with their problems before, were you really helping them? When Wu Wei heard this, his expression became even uglier, and he angrily said, What nonsense! William did not retreat at all. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know it better in your heart. Wu Wei, Let me advise you that as a person in the Xianmin, you still have to believe in things like karma. Otherwise, the heaven will not forgive you. As for your wish to see my talisman, let's put it this way. Although you don't dare to answer my question, I have a kind heart. I will give you another chance. As long as you can be safe tonight, I will meet your request. Chapter 120. Oscar was beaten by Wu Wei. Not long after everyone entered the house, lightning and thunder began to appear in the sky. After a while, heavy rain began to fall. At the same time, discussions about this program on the internet have become completely heated. It's really that the amount of information contained in the conflict just now is too huge. Oscar doesn't understand metaphysics and is just showing off. William is cheating people by selling talismans. Did William steal Chun Yun's underwear? What is the relationship between William and Oscar? Wu Wei and Oscar? William said Wu Wei is half-baked. All topics took turns to become hot searches, and the top of Weibo's hot search list was almost dominated by this program. William knew nothing about this, and he didn't care at all. After returning to the room, he lay comfortably on the bed, as if nothing had happened. But Oscar doesn't have such a good mentality. He took advantage of the fact that Qi Xiangyang was not in the room and came to Wu Wei's room again. Seeing Wu Wei's ugly face, Oscar couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Master, bang! As soon as Oscar opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Wu Wei with a slap in the face. Then I felt a burning pain on my face. He looked at Wu Wei in disbelief, not understanding why the master would suddenly hit him. Idiot! I just warned you not to do anything to William. Why did you rush to provoke him and hand him your handle? Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Wu Wei gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Master, I didn't. William deliberately said in front of everyone that I don't understand feng shui. Oscar felt very aggrieved. In his opinion, what happened just now was all because William couldn't stand him showing off in front of everyone. So he deliberately asked him questions about feng shui to make things difficult for him and make him look bad. Why would he deliberately expose you? Isn't it because you insisted on finding fault and said that the amulets he was selling were fake? Wu Wei looked at the idiot in front of him who always liked to be smart and never knew how to look for the reasons in himself when something happened. He only felt that the whole world was sorry for him, and he felt even more dissatisfied. If he wasn't afraid of being punished, he would have wanted to just walk away. Oscar saw that Wu Wei's face was getting uglier and uglier, and was afraid that he had completely angered him and he would not help him to crush William to death. So he had to admit his mistake immediately. Master, I know I was wrong. Wu Wei looked at him coldly, and after a moment he said, Oscar, this is the last time. If you dare to be smart again, not only will I not help you, but I will also turn against you. If you don't want to end up like Sun Hao, you'd better be honest. Do you understand? Oscar thought about what Wu Wei said about Sun Hao having become a fool, and subconsciously imagined Wu Wei's cruel methods, and his face turned pale with fright. Master, I understand. Get out. Don't come to see me again until I find you. Oscar saw him turn away, looking as if he didn't want to see him, and turned away with full of resentment. The moment the door was closed, a fierce look flashed in Wu Wei's eyes. Thinking of the scene in which William questioned him in front of everyone, he felt murderous. According to his understanding of the Chun family, William was a waste who knew nothing about metaphysics, but looking at his current appearance and what he said, it was obvious that he understood metaphysics. If that were all, he wouldn't take it to heart. At most, they think that a kid who is ignorant of the world has learned a few superficial things and dares not take him seriously. But this guy asked him in public why he only stayed in the entertainment industry. So, what does this guy know? Who was behind him? Wu Wei went over all the enemies he had made over the years in his mind, but still couldn't find any clues. So, he made his next decision. Since this kid thinks he's just a half-baked guy, let him see what he can do. It's a good opportunity to try and see if I can lure out the person behind this kid. Thinking of this, Wu Wei curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. He opened the suitcase beside him, took out a bunch of tools and talismans from it, and then left the house. After a while, William, who had just fallen asleep, felt something strange. He suddenly opened his eyes and then raised the corners of his lips in disdain. It seems that this idiot is determined to seek death. Wan Mingshu saw him wake up, sighed and said, You are really awesome. Chun Yun's fans are scolding you to death online, and you are still sleeping. William smiled faintly and said, Can you cover their mouths in a hurry? Wan Mingshu choked. It seemed that this was indeed not possible. But he was still angry in his heart. Chun Yin and Oscar were really disgusting. He always calls William brother and brother, but everything he does and says shows that he wants to drag William into hell. It's disgusting to the extreme. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wan Mingxu went over to open the door and saw his sister standing outside. So he asked, "Sister, why are you here?" Wan Yidong didn't answer, but pushed him aside and went into the house. "William, the public opinion online is very unfavorable to you. Do you want to respond? I have a ready-made PR team here that can help you." William could roughly guess what the current situation on the internet was, so Wan Yidong's attitude surprised him a little. It seems that saving her just now was not in vain, nor was selling her the amulet at a low price in vain. "No need, Sister Tong, I know what's going on. Don't worry, these things won't affect me." After hearing this, Wan Yidong saw that William's indifference was not fake, so she asked tentatively, "You have anticipated this situation and have kept a backup plan, right?" William nodded. Wan Yidong breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, "William, do you also know feng shui knowledge?" Chapter 121, Bad Guys, You All Go to Hell. Wan Yidong had actually begun to doubt it before. After all, William could tell that Oscar's analysis of the feng shui of the house was correct, but he could also casually throw out a question about feng shui knowledge and make Oscar reveal his true colors on the spot. In addition, he also said that he knew some master, so Wan Yidong had this guess in her mind. William did not deny it. "I do know a little bit." Wan Yidong sighed silently. She was still a little younger. Relying on the fact that you know a little, you dare to disrespect the true masters. You may suffer a great loss in the future. Although she knew that she was just an outsider, she was worried that William would be hated by Wu Wei in the future. So she had to remind him, "William, don't blame me for being nosy. I am really worried that you will suffer a great loss in the future. So I still have to remind you that Master Wu Wei is really capable, and I heard that he has a bad personality. You'd better not mess with him in the future. It's too easy for masters like them to deal with someone, so let's just stay away." William was not an ungrateful person. He knew that Wan Yidong was really worried about him. He was too lazy to explain that he didn't take Wu Wei seriously at all, so he agreed. The sky gradually darkened. After dinner, everyone started recording the program again at the request of the director team. This time the recording content is no longer about adventure, but a discussion of opinions about the house in the living room. This time, Oscar and Yin Yun were much more obedient. They didn't say a word to William and didn't even make eye contact with him. William sat in the corner, listening to everyone expressing their opinions, and never spoke from beginning to end. In his opinion, instead of analyzing it here, it would be better to wait for the real owner of the house to show up at night and tell everyone the truth. Everyone expressed their own guesses and made jokes to create show effects. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. This live broadcast finally ended. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. When William walked to the door of the room, he saw Dun Yin waiting for him. "William, are you okay?" There was a hint of worry in Dun Yin's tone. William was a little confused. Why does Teacher Du ask this? What happened today has completely spread online. You are so young. I'm a little worried about you, so I wanted to ask you. "I'm fine, don't worry. Teacher Du." When William said this, he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he was wrongly accused of stealing, and only Dun Yin spoke a few words for him at the scene. He thought for a moment and took out an amulet from his pocket. "Teacher Du, you have to believe what I say and carry this talisman with you for the next few days." Dun Yin looked at the talisman in his hand and was stunned, not understanding what William meant. "Do you want to sell the talisman to her?" If it were in the past, Dun Yin might have thought that William was a liar, but perhaps it was because William's momentum was not weaker at all when facing Wu Wei today. She always had a strong intuition. William is a trustworthy kid. She had also tasted all the melons from the Chin family, so she didn't quite believe Chun Wanning's accusations. And even if she was cheated, it was only 10,000 yuan, which was nothing to her. So she took the amulet with a smile. 10,000, right? How can I transfer the money to you? No need. Just consider this as a gift from me to you. You helped me before, and I'm helping you now, which can be regarded as settling the cause and effect between you and me. Have I helped you? Dun Yin really didn't understand this time. William did not explain this sentence, but just nodded slightly, and then said, "After leaving this show, you will come to me, and then we will discuss the price." After saying that, William turned and went into the house. Dun Yin stood there for a long time, without figuring out what William meant. Finally, he returned to his room with full of doubts. The rain is still falling outside. Nothing can be heard in this house except the sound of rain. It was strangely quiet. The time was soon approaching 12 o'clock at night. At this time, Wu Wei was meditating in the room. Suddenly, the cry of a child broke the peace in the house. Almost at this moment, he felt a sense of Yin. He chuckled. Here we go. Soon, footsteps were heard in the house again. It was like someone was running barefoot on the wooden floor. At the same time, a 3-year-old child walked up the stairs with bare feet. A flash of lightning flashed outside the window, and the strong light illuminated the child's face. It was a pale face with a bluish tint. The child walked to the door of William's room, stretched out his hand, and tried to push the door open. But at the moment his little hand touched the wooden door, a golden light flashed and knocked him out. The child screamed and fell heavily to the ground. His expression changed immediately, and his originally innocent and cute little face instantly became extremely sinister. He stood up again and tried to rush through the door, but was knocked back by the golden light. This time, he was hit even harder by the golden light. He finally understood that the people here were not easy to deal with. Humph! Bad guys, all bad guys. All of you die. After saying this, he suddenly burst into tears. A strong Yin energy instantly spread out from his small body. Bang, bang, bang. Almost at the same moment, the doors of several rooms where people lived in the house were all pushed open by a huge force and smashed against the wall. The sleeping guests were startled and sat up suddenly. Then, they heard a shrill cry of a young child. Chapter 122, The Little Ghost Appears. What's that sound? It sounds like a child crying. Did you hear that? A child crying. You heard it too? What happened? Hey, why is the door open? I remember I locked it before I went to bed. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night sky. What is that? Chun Yun pointed at the bloody footprints on the ground and cried out in panic. Chi Mingming looked carefully and also screamed. It's footprints. It's a child's footprints. As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Yun saw more and more footprints on the ground, and they were coming towards her. But she couldn't see anything. She just felt like something was coming towards her. She was shaking with fear. Soon, she felt her bed sink slightly. Ming, it seems to have come to my bed. Chi Mingming subconsciously wanted to scream, but she didn't dare to make a sound. The little ghost found it very funny to see the 3 people in the house were frightened out of their wits by him and couldn't help laughing out loud. Chun Yun was completely overwhelmed by this terrifying and evil smile. She threw off the quilt, got out of bed, and rushed out. Unexpectedly, she had just taken 2 steps when the door was slammed shut again. She tried to unlock the door, but couldn't turn it. Bloody footprints appeared on the ground again. As the footsteps sounded, she watched the bloody footprints getting closer and closer to her. When the bloody feet stopped at his feet, a loud thunder suddenly sounded outside the house. Then she felt a sudden dampness on her thigh. Her whole body suddenly stiffened and she lowered her head mechanically. At this moment, a flash of lightning lit up the night sky. A bright red bloody handprint suddenly appeared on Chun Yun's snow-white thigh. Chun Yun could no longer control her inner fear and screamed and fainted. The little ghost seemed very satisfied with his masterpiece and laughed happily. Then it turned around and cast its gaze on the other 2 people in the room. There are 3 beds in this room. Chun Yun and Wan Yidong dislike each other, so Chun Yun sleeps on the bed near the door. Wan Yidong sleeps on the bed near the window, and Chi Mingming sleeps in the middle of the 2. Although Chi Mingming couldn't see the little ghost, she could feel a cold gaze falling on her. She swallowed subconsciously, and seeing bloody footprints on the ground again, still coming towards her, she quickly got out of bed and hid in the corner. She heard that horrible laugh again and was so frightened that she couldn't stop shaking all over. No, don't come over here. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Kill her. Chi Mingming thought Chun Yun had been killed and spoke incoherently, pointing at Wan Yidong who was still sleeping not far away. The little ghost was attracted by her words and actually stopped. It looked at Wan Yidong who was sleeping soundly, with its head tilted, full of confusion. This woman is still sleeping? What's going on? Chi Mingming held her breath and observed the situation, only to see the bloody footprints suddenly change direction and head towards Wan Yidong's bed. The little ghost climbed onto Wan Yidong's bed with curiosity and reached out to wake her up. Unexpectedly, just as its palm was about to touch Wan Yidong, a golden light suddenly flashed on Wan Yidong's chest. The little ghost only felt a sharp pain in his palm, and then he seemed to be bounced out by a huge force and fell heavily to the ground. Chi Mingming couldn't see the specific situation. She only heard a bang sound as if something suddenly fell to the ground. Then the little ghost started crying. The little ghost felt that the golden light came from the same source as the house that it couldn't enter before, and he felt even more hatred in his heart and rushed out of the house screaming. Chi Mingming only felt a sharp pain in her eardrum, which only got better after the door was opened. As she listened to the angry shouts gradually fade away, her heart was still filled with fear. From time to time, there were some terrible noises coming from outside, which made her legs and feet weak. So, she could only hold on to the wall, slowly sat down on the ground, and calmed herself down, thinking that she would go out to find her brother once everything calmed down. But what she didn't expect was that at this time, the situation in the other rooms was not much better. The two sisters Dun Yin and Du Xian have a good relationship, so they put two single beds together. Dun Yin slept soundly at first because she had the amulet given by William. But when Du Xian saw the bloody footprints, she was so scared that she pushed her up. Dun Yin was worried that his sister would get hurt, so he protected Du Xian. When the little ghost rushed over, Dun Yin felt a strong Yin energy, which scared her so much that she fell backwards. Her palm was resting on the amulet William gave her, which was placed on the bedside table. She suddenly felt a burning sensation in her palm. She turned her head and saw the amulet flashing a faint golden light. She suddenly realized something and picked up the amulet and held it in front of her. Then she heard a scream and the sound of footsteps running out. On the other side, in the room of the Dang Anji brothers, the two of them didn't have the amulet given by William, so their situation was slightly worse. Dang An Yuan was in the same situation as Chun Yun and also fainted. Dang Anji's situation was better. He had strong luck, and he heard that when encountering ghosts, swearing could scare them away. So even though he couldn't see what was causing the trouble, he kept swearing, so he was able to stay awake now. But what he didn't know was that what really worked was not the dirty words he uttered, but the jade pendant around his neck. This jade pendant was left to him by her deceased mother and was blessed by a master, so it can play a certain role in dealing with these things. Although it is not as effective as William's amulet, it at least keeps the little ghosts away. As for Qi Xiangyang from Oscar's side, he is the most miserable person here. Not only did he faint, but he also hit his head while fainting and lost a lot of blood. Because Oscar had the magic weapon given by Wu Wei, he slept soundly the whole time and didn't hear any sound at all. Chapter 1:23. You all have to stay here with me. Wu Wei knew his plan had succeeded since he heard the first cry of a child. The wrong ghost in this house has appeared. Under the influence of the formation he set up, the wrong spirit went straight to find William as soon as it appeared. He originally wanted to teach William a lesson, and at the same time see if the man behind him, who could hide his face, had any powerful magical weapon on him. If there is, he can just take it. He is not valued in the sect and has the fewest magical instruments. But what he didn't expect was that the wrong spirits he summoned this time were stronger than he imagined. If it weren't for his powerful mystical arts, he would have almost been attacked by the backlash. But it's better this way. Just by listening to the voices, he can guess how miserable those big stars outside are now. The more miserable these big stars are, the more room he will have to maneuver later, and the more benefits he can gain from them. Now, those big stars are probably all scared to death, and he just needs to wait in the house for them to come to him for help. But he never expected that before the big star could ask for help, his door was slammed open by a huge force. Immediately afterwards, he saw a little ghost wrapped in a thick resentment rushing in. The little ghost was naked, his skin was pale, and his eyes were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Wu Wei's heart sank. He had been in the Xianmin for many years, but he rarely saw a ghost with such a strong resentment. But he does have some real skills, so he won't be scared when he sees this wrong ghost. He immediately pulled out a talisman from his bosom, threw it at the little ghost, and shouted sternly, "You daring boy, stop being so presumptuous." The little ghost never left the house after his death, and he had no idea about fighting. If something was thrown at him, he didn't know how to dodge and just bumped into it. Anyway, it seems that this talisman is not as strong as the golden light that hurt him before. Wu Wei was shocked when he saw that when his talisman hit the little ghost, it only caused the little ghost to pause slightly, and then it turned into ashes and fell to the ground. This kid is so strong? What on earth had he been through? Why is there so much resentment? Before Wu Wei could figure out what was going on, the little ghost had already rushed in front of him and shouted at him angrily, "You bad guy. Call Lele out and have someone beat Lele. You are so bad, Lele is going to kill you. Lele is going to kill you." Lele is the little boy's name, and it was given to him by his mother. Wu Wei was suspicious after hearing what Lele said. "Hit you? Who hit you? You still want to deceive Lele. You are in cahoots with them. Lele is going to kill you now." After saying that, Leilei's body was filled with resentment. Immediately afterwards, Wu Wei saw the resentment on his body begin to dissipate in all directions, and soon condensed into 4 identical little ghosts. They all had the same face, glaring at Wu Wei fiercely. Now Wu Wei was really panicked. He could still deal with this one little devil, but if these 4 little devils attacked him together, he was afraid he would not be able to escape alive. If he had known this would happen, he would not have dared to lure this little devil out even if he had beaten him to death. In order to avoid being hurt by the little ghost, he quickly took out another handful of talismans from his arms and threw them all out at once, but it had no effect. The resentment surrounding the 4 Leileis had reached its peak at this moment, and they easily turned all of his talismans into black ash. Wu Wei immediately jumped onto the bed and chanted some incantations with his fingers. At this time, the 4 Leileis all floated into the air and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. He only felt a black screen before his eyes, and his whole body was wrapped in resentment, and he fell to the ground. One of the 4 Leileis was lying on his back, one was wrapped around his left arm, one was hugging his body, and one was hanging on his right leg. They fought without any rules and just bit each other with their mouths. But to mortals, they all carry ghostly aura. If evil spirits invade the body, even if the person doesn't lose his life, he will at least become seriously ill. Even though Wu Wei is a mysterious master with great cultivation, Leilei is not an ordinary kid. Besides, he is now facing 4 Leileis. Leilei's ghost energy was transmitted into every corner of his body through the bite wounds. He soon felt a sharp pain, as if his cramps were being pulled and his skin was being peeled off. Ah! Wu Wei couldn't help but scream. Leilei and his friends were tricked out for no reason and were beaten several times. They were so angry that they wanted to kill the bad guy. But now they heard the bad guy's screams and thought that he was hurt just like them. They suddenly felt that this seemed quite fun. So they loosened their bites at the same time and started biting other places, while using their fingers with sharp nails to tear at the previous wounds. Soon, Wu Wei felt another wave of severe pain. This time he didn't scream. The fear of death loomed over him. At this moment, he just wanted to kill these little devils and turn them into ashes. Only in this way can he save himself. He endured the severe pain and took the golden money sword from the bedside table. He stabbed Leilei in the neck with a sword, and Leilei was so scared that he screamed and fell to the ground. Afterwards, he took the golden money sword and chopped wildly, finally chopped off all the little ghosts on his body. However, he also knew that these little ghosts had deep resentment and great ghost power, and that with his current level of cultivation, he was no match for them. So he could only rush out with sword raised. Wu Wei's room was very close to the gate of the house. Just as he was about to rush to the door, Leilei and the others rushed over and completely wrapped him up. Leilei and his friends were determined to take his life. Although they were a little afraid of the golden sword in his hand, in the final analysis, their fear of the golden sword was like a child's fear of a balloon that would suddenly burst. It only takes a moment. Once they realize what's happening and get used to it, they won't have any fear of the balloon that's about to explode. Leilei and the others manipulated Wu Wei with strong resentment and threw him heavily to the ground, and then began to torture him. Wu Wei held the golden money sword and slashed around without any rules while screaming. The Leileis seemed to be teasing him, sometimes approaching him, and sometimes moving away from him. But every time, they would leave a scar on Wu Wei. More and more ghost energy invaded Wu Wei's body, and Wu Wei could even feel that his blood was filled with ghost energy. Because every time he bleeds, his wound feels like it's being torn apart. Wu Wei's continuous screams finally woke up everyone else in the house. The first person to wake up was Oscar. After hearing the sound, he opened the door and took a look. Although he could not see Leilei and the others, and the rising resentment, Wu Wei's inexplicable screams and the waving of the golden sword made him shudder. Remembering what Wu Wei said about the house being unclean, he immediately understood and quickly closed the door. Seeing that Qi Xiangyang was still asleep, he quickly woke Qi Xiangyang up. As soon as Qi Xiangyang woke up, he shouted ghost. Oscar was startled. Brother Xiangyang, it's me, I'm Oscar. At this time, another burst of terrifying laughter came from outside. Qi Xiangyang quickly shrank into the corner. Oscar asked, Brother Xiangyang, what happened to you? Qi Xiangyang couldn't say anything. At this moment, he just wanted to leave this terrible place as soon as possible. He quickly stood up and rushed out, but when he saw Wu Wei's current situation, he immediately turned back. Oh no, Oh no, we're all gonna die here, damn. There really are ghosts here, really scary ghosts. Oscar saw this and changed his mind. He couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, that ghost would definitely not let them go after killing Wu Wei. He acted decisively, rushed out, and ran to the gate. But no matter what he did, the door locked didn't move. What frightened him most was that he suddenly felt a chill in his ears. Then he heard a spooky child's voice. Eh? You can't go out. Oscar turned his head stiffly, but saw nothing. But the voice was still clear in his ears. You all have to stay here with me. Chapter 124 things are getting more interesting. Ah! Oscar screamed. He caught a glimpse of a figure in the corridor on the second floor from the corner of his eye. Without thinking, he turned and rushed up. Qi Xiangyang had been hiding in the room, observing Oscar's movements. When he saw him running away, he hurried to follow him. Teacher Ding. It was not until Oscar reached the second floor that he saw clearly that the person hiding behind the railing was Deng Anji, and he quickly ran over. Deng Anji hurriedly put his index finger to his lips and made a gesture of silence, for fear that Oscar would attract the invisible ghost. Deng Anji pulled Oscar to hide in a corner, but before he could say anything, he heard the terrified shouts of Chun Yun and Qi Mingming. Brother Wenwen, elder brother. Chun Yun and Qi Mingming stumbled over. Brother Wenwen, there's a ghost here. Chun Yun grabbed Oscar's arm, her face full of fear. Oscar quickly covered her mouth and whispered, Keep your voice down, otherwise it will be bad if he comes up. Brother, what happened to your head? Why is there so much blood? Qi Mingming was shocked when she saw that half of Qi Xiangyang's face was covered in blood. Qi Xiangyang said with a pale face, I don't know what this is about. Now is not the time to talk about this. The key is how do we get out now? Master Wu Wei seems to be no match for that ghost. Oscar, I just tried, and the door can't be opened at all. At this time, the door on the other side also opened, and the two sisters Dun Yin huddled together and walked out. When they saw the large army, their eyes turned red. Wu Wei's screams continued to be heard from below. Dun Yin stretched his neck to take a look and saw Wu Wei being attacked by invisible ghosts and was in a miserable state. His face turned even paler. Master, can't you defeat that ghost? Did you also encounter a ghost? Deng Anji asked. Dun Yin nodded. Okay, it seems like a child. It seems like there's a child there too. That's right. The one we met was just a child. Everyone echoed. Then, Dun Yin asked, Shouldn't we go help the master? It seems that the master can't bear it any longer. Qi Xiangyang. How can we help? We can't even see that ghost, and going over there would be courting death. Well, now is not the time to talk about this. It's too dangerous here. Let's think about how to get out. Xiao Qi is right. Our best option is to go out and find someone to help. Having said that, Deng Anyun paused, thought for a moment, and then looked at Oscar. Xiaowen, are you sure the door can't be opened now? Oscar nodded. Yes, I tried for a long time, but couldn't open it, and the kid whispered in my ear that we couldn't leave and had to stay with him. When everyone heard this, their faces became even uglier. Deng Anyun asked again, What about the window? Can the window be opened? I remember there is a small path outside the window of your room, and you can leave there as well. Oscar, I haven't tried. Deng Anji made a prompt decision and said, A few of us men will go down and take a look. If we can open it, I will come over and call you. Oscar turned pale when he heard this. He doesn't want to go down. What if it can't be opened? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip for them? And if he was caught by that little devil, he might even lose his life. But if several men go down, it would not make sense for him to stay here alone. Although Qi Xiangyang was almost frightened at this time, he didn't want to stay here, so he hurriedly urged, let's go and take a look. As he said that, he pulled Deng Anji downstairs. Oscar had no choice but to follow her, but Chun Yun still grabbed her arm with a look of horror. Oscar was delighted because he had an excuse. Third sister, what's wrong with you? The fear on Chun Yun's face remained unchanged. I'm afraid. Oscar looked at the three people waiting for him in front of him apologetically. Teacher Deng, why don't you go first? My third sister is in a bit of a bad condition right now. The situation was urgent, so Deng Anji didn't think much about it and quickly took his people away. After a while, the three of them quickly ran back and brought back the news that the windows were also sealed and could not be opened at all. Everyone was even more frightened. Are they really going to stay here with that little devil? At this time, Dun Yin finally discovered something. Where are brother and sister William and Tong Tong? Chun Yun had no reaction when she heard William's name and was still immersed in her own fear. Qi Mingming, Sister Itong seems to still be asleep. Dun Yin recalled the scene when she encountered a ghost before and knew that it was most likely the amulet given by William that helped her escape. She immediately said, "I'll go look for William. I hope he's in trouble." Dun Yin said this and walked towards William's room, but was stopped by someone. "What's wrong?" Dun Yin turned around and saw that the person pulling her was Oscar, and said with confusion on her face. In fact, Oscar only pulled Dun Yin subconsciously. He hoped that something would happen to William, and it would be best if he died here. That way, he would never have to see this bastard again. But everything in the house might be being broadcast live in public, so it would not be appropriate for him to stop Dun Yin from looking for William. So he had no choice but to let go of her hand and warned, "Be careful, Sister Dun Yin." Dun Yin nodded and continued walking forward. Dang Anji thought about it and quickly caught up with Dun Yin. "Teacher Du, go check on Idong. I'll go find William and Wan Mingxiu." Dun Yin thought about it and decided that this might be a good idea. After all, judging from the other girls' expressions, their legs might be so weak that they couldn't even walk, so she agreed. Dang Anji had just walked to William's room and was about to open the door when it suddenly opened from the inside. Seeing William walking out of the house, as usual, Dang Anji instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're all okay. Where's Mingxiu?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Mingxiu appeared behind William in his pajamas, stretched his waist, and yawned lazily, and asked in a daze, "What the hell are you doing? Screaming in the middle of the night. Dang Ansi, can these two guys sleep now?" They were almost scared to death by the ghost. These two guys were sleeping like dead pigs. On the other side, Wan Idong and Wan Mingxiu were in a similar situation. After Wan Idong was woken up by Dun Yin, her face was filled with confusion and she looked like she had no idea what was going on. When she heard Dun Yin say that they had all seen a ghost, she was a little bit unconvinced and even thought it was a prank by the program crew. It was not until he heard Wu Wei's screams and saw him cutting the air with his own eyes that he believed Dun Yin's words. When William heard Wu Wei's scream, he slightly curled the corners of his mouth. "It's about time." He walked out of the room and came to the railing. After seeing the scene below clearly, his eyebrows raised slightly. This Wu Wei has really suffered a great sin this time. It is not an easy task to expel all the evil spirits from his body. After William saw the 4 little ghosts causing trouble, he felt a little surprised. Things are getting more and more interesting. Chapter 125. Can you give the protective magic weapon to the third sister? The 4 Lele's noticed it the moment William walked out, and when he walked to the railing on the second floor, they felt a strong pressure. That was the source of the golden light that had beaten them before. The 4 Lele's immediately began to tremble in fear and fled like birds and beasts before William could do anything to them. Wu Wei thus escaped the disaster. Wan Mingxiu was timid and hid behind William. After hearing no sound, he asked, "Why? Why did it suddenly become quiet? Was the master eaten by a ghost?" William chuckled. "I didn't eat it, the ghost left." Wan Mingxiu then dared to stick his head out and saw Wu Wei lying motionless on the ground on the first floor. He asked, "Is he dead?" "No." Dang Anji looked at the trembling Wan Mingxiu and the calm William, his heart filled with shock, and then he looked at William deeply. "Asu, are you okay?" Wan Idong also came over at this time and asked anxiously. When Wan Mingxiu saw his sister, the fear in his heart finally eased a little. "Sister, what kind of crappy show is this? There really is something fishy going on. I don't want to record it anymore. I want to go home." Okay, let's go home. We'll go home as soon as the sun rises." Although Wan Idong did not see the ghost with her own eyes, the current situation was terrifying enough, and she was afraid that something might go wrong if she stayed any longer. "William, are you okay?" Oscar came over and looked at William with surprise, who had a nonchalant expression. William turned his head and looked at him. "Why? You really hope that something happened to me?" Oscar was choked for a moment and couldn't utter anything. "Okay, let's go see Master Wu Wei first," Dang Anji suggested. After hearing this, William was the first to turn around and leave. Although the others were a little scared, they followed William downstairs after seeing him quickly reach the first floor and turn on all the lights there, and nothing happened. When they arrived, William was already sitting on the sofa. Everyone gathered around Wu Wei and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he was unconscious but still alive. "Master, Teacher Deng." Deng Anji just reached out to push Wu Wei, but was stopped by William. He paused and looked up at William. "Don't touch him," William said lightly. "Is the master seriously injured?" Deng Anji asked. He still has ghost energy, and ordinary people will be affected if they touch him. Deng Anji was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. Oscar subconsciously asked, "How do you know?" William glanced at him and said, "If you don't believe me, just reach out and touch it. Isn't that enough?" Oscar choked again. He won't touch it. Wu Wei's wounds, which were emitting black gas, looked unusual at first glance. Who knew if they were poisonous? Since William has said so, we should be cautious. The master doesn't look to be in any danger of death. Let him lie down here and rest for a while. William sneered. You suddenly believe me now? You let him lie there like this. Oscar, you can actually help Wu Wei to the bed. After all, Wu Wei is so good to you that he even gave you a protective magic weapon. Oscar's face turned pale when he heard this. Damn it, how did William know that Wu Wei gave him the protective magic weapon? How does he know everything? Magic weapon? What magic weapon? Chun Yun grabbed Oscar's arm and asked impatiently. Oscar's eyes flashed with disgust. Third sister, calm down. Ever since Lele touched her legs, Chun Yun has been frightened out of her wits. Until now, she still felt as if the cold and sticky touch remained on her thighs. How could she calm down? Brother Wen, third sister is really scared. You don't know that the little devil just touched third sister's leg. He wants to kill third sister. Third sister loves you so much. Can you let third sister wear the protective magic weapon? Third sister, the master didn't give me any magic weapon. You don't have to be afraid. Everything is fine now. If he didn't need Chun Yun in the future, Oscar would have wanted to throw this idiot away. Why should he give her the protective magic weapon Wu Wei gave him? And you still have the nerve to say that you love him. Don't think he doesn't know that she came on the show this time to bring William back to replace him. Oscar denied the existence of the protective device without any psychological burden. There are no cameras in the master's room. No matter how William knew about this, as long as he does not admit it, William will have no evidence. Anyway, the master would definitely not betray him and tell the truth. After Oscar finished speaking, seeing that Chun Yun's eyes were full of suspicion, he had no choice but to hug her, pat her back gently, and coax her softly. Third sister, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm here. I will protect you. As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice. Third sister, you know, William is a lunatic now. He hates us, so he deliberately said that I have some protective magic weapon, just to provoke our relationship. We must not be fooled by him. Don't worry. You will always be my favorite third sister. If anything happens, I will definitely protect you. With Oscar's gentle words, Chun Yun's heart finally calmed down a little. After Oscar let her go, she turned around and glared at William. As expected, her younger brother Wen, whom she had watched grow up, is the best. When he encounters danger, he knows to protect his sister. Not like William. She was already in this state, and this ungrateful guy didn't even bother to protect her or say a word of comfort. She had good intentions in bringing him to the show to see the world, but he turned out to be ungrateful and repeatedly caused her to be caught in a whirlpool of public opinion. At this critical moment of life and death, he was still maliciously thinking about destroying the relationship between her and Wen's brother. She was completely disappointed with William. Even though David repeatedly asked her to take him back to the Chun family, she had no intention of doing so. David wanted William to return to the Chun family, simply to change the current reputation of the Chun family. She could do this on her own. After she and Zhao Sinan are together, the current difficulties of the Chun family are not worth mentioning at all. Oscar sensed Chun Yun's dissatisfaction with William at the moment, and knew that his plan had succeeded, so he raised the corners of his lips provocatively towards William. I thought I would see William's frustrated expression, but William didn't even look at him. He just looked at Chun Yun sarcastically, and then threw out two words. Idiot! William, what did you say? Chun Yun instantly got furious. On the other side, Qi Xiangyang saw the ghost and left. He kept trying to open the door, but no matter how hard he tried, even kicking it with his feet, the door didn't move at all, as if it was welded shut. He tried the window again and found the same thing. Only then did he fully realize the current situation. Even though the ghosts left temporarily, they were still trapped here. When Qi Xiangyang returned to the living room, he was about to go crazy, but as soon as he came back, he heard Chun Yun's sharp and piercing voice. What time is it now? Does Chun Yun have any brains? You still dare to shout and scream. Aren't you afraid of attracting that little devil back again? Under normal circumstances, even if he only looked at Chun Yun's family background, he would not say anything. But now he felt that his life was in danger, and he could not think of anything else. Chun Yun, if you don't want to kill us, just be quiet. Chun Yun looked at Qi Xiangyang's ferocious expression and was so scared that she staggered and bumped into Oscar, and then her eyes turned red. Seeing this, Oscar had to come out to smooth things over. Brother Xiangyang, calm down. My third sister was just scared. She didn't mean it. Qi Xiangyang felt that he could not control his anger at all at this moment, and when he saw Oscar standing up, all the dissatisfaction in his heart surged out. Oscar, stop pretending to be nice to me. Don't think I don't know that you ran to the master twice while I was away. Let me ask you, you said that the master didn't give you any protective magic weapon. Then why did that little devil only attack me after entering our room? While you were sleeping like a dead pig next to me? Chapter 126 Chun Yun. Do you still have any shame? Oscar's heart trembled and his brows furrowed when he heard Qi Xiangyang's accusation. Is there something wrong with this man's brain? The matter obviously didn't happen to him. So why did he have to hold it against him? He was indignant and his face darkened. Brother Xiangyang, what do you mean by that? I went to see the master because he said I was troubled by rumors recently and my luck was bad, and he wanted to help me get rid of the disaster. What does this have to do with the little ghost not attacking me? Oscar looked innocent, but his tone was slightly dissatisfied. I'm just an ordinary high school student. How do I know those things? Is it my fault because I sleep so deeply? Besides, didn't Sister Itone wake up? William and Wan Mingxiu didn't even open the door. Why are you targeting me? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Deng Anji saw that something was wrong and quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Okay, stop arguing. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave this place. Leave? Qi Xiangyang snorted coldly, his face full of despair. How do we get out? The doors and windows are all sealed. We're trapped here, and we're risking our lives. It's pitch black outside, and we can't even see a shadow. Damn, we're recording a crappy show, and now even the production crew is missing. They must be all dead. These words made everyone feel nervous, and the air seemed to freeze. Qi Mingming was so scared that she trembled all over, threw herself into Qi Xiangyang's arms, sobbing and saying, "Brother, I'm scared, I don't want to die." Qi Xiangyang was already irritable, and seeing his sister crying, he became even more furious. He shook her hand away and yelled angrily, "Cry, cry, cry, just cry. If it wasn't for you, would I come to this hellhole?" Qi Mingming was stunned by the shouting and shrank aside, not daring to cry loudly, and only dared to sob quietly. But suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed to Wan Yidong and reached out to grab her chest. "What are you doing?" Wan Yidong screamed and subconsciously protected her chest. Upon seeing this, Wan Mingxiu immediately rushed over, pushed Qi Mingming away, and yelled, "Are you crazy?" When Qi Xiangyang saw his sister being pushed, he naturally refused to do anything. He rushed forward and pushed Wan Mingxiu back, saying fiercely, "You dare to touch my sister? So what if she did?" Wan Mingxiu showed no weakness. "Why don't you ask your sister why she pulled my sister's clothes?" Seeing that the two were about to fight, Deng Anji and his brother hurried forward to separate them, so that the situation did not get worse. Qi Mingming climbed up looking excited, pointing at Wan Yidong and shouting, "Brother, I saw it. There is something on her body. The ghost wanted to kill her, but was scared away by the thing on her body." This sentence made everyone's eyes fall on Wan Yidong. Qi Xiangyang narrowed his eyes, with a little more greed in his eyes. "What do you have on you?" Wan Yidong was stunned. She had no idea what was going on. I don't know anything. I was sleeping soundly." Qi Mingming refused to give in and pointed at her neck. "It's the thing on your chest. I saw it with my own eyes. When the ghost climbed onto your bed, it was suddenly hit by a golden light and flew away." Hearing this, everyone, including Qi Xiangyang, focused their eyes on Wan Yitong's chest. Wan Yitong came to her senses, understood what they were talking about, and hurriedly pulled out the amulet hanging around her neck. "Are you talking about this? This is the amulet William sold me." When Qi Xiangyang heard this, his eyes lit up and he reached out to grab it. "Give it to me and let me see it." Wan Mingxiu was furious and stood in front of his sister. "What are you doing? You can just look at it. Why do you have the right to snatch it?" Qi Xiangyang paused, his face looking a little grim. He knew he was impulsive, but he immediately turned to William with burning eyes. "William, whether this thing is real or not, I will give you 50,000, and you give me and my sister one each." William raised his eyes and glanced at him, his tone cold. "No." Qi Xiangyang's face turned red, and his voice rose involuntarily. You think the money is too little? Then name your price. William smiled faintly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I won't sell it no matter how much money you offer. My talisman can't protect people like you. Qi Xiangyang was furious. What do you mean? What do you mean by someone like me? William stood up, his expression indifferent. Qi Xiangyang, do you know why others just fainted, but you are so miserable? You. Qi Xiangyang's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously asked, What do you mean? William looked at him coldly. Karma. She is here to claim the life debt you owe. This sentence shocked everyone present. Qi Xiangyang's face suddenly turned pale, and he shouted angrily. You are talking nonsense. William smiled, with a cold look in his eyes. Whether it's nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. If anyone is going to die here, the first one will be you. Qi Xiangyang could no longer suppress his anger and punched William. Chapter 127, A Talisman for 100 Million.